Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brain. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought and still fighting today, made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you, turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundation law, Black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain. But when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the glow for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase decade, study how we move. Rapper world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes. Heinemann kind spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the ground. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, don't say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. Benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, 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 say our name. Don't need your respect, never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you, surviving on scraps. FBA stopped begging. We learned to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Hey, pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey,
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map. We was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't market. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, That's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place. Whoa, whoa.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your duties back just like home.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your duties back
Got
just
the
like home.
passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing. You lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? That energy's foul with disgusting, it's whack.
Oh.
So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America. Taking your business, I can just say home.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America. Taking your business, I can just say home.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. This soil is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
for y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds. They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the roots. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see. Every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, know the skies. The spirits woke, we realize. All we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that vibe. This is our day, this is our ride. We LBA. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, the fight, the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our veins are power, our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace now, and now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pay. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Where the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never matter. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here. It's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear, not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, back aside, but now the mirror's in your face. Didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means the end of fan, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. East came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You waved that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, fighting not to go back home. We waving arms where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't. Go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny, y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Still in my culture for all these years. Look out, time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. All y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study dope, drip, vampires, the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, way they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance. It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family, greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chain Crewman, and we join with Chris Enhance, and we got our Asian ally Michael joining us as well.
Hi,
hopefully
Jesse.
we'll be joined with Lady Che. Hi, Michael, and on this season 6, episode 38, or Tray 8, part 2 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 1, and that is Black residents to get $1.2 million after town's reparations vote. This is in Hayward, California, Shabaka.
Really?
Then we got another Black woman found hanging from tree. Calls world for urgent investigation. I got several clips about that. Then why are Roly Poly and Andrew Bussy Gillum getting dragged? Andrew Bussy Gillum's bail just got revoked. Here's what happened. Suspect in Tupac murder about to stand trial. Chief ED.
Yep, I'm on it.
Talking about it. Then we got mystery murder. Mystery may have finally be solved 30 years later. Stephen A. Tether Smith and Torrey are going to give us an update on that. Then we got report Nolan Wells' friend shares incriminating post. Haitian Trump supporter regrets his vote after ICE raids.
Fuck him. You know what I'm saying? That's what he get.
Who really benefited from the NAACP, or as I call it, the Negroes always asking for Caucasoid's permission.
Right.
Sister Brooks gonna give us an update. Then we got Black leaders who push data centers on Black communities should be held accountable. Sister Demetria K is gonna give us an update on that. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We do the news from a frontline and Black first perspective. We are a part of the new Black media and also the signal boosters of the new Black media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are a part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is one of the first, which we started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog
Yes, sir.
in 2016 and have been around for 12 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also a part of the Frontline campaign that has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. And join us this Tuesday for a brand new episode of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast. Family, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel. Make sure y'all sub up to that, just in case they try to take Frontline Black News down again. We have backup. Then we got my personal page, Jesse Parrish, aka Chain Kruma. That's where we stream all the city council meetings for both Denver and Aurora. The local events, Black events for both Denver and Aurora. And the Sunday Morning Food Bank, which I've been doing consistently for the past 10 years. Name another candidate that has been feeding the unhoused or people in general for a decade. Always.
Right.
We stream all that on that YouTube channel. Then we got Lady Che's backup channel, Seduction Doll 5991. Make sure y'all sub up to her channel as well, so she can start going live on that YouTube channel. Then we got her main channel, the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda. And she should be dropping a Revolutionary Agenda tomorrow morning. So make sure y'all stay tuned for that. It's already been scheduled. So make sure y'all tap in for that. It's going to basically be Grand Rising RBA with Lady Che. So make sure y'all tap into that. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Genep 1. Make sure y'all sub to Shabaka's YouTube channel so Shabaka can start going live again on YouTube. Last I checked, you still need 2 more subscribers, Shabaka.
Okay. And then I got a special announcement to make too, Brother Che. Okay. All righty. I got a high profile meeting this week here in Las Vegas. Okay. And I cannot blow it on any circumstances, okay? It's because it took years, for this meeting to come into fruition, okay? So therefore, I might have to ask you, man, to host Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced tomorrow night.
Not tomorrow night. Tomorrow night would be Monday.
Okay, I mean Tuesday night. I'm sorry.
Okay.
And it's all positive. I'm not at liberty to discuss it. You know what I'm saying? Just pray that it comes off into fruition, and also to see Goddess Navi there in the chat. Okay. And we're getting feedback once again. So it's StreamYard people. You know what I mean? And then I am.
You sound loud and clear, Shabaka. I don't hear no feedback on your end.
Okay, and then I am going to have my computer diagnostic, as you were saying, Brother Che.
Yeah,
I'm going to have it undergo diagnostics. It's because I'm of the opinion is that we're being targeted, but we all knew that the job was dangerous when we took it, you see. And this is something that you don't play with. This is something not to be taken lightly, you see. And then also too, man, I was looking at the sports time capsule, on CNN. They did Ali last night. Now they flipped over to basketball, and what have you.
Introduction.
Yeah.
For the update. Then make sure y'all sub to our cousin or Lokster off the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub to his show, What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. The link to his channel is also in the description. Then we got our brother from the Mount High Kukizi, Bellside, Montbello to be exact. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well, Kukizi 5100. He used to do the intro track for the Frontline Black News, and now he's doing the FBA culture reports. So make sure y'all check him out. Then we got our brother Breeze Omega, my brother from another mother, who's originally from Hempstead, Long Island, who's now in Leesburg, Virginia. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well.
Breeze.
He was live earlier going in on them Haitian tethers. So salute to Breeze. Make sure you know. Then we got our brother who's still live, the Church of Black Power. They were messing with his stream too, Shabaki. The Church of Black Power, a brother out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. And make sure y'all check out the interview he did of me about 2 weeks ago on his platform, 2 Fridays ago. So make sure y'all check that out. The link to his channel in the description. Then we got our brother Torian Rain Reloaded, who's been around for a decade plus, and actually put Lisa Cabrera on. So salute to our brother Torian Rain Reloaded. He came up with several series as well, such as the We Fought Back series. Make sure you check out Torian Rain Reloaded on YouTube. The link to his channels in the description. Then we got honorable mentions, our brother Black Alpha Network, our other brother Jay Dizzle, Liberated Minded Media, our other brother Out the Shy, Afro Elite, our sister Lisa Cabrera, our other sister ZZ Rants, our other sister Vicky Dillard, our brother Beatzilla, our other brother Sincere Love to God, and his co-host Nicety Girl, and a slew of other content creators. I'll be naming people here all night, but y'all get the gist that they're part of the new life. Make sure y'all subscribe to them. And then last but not least, we got our brother Black Truth United. We came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. And thank you, Nabi. Nabi said she subbed up to all the channels. Thank you. He came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. And the link to the channels or to submit your business to the Rolodex is in the description. The link to the FBA threat database is in the description. And the link to the Rolodex itself is in the description, along with the Freedmen Reparations Party merch that church has put together. That link to that website is also in the description. Then we got Council of the Congressional Black Caucus, long overdue, and create a Black American Caucus. The Change.org petition link is in the description. Make sure y'all sign it if you haven't already. Then we got our Asian ally Michael's petition for Congresswoman Nikema Williams out of Georgia to introduce and fully fund an anti-Black hate crimes act now. Make sure y'all sign the petition if you haven't already. I'm going to drop the link in the chat so y'all can sign it directly if you haven't already. And then we got our sister Brooke out of New York, BK to be exact, who along with our family out of New York, brother Divine, President Divine, our brother Melrose, our sister Keisha, and the whole U.S. Freedmen Project. Make sure y'all check them out and submit those letters and them emails for Sister Brooks' call to action. Make sure y'all check out our Eva Melanin as well. She has a line of healthcare, beauty care products. Then we got her YouTube channel, Brooks. Make sure y'all sub to that if you haven't already. The link is in the description. Then we got the FDAS Act, or the Reparations for the Descendants of American Slaves Act, the Change.org petition. Make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. The link is in the description. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Make sure y'all donate to that if you haven't already. The link to her GoFundMe is also in the description. Then we got Standing with Joshua Fox, who put hands and feet over that white supremacist Chuck the Bussy, Chuck the Builder. Etherly. Make sure y'all donate to our brother Joshua Fox's GoFundMe if you haven't already. The link to his GoFundMe is in the description. Then we got Stop Netflix from releasing the damaging docuseries about Michael Jackson. Shout out to Dr. Randy for putting that petition together. Link in the description. Please sign it if you haven't already. Then we got the medical examiner in the Nolan Wells case petition to revoke Stacey Turner's medical license.
And put him in jail for conspiracy.
Make sure y'all sign that petition if you haven't already. Then we got myself, as you can tell from the background. I'm a candidate on the ballot here in the state of Colorado for State House of Representatives for House District 8, which has been a historically Black district up until recently. And make sure y'all support my campaign. The link to my website that Lady Che has set up is in the description. So make sure y'all check that out if you haven't already. Then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, or research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism and white supremacy, which is the only racism that exists on this planet, in this time, and in this realm, what it is and how it works, everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity. And that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. And all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that was by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who passed away exactly a year ago at the age of 95. ProduceJustice.com. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. I think he made the goal, Nabi. Last time I checked, it looked like he made the goal. So I hope he did. The goal was 300K, so I think he made it. But I'm going to have to double check. The last time I checked, which was like a month ago, it was very close to the goal. Then we got racism, white supremacy is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great master teacher, Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, who passed away exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80. And would have
May she rest in power.
Yes. And she would have been 90 as of 3 months ago. And shout out to our FBA brother, Tariq Nasheed, for paying for her funeral, along with several others, and featuring her in Hidden Colors 3 as well. So those are the make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All right, Shabaka. So we're going to hop right into it with the reparations in Hayward, California.
Okay, that's very interesting that you mentioned that, Brother Che, because I lived there at one time in the 1970s, okay? And Hayward does have a, how should we say, a tainted past when it comes to Black people there, okay? Also, too, Hayward, California was the residence of former heavyweight champion George Foreman at one time before he took that infamous trip to Africa, okay? And then on top of it as well, too, they got some weird ordinances there. One is like,
we got Jay Militant in the building.
Hey, what's up, Jay? Hey, what's up, Jay Militant? Yeah, how you been? Yeah, we're talking about Hayward, California. And I was living there briefly in the 70s when they had the Rumble in the Jungle. You know what I'm saying? Also, too, I was living there when George Foreman had took the title from Joe Frazier. Just say. And I do visit Hayward, you know, every now and then on a regular basis, you know what I'm saying? Because I still have loved ones there, you'll say. And so Hayward, California, it's south of Oakland, California, about 23 miles. And at one time, you have to understand, I think, it was incorporated as a city, I believe in 1879, Shay.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look it up, Shabaka. I'm trying to find this GoFundMe first.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's not popping up. Is it still up? Okay. Yeah, our brother's at 272,693. So he's 91% to the goal.
Okay. All righty.
That's for Goddess Nabi, and Jay Militant said he's dealing with these African tethers. He's getting into it.
Oh, you too, Jay. Yeah. Yeah.
And he said he know about Hayward. Yep. I know you do. Shout out to Spice. One of my favorite Bay Area rappers, Spice One. He's from Hayward as well.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. And I do know that MC Hammer at one time was living in a place south of Hayward called Fremont, California.
Yep, MC Hammer. He lived in the East Bay too. Yep.
Okay.
East Bay.
Yep,
All right.
East Bay. Yeah, that's it, Jay Militant. And for those of you who don't know, out there, the East Bay which is on the east side of San Francisco Bay, which is just south of Panther Town. You got San Lorenzo right there. You got San Leandro right there as well too.
Yep, that's correct, Shabaki. So they supposedly gave out reparations. So Dr. Richie Rashad gonna give us an update on that. This is just my timeline. I did hear somebody talking about it on Tariq's Twitter space a few days ago, but I didn't really have no details on it. So this is the update. California approves 1.3 million in reparations to Black residents. Again, this is Hayward, California.
California town approves reparations for Black people specifically, 1.3 million. Put it up for a mass.
Yeah, that's true, Nabi.
Yeah, that's Alameda County.
Yep.
Unanimously voted to begin sending cash payments over $1 million in reparations for displaced Black Hayward families. They were the last surviving homeowners forced out of Russell City, the unincorporated community dismantled by the county and the city of Hayward 60 years ago. Why is that part important? Because it shows the linear cause and effect relationship. Well, government is the cause and you are the effect. Same government is in place. Said same government should have, well, the opportunity and the fortitude to remedy. You deserve the repair, which is reparation.
I think he is.
Not a handout, never has been. And America is for reparation. America is simply not for reparations as it relates to Black people. The reparations argument has been successfully argued and executed for the Japanese. Native Americans, definitely not to the tune that that it should. Family members of Holocaust survivors receive reparations. Joe Biden championed that. Reparations is common in America. The most immediate recommendations for reparations include housing and economic justice, providing physical and mental health support, and centering Black youth, which is remarkable. Thoughtful. The report also calls for a permanent, fully funded Office of Reparations and healthcare that addresses intergenerational trauma and health disparities. They're not trying to create an unequal playing field. They are attempting to remedy the wrongs. Jesse Jackson said something to me years ago, God rest his soul, and it was one of the wisest things I ever heard in my life. He said, imagine being on a football team and all of your coaches tell you all you have to do is get out there, play your best, score more points. You win the game. You know the rules of the game. The field looks even, and you have people cheering for you. You get to the fourth quarter, you're 7 points ahead, there's 1 second left on the clock. You have won the game. There's just no way for them to beat. Let's say you're 12 points ahead or 20. When the buzzer hits 0, the officials tell you, well, you actually lost still. You did not win the game because before the game started, your opponent, the opposite team, they inherited 100 points before they got to the field.
Hell no.
That is what reparations is about. The history, 1960s. County authorities declared Russell City blighted and used eminent domain, government takeover, to acquire close to 700 parcels. That one move displaced roughly 1,400 residents, converting the land into an industrial park annexed by Hayward in 1964. Today, nothing of the historic Black and Latino community survived, except the names of Calpine Russell City Energy Center, a natural gas power plant. The Fifth Amendment allows the government to steal private property for public use and requires it to pay just compensation in return. The language is ambiguous intentionally. Research by the city of Hayward found some Russell City homeowners received around $2,000 for their homes, some as little as $250, and they were told to leave. Founded in 1853, Russell City was named for a gold rush era school teacher, Joel Russell.
Again, Black and Latino.
The neighborhood filled
something.
in as World War II drew workers to nearby factories at a time when racial covenants and redlining stopped Black folk and Latino families elsewhere. Unincorporated Russell City became one of the few places in the East Bay where they could buy property and build. Families kept sheep, chickens, pigs, and rabbits. Tended gardens big enough to feed neighbors. Decades later, Hayward and the county issued formal apologies to community members in 2021 and 2023, respectively. So there's always this logistical concern as it relates to the conversation of reparations. Once again, it only pops up when we talk about reparations for Black people. Several speakers pressed the board on how the money will be divided. Priscilla Figueroa, a Hayward resident whose late husband's family lived in Russell City, noted that $1.3 million divided by 25,000 covers only 52 households, and questioned how the county would determine who receives the full amount. Deborah Harris, who grew up in Russell City with her parents, posed a question to the county: how will they handle households where the original landowner has died, adding that, quote, probably all of the original landowners are deceased at this point, end quote. The first phase of reparations is deliberately narrow. To qualify, an applicant must have both lived in and personally owned a home in Russell City between the 1st of January 1961 and December 31st, 1964, and had that property taken by eminent domain during those years. Money is allocated by household rather than by person, and split evenly among qualifying residents of the same home. Once those payments go out, Alameda County Supervisor Elisa Marquez said, the working group will release criteria for a second phase that includes descendants, though that will require another board vote. I want to say this: God bless you for doing it. Some people will cite, well, you didn't do enough research. You should have involved this organization or that organization. Yeah, maybe. But damn it, you're doing something. And I'm thankful for that. You're moving the needle forward, because if you keep waiting on the requirement or the right atmosphere or consensus from folk that would never give you an agreement for something like this, it never happened. So I criticize you not today.
I do. You gotta miss me with that black and brown shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Yep. Because I was surprised. Why would the offers in that that Dr. Rashid was quoting said black and brown supposed to be exclusively for American freedmen or Californians?
Orange County coroner said
Sorry, I did not mean to play this clip. Go ahead, Michael. What were you saying?
Oh, I was saying that, as Dr. Rasad was quoting what the author saying the findings, right? And I noticed something. The author said black and brown when it's supposed to be for California freedmen of U.S. chattel slavery.
Right. You
Right.
see, that's how they dilute it. See, what they're doing there, Michael, if I may say, Brother Che, they're trying to dilute it. You see what I mean? And the reason why they want to dilute it is because one thing about California, one thing about the whole goddamn United States, one thing about the state of Colorado, okay, they don't want to own up, man, to their atrocities. You see, this is why they always come to you with this diversionary shit. Well, what about this group? What about that group? That ain't my group. You know what I'm saying? More power on what you do, and as we used to say, you other groups got to go hold your own nuts. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I noticed to the title, it didn't say Lynn, it said black residents. That sounds like too ambiguous and vague.
It is.
Right.
And it's up for lawsuits too. You can't. It's unconstitutional to do race-based.
It has to be lineage.
Yeah. They say so they're gonna tie that up in the courts again. You see, that's how California does its bullshit. What they would do, they know they got a sensitive subject, they'll tie it up in the damn courts. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, and same thing. Oh, by the way, Friday Jones talked about Evanston, Illinois, with the housing reparations. It's going to be probably going to be struck down unconstitutional, given the fact that it was implemented as a race-based remedy.
That's what we keep talking. They listening, but they're not listening. We keep
Right.
telling
exactly
fucking policy, and they keep saying, "Oh, black and brown, black and Latino." No,
right.
Not race-based, specifically lineage harm-based.
And that's why I said in the comments that the Alameda County needs to definitely codify lineage into law.
Right.
Yeah, but that's just it though, Michael. They won't is because one thing you have to remember about Alameda County, okay? This is the same county, man, where the Black Panther Party started, okay? And what it is when the Panthers that did their thing, man, they raised up so much consciousness, man, it was pretty much pathetic. And what it is that they don't never want black people coming together, man, on any type of collective basis. You see what I'm saying? Rather if it's educationally, economically, politically, or sociologically. You see what I mean? They look at us. Yeah, they look at us. Oh, well, why don't you all just get over it? And I say, Nabisco, go sit your ass out in that fucking sun, man, at 115 degrees, and you forget about it.
Yeah. Hey, Jesse, when you say no black or Latino colors, have you thought about cussing out Latinos? Like saying, like, screw them?
Yes, I've already taken that stance.
Yes, indeed.
Like I'm saying, like cussing Latinos out like crazy, like saying like the F word to them to get your point across.
Yeah, Ben did that years ago, Michael.
Okay. I just thought maybe like lately.
The case been on for 7 years.
Right. And then just like when we was with that other network there, Brother Che, and we tell them that the cape is off. We can't be caping for you all no more. You see what I mean? You all figure just because we get a couple of crumbs, you're supposed to come up there and take the majority of it. You see what I mean? And we supposed to sit there and say, yassa ball, skin and grin and all that. Fuck that. The day of the ass scratcher, the day of the yassa balls is over. You see what I'm saying? That is over. You see what I mean? And then they still gonna put their agents and coons against us and what have you. You see? And we just got to stay abreast on it. You see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying. And even like very quickly too, I was gonna add, even like I asked the question, as Jesse you're playing the video, I asked the Alameda County, so the cash payment reparations, black residents are going to say it's the cash payment reparations going to be prioritized first, before secondary tangibles, because they made it they made the reparations package, it sounds to me like very inclusive.
Yeah, black and brown shit.
I mean, not that I'm talking about like when they mention like housing, housing, property relief, property tax relief, education. That sounds to me almost like a holistic approach, and leaving it's almost like leaving caste out of the table. I'm sorry, excluding caste from the table.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
yeah. You see? And then on top of it as well, too, they figured that they just because they put some of these hand-picked Negroes in place, that's supposed to be our reparations. Now, how in the hell is it reparations when you're going to put somebody in place who's out there to countermand it? You see
Right.
what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I got
You
a
know?
little excited at first when Alameda County distributed cash payment reference to Black residents. So it's my fault. So I apologize. Correction.
Remember when Mitch McConnell said that old Sambo was our reparations?
Yeah.
Yes.
Who
So
didn't do shit for black people. So how is that reparations?
Exactly. Nah. Like
It's like
Obama was just symbolism.
It's like what our brother Melrose said at that NAACP non-action commitment damn meeting where he checked Kamala
Exactly.
Harris and said reparations is a check.
Check,
It's
not
the
programs.
first thing. It's a check.
Mm-hmm.
Cut the goddamn check.
Exactly.
Right. And I like how Melrose said no reparations, no checks, no vote.
Right.
Yeah. Exactly. And then like Uncle Phil says, that's why a lot of people are sitting on the couch.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? Is because Jesse is excluded from this, but the majority of politicians are prostitutes. Okay?
Yep. Like they're
Yeah.
addicted to addicted to having an affair with prostitutes.
Yeah. That's all what it is.
And Karens.
You know, yeah, they come up to us, man. You know what I'm saying? All the wars we fought in this damn country, you see what I'm saying? All the shit that we went through with the civil rights movement, and then an organization comes along to feed hungry children, regardless of their race, and you're gonna call them public enemy number one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you see, because when Black Panther Party did that, they didn't just feed black children; they fed all the children.
Right.
Wait, hold on. When you said all the children, are you talking about like children outside of the black community, right? I just want to
Yes,
understand.
sir. That is a fact. Yes, sir. They
Wow,
did
I
it in
didn't know that. I
Chicago.
thought-
They did it in
Wow.
Oakland. They did it in Los Angeles. They did it in New York.
They did
You
it
see? Yeah, they did it in Denver. You see what I mean? You
So
know.
right. So in other words, you're saying that the Black Panther Party was forced to not only feed black children, but forced to feed children of color by Mzungus.
Yeah. Well, see, that's it.
Hispanics.
They just
Yeah.
because it needed to be done. It wasn't even a forced thing. It was just
Exactly.
if you were in the community and you were in need, they would help you. See, we're a very inclusive people. We've never been like an exclusive people.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah. You see, and this is why that they had hated the Black Panther Party so much, Michael. You see what I'm saying? They fabricated cases against him, which was illegal within itself and violated, the U.S. Constitution and various state constitutions as well, too.
Yeah, and especially and not to mention that the free lunch program originated from the Black Panthers parties to feed the children, right?
Yes.
And then,
Right.
Program, the WIC program.
Right.
And they don't give the Black Panther Party any credit. Like when I say credit, like financial compensation.
They don't
Exactly.
even get acknowledgement. Financial compensation or acknowledgement. They don't even acknowledge they got the free breakfast program from the Black Panther Party, that they got the WIC program from the
Exactly. And Operation Head Start and all that old shit. And then, like I was saying last night here on Cartoon News Network, they gave one sentence mention to the Black Panther Party. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, one sentence.
One sentence. Wow. That's not even enough to acknowledge or thank them.
Yeah, exactly. And then not to mention the fact, though, too, Michael, that those who made the ultimate sacrifice, because Newton said that once you join that organization, you have to realize that you are doomed.
Yeah. In other words, they're facing a dilemma, really, to be.
Yeah.
Even though the Black Panther Party is about feeding feeding its own black children, and unfortunately, because the Mzungus, Asian Hispanics diluted, and I'm sure it made several members of the Black Panther Party very upset, angry, like, no, the Black Panther Party it's meant to be for us, meaning for black people initially.
Yeah. And then as Goddess is saying right here, all those programs, now immigrants are benefiting from more than Americans.
Yeah,
You see what I'm
very
saying?
true. Yep.
You see, because it's like this here, Michael. If it wasn't for that black free labor on them plantation systems, man, America wouldn't be in the position that it is
today.
Exactly.
Yep.
They say, and they
It's
just
like-
look over us, disrespecting our ancestors who made the ultimate sacrifice. Not to mention that every war that this country has been in, black people have been in there, and
Like
they
front and
always,
center.
huh?
Oh, I said they always use like black people like front and center. In other words, they want black people to yell so that white people don't have to yell in public. Or other
Exactly.
people don't have to yell. So in other words, they really want foundation Black Americans to yell so much as if Black Americans are going to lose their lungs.
Yeah, exactly. And then on top of that, there, what was that there we did too, Brother Che, that black people couldn't laugh at white folks in public. They had to put their head in the barrel.
Yeah, that was one of the black codes. Yep.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And what it was, Michael, is that white America looked at it, and I'm looking at this old senile ass motherfucker up here, Ronald Reagan, who started the crack epidemic. Okay, that we supposed to be just scratching our ass when it don't itch, grinning when nothing is funny. You see, and all the hate mail that I got on my personal page and what have you, and I just go on and block those clowns, you see, because those are trolls to get your page tore down. You see what I mean?
I see what
And
you
then,
mean.
yeah, because when I had it the first time, man, it took me, what was that, Brother Che, 10 years to build up the following on that page. And and now that I restarted it, man, it ain't not even at 1% of where it was. You see what I'm saying? But however, you know, they just proved our point even more so. You see, you know, just like with this situation that's happening here with Nolan Wells down in Mississippi, just like the sister they found lynched. What was that there about?
We're about to get to her here shortly. We got to finish up some more topics before we get to her. Oh, actually, she's the next topic, so that's a perfect segue.
She's the next topic. Yeah, I read about it. Yeah, I read about her actually yesterday. About she was lynched, and then I'll give you a brief summary. I know you're gonna play the video to get more details. So there's a divide between the police and the medical examiners, and it's interesting. They said although foul play was not involved, this was definitely a murder. I'm like, how can they say foul play was not involved, but murder definitely occurred? It has to be both foul play and murder.
Yeah, you know. Okay, and then Goddess says, I like to know why Hispanics are so comfortable having so many kids when other races cannot do what they're allowed to do. It's just pathetic.
Oh, I
okay, now
agree.
as you know, Goddess Navi, when they first came out with that birth control, right? Where did they have the majority of the abortion clinics? In the black community.
Black communities.
You see what I'm saying?
Population control. That's all it is.
Yeah.
And they allow them to have all them goddamn babies because they want to create a buffer class.
Yeah, exactly.
And
You see?
and not only a buffer class, but also the immigrants to be the new slave masters 2.0.
Yeah, exactly.
Senile
You see?
bias. You need to start working with the Hispanics because they're a larger population than you. Did they allow them to be a larger population than us?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, and by the way, just interjecting here, Brother Che, off of my resources, Biden is on his way out.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fine Britons. All right, so we're gonna get to the lynching, like Spike just alluded to. So another black woman was found hanging from tree, caused growth, urgent investigation. And we'll keep y'all updated on this reparations in Hayward. So I got several videos lined up for this. The first one is from 16 WAP News out of Jackson, Mississippi. The first two, and then Dr. Bashar Bashir, and then Willie D.
Okay.
So this first one is body found hanging behind vacant Jackson house.
Hinds County coroner says this case is classified as a death investigation and authorities have not yet determined how the woman died. On the road of remembrance, neighbors cutting grass at what used to be an old community park as one man remembers a familiar face who was found dead under what appears to be mysterious circumstances.
She was a good person, you know. She's very rooted in the neighborhood.
She didn't deserve to be to get killed and die like that, hanging from a tree.
Officers found the body of the unidentified woman hanging in an oak tree when they responded to the 500 block of Road of Remembrance Monday night, behind what appears to be a vacant house.
She had two kids, a young baby she just had maybe a year ago.
The woman hasn't been identified and a cause of death hasn't been determined.
My son and them seen her. They seen her hanging.
What was going through your son's mind when he saw that image?
It messed his head up.
I'm sure it did.
Head up, man.
According to the Hinds County coroner, a graphic image of the body in the tree posted on social media does appear to be from the scene.
It's scary. I mean, I don't know what happened. I just know it's directly in front of my house. It was that close to comfort.
Despite speculation online and among neighbors, investigators have not said whether they suspect foul play. Darren Harris says he knows the woman. He last saw her about a week ago. It looks like the woman's feet are suspended 3 inches from the ground.
Somebody had to do that. She wouldn't have did it to herself. Somebody had to.
Why do you say that?
Mine was way stronger and bigger than that. I know that for a fact myself.
At this point, as the investigation continues, the woman's remains have been transported to the state medical examiner's office where they will undergo an autopsy. For now, we're live at JPD headquarters in downtown Los Adams, 16 WAPT News.
All right, and this is a case of where they're going to get their lies straight. That's why I miss Thomas Noguchi.
Troy and Megan, neighbors told me that they were just shocked when they learned that a woman was hung from a tree in a backyard at a vacant home. They say that this is just heartbreaking.
Here in this neighborhood, you know, a woman's body was found. What was your reaction to that?
It was heartbreaking. One, because they said she was found in a backyard, not alive. And God didn't put us here to be done that way.
Violet Wilson says learning the woman was found hung from a tree made the discovery even more disturbing.
It's unnatural in this lifetime. You don't see things like that.
Darren Johnson says this has shaken a neighborhood he considered safe.
It's quiet, older people over here, so we don't normally have that. So just to hear that happen, it kind of got us shook, basically the whole neighborhood shook, because we never have that problem.
Now he says some neighbors are questioning whether they should stay.
I'm gonna be honest with you, it kind of had me in a whole nother stage where like, man, should we still stay here or should we leave?
Jackson police say officers responded to 500 block of Road of Remembrance around 7:30 Monday night. The woman was found hanging from a tree in the backyard of a vacant home. Witnesses say a Jackson Fire Department ladder truck was used to get her down.
But just to hear about that, like I say, it got everybody skeptical, everybody questioning each other. Don't nobody know what's what.
And the Hinds County coroner says that is still unknown right now, the cause of death. And also they're not releasing as of right now the identity of the woman.
Yeah, because they got to get their lies straight.
His body was sent to the state medical examiner's office. We're live outside of JPD. I'm Nicholas Brooks, 16 WAPT News.
That's all what that is how they're going to get their lies straight.
Yep. Especially the police is going
According to the Mississippi Free Press, full mass, Black woman whose body was found hanging from a tree behind a vacant Jackson, Mississippi home is 29-year-old Tasha Fortune. The Hines County Coroner's Office confirmed on Thursday. Authorities have not said if they suspect foul play. I want you to keep the picture up, Jordan. We talked about this last time, this pattern that says either A, we don't suspect foul play, or there's no evidence of foul play, or not saying there could be foul play. The fact that you have a dead body is reason enough to potentially suspect perhaps there's foul play. And if anyone has information that could perhaps bring justice to the foul play that has happened to this woman, we would like to engage the community. But they don't say that. The Jackson Police Department first announced in a statement on Monday evening that cops, quote, located the body. You heard me right. Officers located the body of an unidentified Black female at the 500 block of Road of Remembrance, a mostly Black neighborhood. At 9:05 that night, neighbors in this urban community contacted the police after finding her body, though it is not clear how long the body had been there. Hines County Coroner Jeremiah Howard, who identified the body publicly, said earlier this week that the body would be transported to the Mississippi State Medical Examiner's Office to perform an autopsy. That autopsy is to determine the cause and the manner of death. Put him up. That's Kenneth Stokes. Mr. Stokes is the councilman for Jackson's 3rd Ward. He's actually speaking out about the death. He says it is murder. I want you to take a good look at the elected official, because Councilman Stokes wrote a letter to the U.S. Attorney's Office. He bypassed his local police department. Quote, "We are in dire need of the assistance of the U.S. Attorney's Office with the death of an unidentified female discovered hanging in the backyard of an abandoned house on the Road of Remembrance in Jackson, Mississippi. We especially are in need of the following details: by whom she was murdered, the motive for her murder, the confirmed name of the deceased, permanent address, as well as other pertinent information. We look forward to your response." End quote. Stokes said that even if there is no racial element to Ms. Fortune's death, Mississippi's history of lynching, and this is the point, the history of lynching alone must be considered. It's called context. Per WAPT, and that public officials need to speak out against what happened to her and say it is unacceptable. Quote, "Hanging is an activity, a crime that should never be an issue of being accepted by the public," he said in an interview. Another quote, "Hanging must never be an acceptable behavior." Let's go to Fortune's aunt. There's a GoFundMe page. Etta Avolio started a GoFundMe to help raise funds to cover the expenses for final arrangements. She says Fortune was a beloved daughter, sister, and friend whose passing has left her family devastated and heartbroken. During this lifetime, families go through ups and downs. And right now, Fortune's loved ones are facing one of the hardest moments they have ever known. She was a strong-minded, big-hearted, vibrant, young woman whose life was taken at just 29 years old. Her loss has deeply
29.
shaken everyone who knew and loved her, and her family is now trying to begin healing while also facing the painful responsibility of saying their final farewells. We ask that you do the very best you can. Obviously, the local people understand their local politics as well as their criminal element, their bigotry that lives among them. The councilman has said it out loud. So much so, he put pen to paper. The authorities seem reluctant to call it racially motivated. A hanging from a tree in Mississippi of a young Black girl, and the authorities who are in charge of the investigation will not say the obvious. That, of course, it is more than potentially, it is likely, based on probability, historical record, not be damned.
Yeah, see, that's the cold shot about it, is that they figure is that they can come up here, kill us, and we're not supposed to be angry or upset about it. You know what I'm saying? And what's that there you said, Brother Che, the slave who wanted to be dreptomania? Okay, so this is like dreptomania class B. They say we just supposed to sit there and accept this type of shit.
This is exactly why we need an anti-Black,
Black hate crime bill.
Exactly. What's Willie D talking about?
What's up, family? More murder, more murder, more murder in the state of Mississippi. Family, they had found a woman hanging, a Black woman hanging from a tree in Mississippi. Anybody surprised? Yeah. Ooh, man, Mississippi can't get a break. Or is it us who can't get a break? So, according to the Mississippi Clarion Ledger, Hinds County Coroner Jeremiah Howard told the Clarion Ledger the Jackson Police Department is investigating the death of a woman who was found hanging from a tree Monday night, August 3rd, in the backyard of a vacant home. The Jackson Police Department previously issued a police statement via social media at 9:05 p.m. August 3rd, stating officers responded August 3rd to the 500 block of Road of Remembrance and located the body of an unidentified Black female at the location. Police wrote in the statement that crime scene investigators are working to determine the circumstances surrounding the death. Investigators have not said whether foul play is suspected. Howard told the Clarion Ledger on Tuesday, August 4th, that the woman's body will be transported to the Mississippi State Medical Examiner's office, where an autopsy will be performed to determine the cause and manner of death. No additional information for this case was released by police officials or the coroner's office by the time of this story's publication. The news comes as Mississippi continues to grapple with the death of 21-year-old DeMartrevion Trey Reed, a Black Delta State University student who was found hanging from a tree September 15, 2025, on the university's campus in Cleveland. The Mississippi State Medical Examiner ruled Reed's cause of death a hanging and the manner of death a suicide with no foul play suspected.
Exactly, Mike.
Reed's family pushed back against the examiner's ruling, hiring civil rights attorney Ben Crump to pursue a private investigation. Reed's family said they would promise clarity and closure through an independent autopsy, but have yet to receive the final report. And that was brought to you by Pam Dankins. Now, here's the deal, fam. You know, I covered the Trey Reed case extensively. And so I was privy to some information that many people in the public was not. I saw his body. That photo has not been released. I saw his body. And they tried to make it seem like he hung himself. but his body was bruised.
Mm-hmm.
And here's something that you might not know. The same medical examiner, Stacy Turner, who examined the body of Nolan Wells, who sent Nolan Wells' body to DC without his lungs and throat, worked the Trey Reed case. She also worked the Damian Cameron case, and also Shannon Wilson. All Black males who she said no foul play was suspected, but all of them suspected of being murdered by white folks.
Mm-hmm.
Undetermined, suicide, drowning. They got everything except homicide. It was up with everything except the homicide. I don't trust her. I absolutely don't trust her. I don't trust nothing about the state of Mississippi. This is going on, family. And this is the arrogance of the killers in Mississippi. This is the arrogance of them. They know that the country is watching this Nolan Wells case closely. They know all eyes are on Mississippi. And they're still killing Black folks out there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I know what some of you thinking. Man, how do you know it was a white? Who else get off on hanging folks? That ain't our thing. Black people got a few methods of taking life, but that ain't one. We don't hang folks. That ain't something we do. All right? So, no. They got over 2,000 unsolved lynchings on record in Mississippi. And we're not even talking about, they don't even call them unsolved. They just say they were undetermined, suicide, drowning, hanging, whatever, right? Anything but homicide. Mississippi is no longer burning. Mississippi is toast. Mississippi is trash. Now, I know a few of y'all over there are saying to yourself, don't talk about us. You can't say that. You live in Texas. Yeah, I live in Texas. Texas trash too. You happy? Texas trash too, you know? Like, but where I live now, you know, I got to speak up for H-Town. You know, we're a little different around here. It's a little different. It don't go down like that in H-Town, you know? But there are pockets of this state that are backwards. They're stuck. They're stuck in the mountains. You know, they are uncivilized. There is no other way to put it. They are uncivilized. And they are, you know, they are mixed in with the rest of civilized society, you know. They're blended, you know, and so they're doctors, you know, they're teachers, they're nurses, you know, they're school bus drivers. Hell, they're public transportation operators, you know, they're realtors, they're developers, right? They absolutely are police officers, they're judges, they're prosecutors, they're county court clerks, they're detectives, right? They're painters, they're landscapers. They build pools. These uncivilized mutts are everywhere. They own professional sports teams. They own hockey teams, football teams, basketball teams, baseball teams. They own PGA tours. Yeah. Yeah, man. They in deep. They run award committees. survey office, permits department. They are commissioners. They are city council members. They are school superintendents. They're principals. These uncivilized mutts are ingrained in the fabric of America.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why it's so difficult to mitigate the damage. They're everywhere. I can guarantee you that that woman was murdered. And I can guarantee you, based on history, she was murdered by somebody who absolutely was not Black. Yeah.
Exactly.
The arrogance. But this is why they do it, fam, because ain't nothing stopping them. Why would law enforcement stop them when law enforcement is in on it? That's right. I said it. I know you. I know you. It is the only way that they can get away with doing what they do. It is the only reason why Karen makes the phone call, because she knows that she can weaponize these racist police officers against innocent Black folks who are just simply minding their business, trying to go about their business of doing this thing called living. That is the only reason why they make those phone calls. The moment they start making those phone calls and start getting penalized, when they start going to jail for making false police reports, when they start getting fined for wasting taxpayer dollars on these police officers going out making these calls, it's so many crimes get committed all across the city and every city in America every damn day. Their asses need to be out chasing the real criminals instead of trying to come and create a criminal. They're out here trying to manufacture criminals. But really, the criminal is right there in the face. The criminal is the one who's making the 911 call.
Mm-hmm.
These Karens got to be brought to heel. The Karens and the Kens. Yeah. It's bad, man. And the trip part about it is they have no shame and they teach that uncivilized behavior to their children. The trip part about it is when they try to act like they're part of polite society, when they try to act like that they are good, wholesome, God-fearing, community-oriented, loving people, when the devil is running all through their blood. Shoe fit wag. That's who I'm talking to. I ain't talking to all white people. I'm talking to shoe fit wag. I ain't no Officer Tatum. I ain't no the white man. I'm so thankful for the white man. I'm the white man. Boy, if you don't get that thing out your butt, you don't let them people stop playing with your booty, man. I heard that dude say that yesterday. And I'm thankful for the white man. Without the white man, we wouldn't have this and we wouldn't. Good
Right.
Lord. For the ones who do behave with a sense of entitlement and act like what they say is law, I can see why some of them might have that attitude, because they have these coconuts out here reinforcing it. Now, I know some of you are new to the channel, so you may not be privy to the meaning of the word coconut. That is the Negro who is Black on the outside and white on the inside. Coconut.
Right.
You did? But what say you, fam? Drop a comment. I'd love to hear your thoughts. No more talk.
Foul play, definitely a lynching. He's still a Democratic shill, Willie D.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, Jesse, just want to add something quickly. What this God said. We need a Karen law to penalize racist white people for making false calls against my brothers and sisters. The penalty needs to be $10,000. So once the penalty hits $10,000, that $10,000 in penalties go to FBAs in a FBA Victory Recovery Fund or hate crime.
Yeah, I agree with that. Whatever happened to that law that they was working on?
In
What happened to
California?
what happened to the Karen Act?
Oh, the current act, yeah, it was signed by Governor Gavin Newsom in 2020 during the pandemic, if I remember correctly. It only applies to if Karens made false calls. It was like it had several. I'm trying to remember. I think it had several layers, right? So the Karens would get a
Right.
first warning if they made a false call against FPS. Then the second one is I think a citation, and then the third one is a definitely jail time.
Okay.
The whole world is garbage, Nobby, thanks to these
Yes.
charlatans.
Yeah, exactly. You
Yeah,
see
it's
what I'm
I agree
saying?
with her 100%. Yeah,
Yeah.
because of Mzungus. And you know what it is, like you said, Sabaka, because
Yeah.
Mzungus or the Brads, Becky's, right?
Right.
I think they fear that FBAs are going to make America better, greater, and also FBAs have more intellectual capacity, power.
And then on top of that, there too, Michael, what they are in fear of, man, is retribution. They're in fear of an insurrection. You see what I mean? And I believe Newton had said something to that, man. Where Newton had stated on a Sally Jesse Raphael show shortly before he was murdered, he says, anytime that you take away the slave image of the black male, you're going to scare white people.
Yep.
Yes, I looked it up while you were talking, Michael. So San Francisco, when that implemented the Karen Act, caution against racially exploitive non-emergencies acts. The ordinance is illegal to fabricate a 911 report based on racial, religious, or other discriminatory bias, giving victims the right to sue the caller in civil court for damages. The New York State enacted legislation in August of 2020, Senate Bill S 8496, that allowed individuals to bring a civil action against someone who summons police without reason based on race, national origin, gender, or other protected characteristics. Then Oregon, Oregon.
Right.
Sundown State is a damn sundown town.
Mhm.
HB 3916, Oregon passed a law enabling victims of bias-based false 911 reports to seek legal damages or civil damages up to $250 or actual damages caused by the call. Then Washington D.C. and other cities, several other municipalities and state legislators have introduced several bills to elevate penalties for biased false reporting, creating civil causes of action, or enhance criminal misdemeanors or felonies.
Yeah. So what that is, that there is a discouragement for people to report hate crimes, particularly against us.
By
Yeah,
making
it's
it
just,
very ambiguous, broad,
exactly.
and also it's also diluted. So that's why I think why Jesse Sabaka and Freeman say it's time for anti-hate crime for American freedom, separate from the ambiguous
Right.
Karen laws.
Right.
Exactly.
Specifically for us, because we're still the victim of hate crimes in this country.
Exactly. And it must be made plain in language that the general public can understand.
Right.
So that was another case that Newton man had took up before Alameda County.
Yep.
Yeah, it's too ambiguous. Any statute that is so ambiguous that it cannot be understood by the common man is not a statute. See?
Exactly. Yeah, and also Oregon. Oh, I remember Phil Scott talked about Oregon became the first state to pass a Karen law, where the penalty for Karens or Brads making false police reports or making false calls is only $1,000. And Phil Scott said it needs to be higher. It needs to be at least 10,000 and up.
Yeah, I just read all that, Michael.
Oh, I'm saying Oregon. Oregon 20. I think in Oregon that was in 2018.
Yeah, I read Oregon, I read New York, I read California, and I read Washington D.C. and other cities.
Right.
Yeah.
And Jesse, what do you think it would take for Colorado to implement similar laws like New York, California, and Oregon?
The political will. That's what it would take. Well, I was just looking it up while you were, because I kind of figured you were going to ask that question. So we already have existing legislative framework in Colorado for that.
Right.
We have under Colorado Revised Statute 189-121. A person commits a bias motivated crime if they intimidate or harass someone based on race, color, ethnicity, or other protected characteristics. We have false reporting to authorities under CRS 18-8-111. It is illegal to knowingly make a false report of a crime or emergency to law enforcement. And then we have Senate Bill 23-249, which is bias motivated emergency reports that was passed in 2023. Law updated false emergency reporting standards, specifically adding false emergency reporting to the bias motivated in the Colorado Victim Rights Act.
Right. And so this basically ties into an anti-hate crime by setting the penalty, setting the penalties, setting the dollar amount or fines higher.
Yeah, it's a civil court, but there should be a criminal element
Criminal
to
court. So with a criminal court, it'll be much higher than a civil court.
Right. Well, if it was a full-fledged anti-Black, anti-FBA hate crime, yes.
Yeah.
If that law existed and it was actually being enforced, because we got to keep this in mind. Even if we get a law, Black family, we have to have an enforcement mechanism to make sure that shit is enforced.
Exactly.
So and choose when to use it and when they don't want to use it.
Right.
Exactly.
And so, Jesse, when you say enforcement, do you mean like getting the law enforcement on code and making the penalties excessive?
All of that, getting them on code, making sure there is a serious penalty if you are caught doing that, and basically making it a specific deterrence that if you F with FBA, you're gonna have consequences to pay.
Right. And so, for at the state level, you think the penalties should be at least what, $2 billion or at least $1 million?
At least in the thousands, Michael.
Thousands. Well, why not millions? Because I'm sure for $1 million, it's going to force other groups of people to think twice, 3 times, 4 times.
Oh yeah.
Million would be good too. I mean, I'm not rolling $1 million out, but
right.
Start with penalties. Penalties usually are starting the thousands or the hundreds. At the very least, 10,000.
Right, 10,000. Yeah, definitely $10,000 agreement, and it's like what Phyllis Scott said a couple of years ago. When you remember that sister who was I think she was a state senator in Oregon, if I remember correctly, and she set the penalty too low at $1,000 for hate crimes.
Yeah, it should be much higher than that.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you think
actually it should be all their total assets?
Yep. And Jesse, do you
cars, houses, bank accounts, stocks,
yep,
copyrights,
property, property,
yeah, property, all that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, restitution
or forfeiture.
It
should be asset forfeiture if you harm an FBA.
Right, the government comes to, like, the court comes to take the racist people's homes, cars, and property and give it to the FBAs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she probably was. I wouldn't be surprised.
But yeah, Jesse. Yeah, but anyways, like Jesse Walker. So that FBA sister in Oregon, when she proposed the anti-hate crime bill for $1,000, do you think she was like too scared to go higher to aim higher at $10,000?
And she was doing it as a trial run.
Trial run?
A pilot program to see how it would work. So the key differences between our Caring Act, or combination of what would be a Caring Act, unlike San Francisco's Caring Act or California's state civil frameworks, which explicitly allow victims of discriminatory 911 calls to sue the caller directly for civil damages. Colorado relies primarily on public prosecutors. So it's all under the prosecution's discretion, charging offenders under existing false reporting. So they have to have a pattern of this in order for them to actually face any kind of
Consequence. Civil. So in other words, it has to be like a pattern, like over time, not overnight.
Right.
Wow.
So they have to have existing false reporting and bias motivated crime statutes rather than a distinct civil cause of action.
Right. So it has to be like it has to be like a proof for law enforcement to take this matter very seriously.
But they have something where they can they basically get a strike on their record, if you will.
Right.
And we're trying to make it where, well, if we end the qualified immunity in all 50 states, then that record's gonna follow them everywhere they go.
Yes. So make it more like statewide and nationwide, in other words, rather than like having like giving it to the hands of localities, where that localities don't have a lot of access to access to people's past records.
Right.
Right. And then also too, Michael, see that they will pick up a momentum from the municipal and the state level into the federal level.
And the federal and the state and a local database that keeps track of all of these offenders and law enforcement.
Right. And speaking, Justin, speaking about the last virtual anti-hate crime for American Freedmen meeting we attended, were there anything you feel like I needed to expand on more on at that last meeting in terms of the policy provisions, enforcement?
No, I think you did a real good job, Michael. I think you hit all the points that needed to be hit, and you did a good job of articulating yourself, or articulating the need for this.
Right. I meant to say, like, in terms of like the policy, the statutory language, in terms of like making the enforcement stronger.
Well, then it becomes a state rights issue.
Exactly.
Okay.
You see, that's what I mean, Michael, about how it's too ambiguous. You see, it's not clear cut. It's got all these self-made hurdles, up in it. You see what I'm saying? That's the problem right there. You say
all three levels of government has to be at the federal, the state, and the local.
Right.
So in other words, I see. Okay, got it. So in other words, so what we advocated at the last meeting, we couldn't make it very tight in the language. So it has to be kind of like statutory, but a little bit general. In other words, it's really up to the state and localities to enforce it.
Right.
See, the feds are going to be the main mechanism armed to enforce it.
Exactly. Because they override everybody.
The state's going to have to follow suit, or they're going to lose funding. They're going to lose.
Exactly.
Right.
You see,
that trickles down into the local, because the local ain't going to get nothing from the state if they ain't getting nothing from the federal.
Exactly.
How would How would you tell your Republican state assemblies that they don't want to comply with federal? They said this needs to be about federalism. In other words, limited
state rights shit come in. Those are the main ones that talking about, well, it's state rights.
Yeah, exactly.
Rights. And you're gonna have to adhere to it, otherwise you ain't getting no damn funding. So states like Mississippi that continue to practice these open lynchings and try to cover the shit up, the federal government's gonna come down on you, make you report that this is an anti-Black, anti-FBA hate crime bill, and you need to be charged and convicted as such. The whole state of Mississippi, because you're all complicit.
Yeah. Yeah. See,
and down on that state rights. Well, this federal can't tell the states what to do. Yes, the hell they can, and you're gonna lose your goddamn funding if you don't comply.
Right, exactly.
Protected group. You harm a Jewish a small hat.
Mm-hmm.
Penalties you have. Can we have something equivalent to that?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, how would you like explain to like the older FBAs in Mississippi who are like, nah, we're good? What would you say to them as a rebuttal?
Are your kids good? Are your grandkids good? Are your great grandkids good?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's who this is going to protect.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. You see? And then also too, Che, not getting off topic right here. Somebody just hit me, man, on my Facebook, man, talking about let's go Broncos, man. I think he heard me say put the ponies in the barn.
Shout out to that Bronco fan. Yes.
Man.
Ponies, right.
Rivalries, in fact, we can't stand you Gators.
Yeah, well, I already told them, Che, to change their name or leave town. You know what I'm saying? Cold part about it is a lot of the Raider fans agreed with me. You know?
In trash.
Yeah. Well, and Jesse, guess what? Steve Atwater is going to be added to the Broncos radio local station for this upcoming season.
Okay, that's what's up. Shout out to
Yeah.
Alex. That was one of the best damn safeties in the game. Shout out to Atwater.
Yeah, what's a local station for Denver Broncos radio station? Is it KZULL?
KUSA.
KUSA.
Okay,
yeah.
USA.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm switching phones, brother Che.
Yep.
Yeah.
8:50 a.m.
Yep. So you're definitely going to hear a lot from Steve Atwater this upcoming season with his exciting analysis.
Oh yeah, that would be. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah. And he's going to motivate the players to play hard. Sorry.
Gotta put one of them on mute because he's like echoing really bad. But let me play this last clip on this lynching in Mississippi, the latest lynching in Mississippi that we know about, because it's probably more. Because you see how delayed this is. We just now found about this shit. What, 5 days later? It was the same thing with. I'm starting to lose count. I'm starting to lose count, and that's just this year.
We begin with this breaking news tonight. A body has been found in Jackson. The body of a woman was found in the 500 block of Road of Remembrance in West Jackson. That's near West Capitol Street. Hinds County Coroner Jeremiah Howard tells 3 on Your Side the woman was found behind a house on Road of Remembrance. He says the body will be sent to the state crime lab for an autopsy. This is a death investigation, and Jackson police will handle the case. JPD says crime scene investigators are working to determine the circumstances surrounding the death of the unidentified Black female.
All right, peace and blessings. Peace and blessings. All praises due to the Most High. And earlier this year, we had the young lady, Juliana Nzita. And after that, we had Tonea Miller down in Florida. Nzita was right here in North Carolina and Charlotte. And now we have this unidentified woman who authorities say was found behind a vacant house in Jackson, Mississippi, hanging from a tree. Now, this article didn't say as much, but I'm going to play another article which is going to tell you blatantly that she was found hanging from the tree. Now, this is on the heels of the Nolan Wells case, in which everybody believes that was an orchestrated lynching. And, you know, the history of Mississippi with the racism and the numerous lynchings throughout history. And there is a photo of this young lady, and I'm going to show you that photo, and we're going to analyze that photo, because the photo actually shows that there is no way that she could have done this to herself. And it's ironic that where she was found at, the road to remembrance, I don't think that is a coincidence. It seems that the racist white supremacists are revving up their remembering, or their reminders of who they are and how evil they are. Just take a listen to this article, then I'll be right back, and we're going to analyze this alleged photo of the young lady in that state.
Details now on a woman's body found in Jackson last night. Hinds County Coroner Jeremiah Howard tells us the Black female was found hanging from a tree in the backyard of a home in the 500 block of Road of Remembrance. Jackson police are treating the case as a death investigation. Howard says the woman's body was taken to the state medical examiner's office for an autopsy. Her identity has not been released.
And as you see, both news stories were very short, very vague, and the woman's identity has not been released. Now, once again, this happened in Jackson, Mississippi. Earlier this year, in the Department of Public Safety, a box full of KKK material was found. Now, the Department of Public Safety is law enforcement, and many people believe that in order for these things to happen as they do, many people believe law enforcement have to be involved. And if you have a bunch of KKK materials in a state law enforcement building, then that should tell you that these law enforcement officers are or may be involved with the Klan. And ironically or surprisingly, the coroner and the medical examiner have not ruled this a self-unalivement. And when you see the picture, you are going to know why. They are treating this as a death investigation, and they say they are working to find out the circumstances surrounding this death. But just take a look at this picture real quick. And there you see it right there. And they have the praying hands over her face. But you can tell from the position of the body, especially the arms. If you are suspended in the air, your arms will be hanging from your side, right, or to your side. But in this picture, you see her arms are above her head, or even tied behind her head or around her neck. How they did us. And this is a verified picture of the scene. And so, you know, if someone's hands are tied in that manner, there is no way that they can do this to themselves. Right. And so I wonder how they are going to play this investigation. Once again, on the heels where everybody is watching Mississippi. And this may be, once again, another dog whistle, as one Grand Imperial Wizard said, to wake up the white sheep and encourage them to continue acts like this. And the scripture speaks of these evil beings. Isaiah 59:7 says, their feet run to evil, and they are swift to shed innocent blood. Their thoughts are thoughts of iniquity. Desolation and destruction are in their highways. And this scripture has been applicable to Mississippi and many other lands in this United States of America. And so this, once again, just happened a day or two ago, and not a lot of exposure, not a lot of talking, just like that of Juliana Enzita and Tonea Miller down there. So once again, our brothers and sisters, we must be aware that we are under attack. People are hating us without cause, and our enemies are more than the hairs on our head. And so prayers to that young lady's family. Hopefully more information will be released, but this could not be ruled self-unalivement strictly because of the picture that you see. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this video in the comments. Y'all see the number 919-587-7782. Thank y'all for liking, watching, sharing, and subscribing to the channel. And as always, I pray you have peace and blessings. And
thank you for doing the same for Frontline Black News. All right, thank you, Taylor House, for that visual.
Yeah.
We didn't get the visual of the clips, so.
Okay, and what I'm going to have to do, Brother Chair, I'm going to have to branch off right now because, like I said, I got a lot of crap, to do in the morning, man. It's all positive, you know what I mean? And then, so appreciate, our people coming in, Michael, yourself, what have you. Also to Goddess Navi, those, supporting us in the comment section, and definitely subscribe to the YouTube channel, GenUp1, so I could start going live. Okay, so with all that being said, I'm going to bid everybody a good night, Brother Che, and I'll give you a call tomorrow.
Okay, Shabaka, thank you for joining us. Yeah,
okay.
Shabaka, thank you so much for your wisdom input.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so very, very much for having me. Okay, so I'll be speaking with you gentlemen tomorrow, you know what I'm saying? And I'll be speaking with you probably tomorrow in the afternoon, Brother Che.
Okay, Shabaka, have a good night.
Oh, yeah,
all right, you too.
Stay safe.
Okay, Michael. All right, and thanks for holding it down. And come on up, Goddess Navi, and speak as well, too.
We got DSB in the building, too, Shabaka.
Yeah.
Okay, shout out there to DSB. Yeah, okay, without a doubt, without a doubt. Okay, so y'all have a nice night and be safe. Always be safe.
And always have your tools ready too.
Huh?
You always said make sure to have your tools ready.
Oh, yes, sir. Absolutely, man. Yeah. Yeah, keep your tools sharp, you know what I'm saying? Because it only takes half a second, you know what I'm saying, to get messed around, All right. Okay, Brother Che, I'll be giving you a call tomorrow, sir. You know what I'm saying? And also, too, Michael, thanks for your input. Also, too, thank Cal Dog, Jay Militant, Goddess Navi, and the whole crew. All right. So bidding you all a good night from Las Vegas, Nevada. All right. Take care. Yeah, and come on, 7-Eleven. And it's only a pleasant 98 degrees right now. That's all. You know what I'm saying? So that's our wind chill. We'll probably get down about 90 degrees before sunrise. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. And also, too, Brother Jay, preseason, man, is almost here.
I know, Shabaka. Y'all ain't doing nothing. Y'all ain't going nowhere.
man, put them ponies back in the barn, man. And have them.
Bottom of the hull of the ship, at the bottom of the
man, they rock bottom, man. I already told them, man, leave town or change their name. You know what I'm saying, man? It's ridiculous, man. It really is.
Yeah.
Okay, folks. This is Shabaka Sankora signing off from Las Vegas, Nevada. Come on, 7-Eleven. All right, talk to you all soon.
All right, talk to you later. All right, Shabaka.
All right, so this is clearly a lynching. Thank you, Shabaka, for joining us. This is clearly a lynching, and we're going to continue to call it out as such, along with the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 previous other lynchings that have occurred this year in the South. And it's not just the South. They have
North, East, West,
all over this 48 mainland states.
Yeah.
They are killing us and lynching us and getting away with it. And while we were speaking and watching these clips, I looked it up. There is no specific federal laws explicitly named anti-Black or anti-FBA, foundational Black American hate crime law, anti-Black violence, and bias motivated crimes are governed and pursued under key federal and state hate crime statutes, as well as proposed legislative measures pushed by civil rights advocates. And you already know which ones those are: the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd, the Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act. Okay. Yep. Where's the enforcement of this?
None. no enforcement at all, especially with the anti-lynching act signed by President Joe Biden, and he signed it into law in, I think, in 2022 or 2023.
Mhm.
It was just symbolism. It didn't have any substance or
I'll
any
listen to it. It said making lynching a distinct federal hate crime punishable by up to 30 years in prison
person.
if a conspiracy results in death or serious bodily harm.
Mm-hmm. Right. And I'm sure when you read that bill, Jesse, it was like very ambiguous, broad, had no specific enforcement.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
irritating. I think we covered it when it first came out. Then, of course, the Civil Rights Act of 1968 prohibits using or threatening force to interfere with a person's civil rights, such as voting, attending school, or using public accommodations on the basis of race, color, religion, or national origin. And
Right.
conspiracy against rights makes it a felony for two or more people to conspire to injure, oppress, threaten, or intimidate anyone exercising constitutional or federally statutory rights.
Yeah.
Where's the enforcement of any of this when it pertains to us? Nowhere to be found.
And you know the Matthew Stafford Act and the Matthew Stafford Bird Act was signed by President Barack Obama in 2009.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They were up. Well, I think they're sleeping now, but they were just up. Nobby was asking about the babies, the B1 kittens.
Goodness, yeah. How are your kittens doing today, Jesse?
Oh my God. I think Amaru knocked up Khalifa.
Oh wow. Did you
And
have to break up the fight between them?
yes, several.
Several. How
Yeah.
about Lady Say? She has pets too.
Yeah, she got the dog.
She got a dog.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Is it a German Shepherd?
No, it's a Labrador. No, it's a Doberman Rottweiler mix.
Mm-hmm. Right.
She's a vicious Crip dog. That's a Crip dog.
Crip
That
dog.
barks at slobs, the police, and tethers.
Right. Man, you know Taylor House. I noticed that Taylor House, he tends to report more detailed coverage compared with Philip Scott. Have you noticed?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit.
Taylor House, he's more like, yeah, he's more blatant with it. Like,
Right, because I thought Philip Scott would be more blatant as well. You know what I mean?
well, Uncle Phil has a brand to uphold. So,
Which is the African Diaspora News Channel, right?
yeah, it might be a Grand Pappy.
I see. Because I noticed when I watched Philip Scott, because what you covered, like what you covered today, Philip Scott will not cover this until like a couple days later.
Yeah, I mean, I've noticed like a lot of people wait, until the story unfolds before they go live. Because usually those that get the break on the story, they have to go back and retract what they said or update their information because it's just that fresh. And news is coming in real time now, so it's a whole lot to keep up with. But
right,
yeah, a lot of people are waiting now before they report on stuff. And you see it's mainly in the South. We're finding out about these things later and later.
Yep.
Like if this happened in Colorado or California, the whole nation would know. But since it's Mississippi or Georgia or North or South Carolina, it takes a whole damn week before we find out about this. Yeah, I think Nobby, I think he is. He's been prowling around and all of that too.
So Jesse, did you feed your pets food today?
Of course, I feed them every day. They don't miss no meals.
I guess because they're probably like hungry for more.
Man, these cats are spoiled. They ain't missing the meal since I got them.
Oh man. Man, you're very handy. I don't know how you balance both, making making a meal for yourself and then making meals for them.
Well, they eat pretty much dry food and a little bit of wet food, so
Right.
I just make sure I got plenty of it for them and plenty of litter.
Hmm.
Lord knows they are dropping serious loads now.
Yeah. I'll tell you this. I noticed the Karens and Brads, they like to walk their dogs to Starbucks. I'm sure you noticed.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take her to the vet if she prego.
Hmm. Yeah. You know what they say? Karens with dogs, it tends to be more covert.
Yeah, but they care more about dogs than people. So
People, yes, yes. That's very true.
if you do something to a dog, like for instance, if you leave a dog out in the cold,
Uh-huh.
that's a crime and you go to jail.
Oh
But if
my.
a human out in the cold, so
Right. Remember that Michael Vick case when the dog attacked?
yeah, they still ain't let him live that down. He'll never live that down. They'll
Hmm.
always bring that shit up. Every time his name come up, that'll be the first thing they'll bring up.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Was it so Michael Vick's dog attacked another pet or attacked a human being?
I think it was another pet, and they did.
Another pet.
But let me look it up, Shabaki. Michael, sorry, I called you Shabaki.
Oh,
So
sorry.
referring to Shabaki. Let me look that up, Michael.
Sir.
Because they originally they charged him with dog fighting.
Mm-hmm.
Doing that, I'm gonna move to the next topic, and that is Andrew Bussy Gillum and Roly Poly Martin.
Yeah.
Like Truth gonna give us an update on that. So, what?
You know, you can always call Roly Poly more than fat. You know that, Jesse.
It's just how she's moving, Nabi. How she's been acting lately. It just seems like something happened while I was, because I left them unattended for like a day, so ain't no telling what could have happened during that day.
Right.
And when I got back, the carriers were all on the floor, but everything else was untouched.
Untouched.
Yeah, it's been 25 years now, like 9/11. Yeah.
Yeah, 9/11. Yep.
It'll be 20 years.
Yeah, I noticed like the post 9/11. Have you noticed that during the the post 9/11, Americans are getting more bold and bold. Have you noticed, Jesse?
Post 9/11, they were
Yeah,
getting
meaning like like
it's
what I
hard to
mean is yeah, when I mean like post 9/11, you've seen like more aggressive drivers.
I mean, I seen them before that, especially in like California. California was like a fight every day.
Every day. No wonder why California gets a lot of news coverage. Nationally.
Yeah, they charged her with transport and conspiracy to travel,
Mm-hmm.
interstate commerce, and aid or unlawful acts, gambling. Then they charged them with conspiring to sponsor and exhibit an animal fighting venture. That's the main thing. And then they charged them in Virginia, where you're at, Michael, for engaging and promoting dog fighting and beating and killing canines.
Canines. Because I thought the situation happened in Georgia when at that time he was playing for the Atlanta Falcons.
No, apparently it was in Virginia.
Oh, okay, Virginia, right. Because I know he played football at Virginia Tech.
Yeah, so it was in
Right.
Virginia.
I see.
He entered a federal plea agreement on August 27th, 2007, pleading guilty to one federal count of conspiracy to operate an interstate dogfighting ring. In December 2007, Judge Henry E. Hudson sentenced him to 23 months in federal prison. In November 2008, he reached a plea agreement on the Virginia state charges, pleading guilty to one state count of dogfighting, while the animal cruelty charge was dismissed.
Wow, yeah, because I remember he served jail time, man. That was stiff.
Yeah, especially then.
Oh yeah, Virginia's very stiff. How about in Colorado? He only had to serve like less. He wouldn't have to serve like more than a year in prison, right? Michael Vick.
No, he probably would have to serve at least a year here.
Right.
What if? Let me ask Gemini. What if this?
Yeah.
What was it?
Yeah, that's a great. Yeah, it's a great point on God's not like how they caught and convicted Michael Vick when he was not even present at his address.
Michael, which you'll come to understand if you don't understand by now, they will go out of their way to pin something on us, especially NFL star like him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they had it out for him. And then he has a black wife too.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he's married. Yeah.
Yeah, they definitely had it out for him. If I asked them, I'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they brought the cameras. He would get a first degree official misconduct, which would be up to 364 days in jail and fines up to $1,000 and mandatory reporting. Let's see. This is like completely different from what I asked. But okay, Gemini. It's talking about flock cameras.
Oh yeah, sorry. The flock cameras is in Georgia. Sorry, I found on Twitter.
He suffered years of repercussions after that. Yeah, he did, Nabi.
Yeah, very serious, right? And fortunately, Michael Vick, I think Tony Dungy found Michael Vick and gave him opportunity.
Yeah, he did. Shout out to Tony Dungy for doing that. For the Pittsburgh Steelers. Yeah.
Yeah. Would you say Tony Dungy's FBA, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That Roethlisberger though, that motherfucker was raping everything.
And Ben Roethlisberger, Big Ben, got off spots 3.
So he's white.
White, right?
If he would have been any other, then he would have been kicked out the league. They would have kicked him out immediately. They let that shit for years.
Yeah. And I remember Ben Roethlisberger, the Big Ben said in 2011, "I did not do anything
I'll
wrong."
say that. Just like Brett Favre was, I didn't do nothing wrong with the welfare scandal.
Right. Oh man, can you imagine Reggie White? If Reggie White was still alive today, can you imagine him praising Brett Favre?
You talk about a raccoon.
Yeah.
Raccoon. I noticed a lot of these NBA and NFL stars are raccoons, Michael.
Right. Yeah, and even brother Reggie White identified the perpetrators who burned down his church in the mid-90s.
Oh yeah, that's good. At least he did that.
Yeah, in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so let me get to Bussy and Roly Poly.
Roly Poly Morton. Yeah. That's right. Our God is, Michael Vick. Yep.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like, as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address.
Yeah, I agree.
By now, I'm sure that everyone's heard the completely unfounded rumors circulating online about Roly Poly Martin. Yes, Roland Martin's name is in the internet streets again, and as usual, it's not for anything good. I'm sorry, I know it's juvenile as hell, but the jokes write themselves on this one. First of all, though, to be fair, this is all just internet gossip. But truth be told, believe it or not, as tempting as it would be to make sport of Butterball Martin and dunk on him, the truth is, if what are right now just rumors do happen to pan out to be true in the future, then it was nonetheless the result of an illegal video having been taken. But on top of that, to me, holding Roly-Poly up for ridicule, which would break anyone's back, is only useful for showing how stupid the DNC shills are and the bootleg class is. Well, at least these totally unfounded rumors didn't involve a man. But speaking of someone who has been confirmed of having been in a hotel room with other men, Andrew Big Bussy Gillum is also back in the news again. Just goes to show trouble comes in twos when it comes to bootlicks. Exactly a month after he was arrested on drug charges in Alabama, Gillum's back in the hoosgow again. Seems that he failed to report for a drug test on a date that he was scheduled to appear, and he was subsequently tested during a court appearance on Thursday. Gillum's test came back positive for meth, and he's been taken back into custody. The court order in this case also made multiple references to Drug Court, which is an alternative program for first-time drug-related offenders that is rehabilitation-focused and can include charge dismissal upon completion. Well, in Andrew Gillum's case, I think that plan suffered something of a setback. And just to show that he's still pining away, hoping the Democrats will give him another chance, on July 4th of this year, he was at Essence Fest in New Orleans. It was a bootleg jamboree, too. His now former pals from Native Land Pod were there, Bakari Sellout and Angela Rye with lettuce and tomatoes on the side, along with Jasmine Crockett. You see, they were together to take part in a so-called panel on the 2026 midterms. But mostly they were complaining that Black people weren't so enthused about voting for nothing anymore.
First of all, I just want to thank my sister Jasmine. Look, at the end of the day, I think it's really important that I want to hone into the point of the folks who did not answer the question that they belong either or, which is the scary part for me as we approach the midterm general election, right? So many people are so upset. They are staying home. They are not engaged. They are not informed. And that is what's going to make us lose big if we don't get out and we don't get people out to vote, especially those who look like us. They are disengaged and not informed. And it's because of, number one, we can talk about a lot of things of why it's like that, but specifically around candidates' messaging and how they're talking about how they're going to help you. Are they meeting you where you are, where you're at, to talk about the things that matter to you most in your life? And at the end of the day, they're just not meeting the moment of that. But at the same time, we know that that doesn't mean we need to stay at home. We cannot stay at home at all.
Now, I don't know if there was any music going on at Essence Fest, but this was a joint chorus of complaint. But this is what Andrew Gillum was doing right after his arrest last month. His first instinct, go to New Orleans to help turn Essence Fest into a surprise DNC campaign stop.
You know, Ashley Etienne actually just did an article that was published by Essence. And in this article, she said that when they did this autopsy of what happened with the DNC and where they spent the money, 1% of the money went to Black folk, went to Blacc Media, went to Black outreach. 1%. Do you know who is the most loyal to the Democratic Party? It is Black people. So you had 93% of Black women vote for the Democratic nominee, and close to 80% of Black men vote for the Democratic nominee, and we lost, and they continue to spend money sinking it into people that were never coming to support our party.
Yeah, at this late date, they start trying to sound a little bit like us, but mostly they're complaining about what money they didn't get from the Democratic Party. That's what this really is. This is a joint chorus of complaint about how come the DNC didn't throw us some more money. That's what they're really thinking about. How come the Democratic Party isn't taking care of them? And that being the case, instead of these guys being honest with Black folks, all of a sudden they don't discover their anger and indignation until they're on the outs, because that's what all those people have in common. These are all a bunch of bootlicks who thought that they were on the team and wound up being unceremoniously thrown out on their ear. And you got a couple of them who apparently are in the sights of Trump's DOJ. And that being the case, they're looking around and wondering where all their Democratic buddies are at. Well, they're at the same place that they were at when they weren't doing anything for the Black constituents, when these were the very people telling Black people to vote for the Democratic Party. Now here these guys are when they got nothing left to lose because they've already lost everything to the Democrats. And now here they are talking all tough. Who the hell are they trying to fool? And for a bunch of thwarted politicos who were just so worried about the fate of the Black political class, They sure do seem to be smiling a lot, aren't they? Certainly in a good mood, except for Angela Rye. She's still hoping that she can get a weekend gig on MSNBC or something. You can see the desperation in her empty little eyes. Hell, even the breakfast schlubs have stopped returning her phone calls. But this was Andrew Gillum's priority after his arrest. He should have been laser focused on trying to handle his case. Instead, it was business as usual, for his would-be white employers at least. Like I tell you, these bootlicks are on a kamikaze mission, and they're trying to take the rest of us with them. And don't you know that if Roly had been down there, he'd have been cheesing it up right along with the rest of them. So this gang of do-nothings, instead of being honest and talking about how they've refused to offer black voters anything, they instead whine that black people just don't seem to understand how important it is for them to vote for the Democrats. And they blame the black voters for why they'll probably lose in November instead of blaming themselves. See, this is what the white powers that be do when it comes to these tools like Andrew Gillum. First, they start off by watching them, observe them, see how much self-control these tools have. White power will test a prospective tool, go ahead and tempt them, offer them some sort of vice, like drugs or interracial sexual access. That's what they do in Hollywood, and that's also what they do in political circles too. They try to figure out, hey, you know, what is it that you're into? Oh, Big Bussy Gillum seems to like dudes. Well, we got those too. And hey, maybe one of them might have offered him some narcotic. We don't know, but that could have been the way it went down. And that being the case, did he tell them, guys, I don't do that? Or was it a matter of, well, got to go along to get along, right? I don't know. And maybe I am getting soft in my old age. Maybe I'm getting somewhat sentimental and casting sympathy in all directions, which is not a good trait, by the way. But when I spoke on this before, I said that I hoped Andrew Gillum got himself some help, because to me, he seemed to clearly be spiraling. And while I don't want him in a position where his feckless bootlicking will only serve to harm black interests, I also know where this kind of thing leads to, and it's nowhere good. He's been arrested 2 times over the course of about a month, and both of those arrests have been drug-related, and it seems with the second one, there's not even a question of whether or not he was on drugs. Looks like they tested him, and he was. What that tells me is he's not able to help himself. This guy is not able to control this problem, and he needs to. Hanging out with Essence Fest with the rest of the bootlicks and trying to basically fake normal, this is not what you do when you're facing this kind of a crisis. And make no mistake, Andrew Gillum is in a crisis. Sure, it's a crisis of his own making, but it's a crisis nonetheless. And trying to just basically make it seem as if, hey, we got things on track, it's all under control, that was a bump in the road. No, that's not the reality. What happened to him this week, that is the reality. The lesson that people need to learn from the fall of Roly and Andrew Gillum is that only an idiot should think that the white powers that be don't have dirt on these people and that they got stuff away. How many times have we seen someone who white power put on, made them prominent, and then they get taken down by some dirt and it turns out that white power had it in their pocket from the very beginning, or at the very least they had it for a while. Joy Reid thought that she was on the team, and then they reminded her that they know all about her past blog posts where she was saying things critical of LGBT. They were sitting there holding that over her head for years. Just a reminder, go ahead and dirty her up a little bit. Oh, we're not going to throw her out just yet, but we do want to let her know we got this. The enemy has these chumps numbered from day one, not just because white power has no long-term plans for them, but because the enemy absolutely loves a cruel prank, especially one that takes a long time to pay off. Nothing happens in a vacuum under white supremacy. Whether it be their political parties or their white media, they work together. The administrative arm of white supremacy operates by the same rules as the propaganda arm, and with the exact same results. But I would say that the most telling thing of all with the fall of Roly and Andrew Gillum is that none of their pals, none of their bootlicks or their running buddies are coming to their rescue. Nobody's sticking up for them or even sticking their necks out for them. And those are just their fellow black bootlicks. Now, in the case of Roly, the alleged rumored video hasn't actually been seen by anyone. There's no actual hard proof that it actually exists. It's just basically people reading between the lines. But isn't it interesting how white media personalities who have been in these kind of situations get treated differently? Remember Jeffrey Toobin, the disgraced CNN talking head and the person who coined the term the race card during the O.J. Simpson trial? In his case, there wasn't a rumor self. Now, that wasn't a rumor. It was a fact. And yet he was on CNN and not in exile like Roly. And yet, how did CNN treat their favorite guest commentator? They had Jeffrey Toobin come on air to do a mea culpa, and then they just moved on, as if nothing had happened. Even other white media outlets, including Fox News, didn't hold it over Jeffrey Toobin's head. They let this disgusting little pervert's actions just fall down the memory hole. But that's what they did for a white man who was in his position. And in this case, those weren't rumors. They were facts. Roly and Andrew's former white media and political associates have not so much as spoken their names since Roly got bounced from CNN and Andrew lost his gubernatorial bid. See, when they're done with you, they're done. The job of the bootlicks is to sell the soap and to sell the black community out, but that doesn't get you any loyalty from white power. So while I don't have any ill will towards Andrew Gillum and I don't want to see anything bad happen to him, believe it or not, the truth of the matter is that he was on this slippery slope long before we ever heard his name. He didn't just pop up on those boats with strange white men by accident, and he didn't just pop up in that hotel room with a male escort by accident either. And when that hotel fiasco went down, he was also caught with meth then too. Now, you had a few of those little boule bootlicks out there who called themselves trying to stick up for him then. Some of them were even bold enough to speculate as to whether or not Gillum had been set up, though none of them wanted to actually talk about who most likely could have done it. And let's be honest here, Andrew Gillum, if he did get set up, it dang sure wasn't a GOP operation, that's for sure. They weren't close enough to him for that. And by the way, meth is primarily a drug used by white people, and yet you got Andrew Gillum. They got their hooks in him deep with that stuff. I'm not saying that meth is exclusively racial, but I am saying, why the world is it that meth in particular is what he got hooked on? And I'm not saying it makes him a bad person, but I do judge folks by the company they keep. Let this serve as a reminder to anyone toying with the idea of dancing with the devil, who look at these clowns, how the white media gives them attention, maybe a couple of throwaway dollars here and there, and they think to themselves, man, maybe I should try something like that. Let me tell you something. White power sets people up. It'll bring in drugs and skanks to compromise them. But let's be honest, with these fools, they're so eager to be close to white power, it's not really necessary to constantly blackmail them and hold it over their heads. You don't really need to coerce these guys to do white power's bidding. They'll obey massa and promote white power's interests regardless. So the white powers that be, they have the luxury of waiting to see when their tool either no longer is effective, as is the case with these bootlicks today, or if they prove to be defective by, talking back or being disobedient at some unknown future date. Either way, they got a way to get them back in line. Ever since he got exiled, Roly's been begging for some sort of political consulting gig with the Democratic Party, and he did manage to get something from Kamala Harris. They gave him a couple of shekels. But the only thing he did was to show the DNC that spending money on him was a complete waste of time and now he says they don't know how to reach black voters. That's roly-poly attempting to plant the idea in somebody's head that he has some kind of unique, singular knowledge of black voters, that he has some sort of bulletproof credibility with the black community. What he's actually saying is, mass, if you're going to hoodwink and bamboozle these sorry bastards out there, you're going to need to send one of their own to do it. That's what he's really saying. Hey, massa, I'm auditioning for a job to be your stalking horse, to be your sock puppet. You need to have one of their own sell the soap to them. You can't send some pasty white consultant in there. Why, they'll never listen to the James Carvilles and others. They're not going to listen to those people. You got to send in a black face to go ahead and sell the soap. So that's the job that he's actually auditioning for. So the Democrats need to pay him to be their stalking horse is what he's saying. Begging for butter biscuit crumbs. That's what he's been reduced to. And while he's managed to get some money from the Democrats, believe it or not, he's still on his little broom closet of a podcast because he's a safe, unthreatening Negro. He has no influence and hence no true importance. And at this point, no allies either. All those decades of people like him lecturing and finger wagging at the black grassroots about how we need to be towing the line for the Democrats because the black community is not going to get anything done without friends. That's a psychological insecurity that a lot of black folks have, and they've carried for a very long time. They know that that insecurity is there. So they like to poke at it and jab at it and see if that'll get black folks to start feeling insecure with themselves. And a lot of black folks do. But thanks to the efforts of the black grassroots led by the Blacc Media, there's been more and more black people who are starting to rediscover their confidence. And they're also starting to internalize that when black people get on code, we don't need any of these false friends that the roly-polies and the rest of these DNC shows are trying to sell us on. because we got something far better than friends. We've got family. That's what we want Black people to focus on. And as for Roly Poly, Gillum, and the rest of the bootlicks, after all these years and decades of lecturing us about how we need friends, here the two of them are, left out in the cold. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Alvin McGriff, Amir Miller, Leonard Cottingham, Cornell Sly, and Bruce Young. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
That's right, Professor. Thank you for the update on Andrew Bussy Gillum and Roly Poly.
Andrew Gillum back in
Two fingers in the butt, Martin. All right.
Sister Val.
We got Sister Val in the building. Salute, Sister Val. Thank you for coming through. Yeah, that's a good question, Nobby. Who did turn him out? I don't know. Probably a Nabisco.
Yeah, I remember Gillum got in trouble for having a relationship with a gay man.
Oh, yep.
2018.
He got caught in a whole room full of gay men, and it was hands all over the bed. He kept saying it was just alcohol. It was throw up. That's what he kept saying. It was throw up. It was throw up all over the bed. It was throw up. Like, no.
Right.
You was face down, A up, and the rest.
Well, I'm surprised Gillum's in trouble again for drugs. I thought he was like already clean.
No, clearly not. Like Professor Black Truth said, he's spiraling. Some 2 drug cases in a month. Yeah, dude is going through it right now.
Yeah. Have you noticed Angela Rye? You never hear Angela Rye getting in trouble.
Angela Rye got her walking papers. So like Professor Black Truth was saying, she's just trying to get another gig on CNN or MSNBC or something.
Mm-hmm. Right. Do you remember Angela Rye? She slammed her laptop when what's this Green Party? What's Joe Stein's running mate?
Bush Ware.
When Bush Ware and Joe Stein mentioned that they support reparations, and Angela Rye couldn't take it. So it's like, how could they be stealing our narratives?
It's not even they stealing our narratives. Them Democratic shills are trying to start talking like the new Blacc Media.
Yeah,
it's not working.
But were you surprised Angela Rye slammed her laptop?
No,
on the Breakfast Club.
Not Angela Rye with tomato on the side surprises me, Michael.
Yeah. Now I can see why Angela Rye is still single.
Right. He got to get himself together. Exactly, Val.
Mm-hmm.
He just turned 47 last month.
Oh man, but he's married, right?
Yeah.
Oh man, I think his wife probably needs to divorce him.
Yeah, let me see if they're still married. She probably separated from his ass since all this been going on.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. At Goddess, 47 years, he's like too old to do drugs. I'm like, come on, Andrew Gillum. I mean, he looks so different too. I can't recognize him at first.
No, he looks fucked up.
Mm-hmm. He looks like he's in like early 60s.
Doing drugs will do that to you, Michael.
Right.
The drug he doing meth. That's one of the worst drugs you could ever do. He needs to put down the drugs right now, Gillum, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, if Gillum decides to run for political office in the future, yeah, it's too late for him.
Yeah, it's over. I don't see him coming back from this, but stranger things have happened. Maybe he'll turn a new leaf and actually start doing something for Black people. And go out, because he was the former mayor of Tallahassee.
Yeah, Tallahassee, Florida. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I supported him in 2018. when he was running for governor of Florida.
Well, I think I did too, because he was running against the panties.
Mm-hmm.
And we couldn't have the panties, but then they got them all turned out. Somebody turned them out.
Yeah, it was probably like one of like probably someone who hit a camera inside the room.
This is beyond hitting the camera in the room. This dude is getting up, getting piped down. Like, it's just not a good look at all.
Yeah. I can't imagine Angela Rye. Can you imagine Angela Rye and Andrew Gillum being together?
Oh my God, Lord.
Like, I've never seen Angela Rye so passionate, you know what I mean? Like, upset.
She's just mad because he got cut off. All these mugs is auditioning for a job. That's why they got that bullshit ass podcast nobody watches. They're all auditioning for another job on CNN or MSNBC or a consulting job. That's what these Democratic shows do.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when Angela Rye, I mean, she makes so much money working at CNN. She could literally like start her own company.
Yeah, but nobody would support shit because she is a Democratic shield.
Yeah.
It's just like Roly Poly. The only time problems afoot is when they start losing money.
Mm-hmm.
Then it becomes all Black people's issue, and we need to get involved. We need to do this, and they need to send them more money. No, y'all don't hold the posts of Black people anymore. Them days are over. You're useless. You are a broken tool, and you're gonna get broken as such.
Right. Well, can you imagine Sister Soldier waking up Angela Rye? Can you imagine?
Sister Soldier, her time came and went. What she was talking about then, I wish people could hear it too. But now we've been on that type of energy.
Right.
At least 2019, 2020.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, I'm just saying, can you imagine Sister Soldier trying to get Angela Rye straight?
No, because she would already be calling her out. It would be like the last scene of. It would be like the last scene of a different world.
Mm-hmm. Right. And you think Angela Rye is not going to take it very well from Sister Soldier?
No.
Like a lot of you can definitely can imagine Angela Rye cussing out Sister Soldier. You know, Sister Soldier is correct.
Yep, I can see that.
Oh man. Ooh. Yeah, I just hope Andrew Gillum, recovers from this and fights for, reparations.
Gillum gonna F around and OD. He keep this shit up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll be working on that next. I hope not. But this type of stuff goes down. This is beyond political suicide.
Yeah.
We'll keep y'all updated on Bussy Gillum and Roly Poly Martin. So apparently, Andrew Bussy Gillum bail got revoked. So Tariq gonna give us an update on his bail getting revoked and what happened next.
The news again, Andrew Gillum was about to be the governor. He was very, very close to being the governor of Florida at one point. So Gillum, y'all know that they pulled him over some weeks back. They had they saw paraphernalia in his vehicle. He was already out on bond. He missed a required drug screening. And when he appeared in court, he was tested and he tested positive for methamphetamine. I love TikTok Shop. So this week, they revoked his bond and they ordered him back in custody.
So they put him back in the thing. He's back in jail. It's not a good look. You know, and I don't like that. I'm not trying to kick anybody when they're down. This is very unfortunate. This is very unfortunate. We want to see Andrew Gillum get the help he needs. Andrew Gillum has been spiraling for the last couple of years. Y'all know the whole situation a few years ago when he was caught in that hotel with them white men's. They all naked and there's bussy stains all over the place, and he's all knocked out. That was a horrible look. They wore him out. Whatever they did to him, he was so and unconscious, they wore him out. So, you know, that's when people saw that there was an issue with him. And now he's getting pulled over for meth and getting locked up for meth and all that stuff. So what lesson? I'd like to look at the larger lesson here. All right. See, this is why you got to understand how the dominant society deals with you. All right. Because remember, this man was very close to being the governor of Florida. And they're not going to let you get into certain positions without knowing what your get down is. Again, they knew, I'm assuming they knew that he had issues with the narcotic. They damn sure knew he had a hankering for pussy. Yeah, you think they didn't know? See, there's an illusion of organic elevation. All right. They act like these people are organic. No, 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 no. These people are astroturfed to the top. And they got to have insurance policies on them. See, those YT gatekeepers at the DNC, they don't organically elevate no black men to top tier positions without having an insurance policy in their back pocket now. So when you see the meteoric rise of a heavily funded black person that's pushed by the establishment, oh, no, 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 they got something on him. Oh, they got some on them. They vet and they select people who they know got some kind of exploitable vulnerabilities. You know, whether it's narcotic or some type of Bucci cat love or whatever, they got something on your ass. That's why they dangling those receipts in front of Roland Martin right now. They letting Roland know, you know, we got something on you, Roland. See, that's what the DNC does. You got to understand. See, a compromised black politician is a safe black politician to the dominant political establishment. See, if it was an uncompromised, unapologetic black man with no skeletons in his closet, and they get into those positions of high power, they can't be controlled. So they deliberately back individuals who got these severe personal flaws. And the establishment, they guarantee that politician's entire career and their public image is going to be dependent on how the gatekeepers keep their secrets hidden. They don't like black people who are really influential, who will use the media to garner real influence. They don't like that. They got to have something on you. You understand, family? Why do you think I'm attacked all the time? I want y'all to think about something. Y'all notice that me, Tariq Nasheed, I'm constantly being attacked online all the time, all day. I mean, it's coordinated, just rooms and rooms of people just digging to try to discredit me all the time. Now, why? Because I am one of the most influential black men in the United States. This is what the dominant society says. And I'm not controlled. Pan-African? Hello, Pan-African? He said, I'm a Fed? How does that work, Pan-African? Let's talk about that. How am I a Fed? What is the Fed mission? All right? What's the Fed mission? No, you don't have people disparaging Feds 24 hours a day. You don't have that. You understand? You don't have that. You're not getting on, so you're just saying stuff. But yeah, the thing is, I'm a heterosexual man with a wife and children and family, and I'm always with my children. I don't do nothing sexually weird, none of that stuff. No boy hole play at all. Nothing like that. Yeah. And I don't use narcotics at all. I've never used narcotics. You see? So they don't really have anything on me. So they got to manufacture stuff. So everything is always some weird reach, some weird discrediting tactic. You know what I'm saying? It's real interesting. Back in, Baba. Hop in, back in, Baba. Hop in, back in, Baba. Back in, Baba. Hop in, sir. Let's talk about it. Mr. Back in. Yeah, there you go. What's up, back in, Baba?
What's going on?
What's going on now? Your ethnicity. Where's your ethnicity? What's your ethnicity?
American Black.
Right. Where's your family from?
Virginia, Richmond.
Got it. You talked before, right?
Yeah.
Okay, what did we talk about last time?
I was asking, like, what programs or nonprofits do you have going on to actually benefit Black people?
More than you, right?
You don't know that. You don't know me.
I'm positive. You have no website.
I'm an MBE coordinator for the biggest capital project in Richmond.
What's the website?
Emerge Construction Group.
Hold on, let me look it up. Let's see your credentials here, sir. All right. Emerge. So yeah, what does a construction group have to do with you?
Well, I do MBE coordinating for Black contractors to get on the Diamond District. Is a stadium and development they're doing here in Richmond. We're bringing minority contractors.
Yeah, that's just a job. You just have a job, sir. That's not doing anything.
Well, it's a consulting gig, so you can say it's a job, but
that's just a job for yourself. Sir. That's a job
program. How do you benefit Black people? Because I came up here to ask you as the host.
Yeah, but more than you. Like I said, you're not benefiting anybody.
I know that you made a documentary and informed Black people on history, but
you haven't, and you haven't. But more than you. So
but you made money off of it. You benefited from it
because I put money
from a financial standpoint more than anybody else.
Because I put money into it and time and energy into it. It's called work, like you do at that construction.
No, definitely.
Yeah, you do work.
I mean, I don't benefit from everybody that gets a contract.
But
just act as a liaison.
You get paid at that construction job, right? You ain't doing it for free, right?
No.
Right. You get paid. I get paid for my work. So what are you talking about?
But I'm saying, how do you tangibly benefit Black people? Do you have a non-profit that
more than you, sir?
I'm asking you how, though. You're saying
if I went out and gave a homeless person a bologna sandwich, that's more than you. You haven't done anything, sir. You're not.
You don't know me. You're making assumptions. See, this is what you do. You want to attack, and you want to make it into something.
You're not going to crash out.
I'm asking you a question that you just can't answer.
And I'm answering it with a reflection of you. I do more than you, right?
No, you don't.
I do. You haven't done anything for the Black community. You're not. See, the problem is you're not qualified to ask me that because you haven't done anything. Only a person who has done way more than me could ask me that. You haven't.
Sir, you're double my age. Another thing is that I came up here to ask you, how do you benefit Black people?
Don't mean nothing, sir.
If you really was for the people, you'll be able to explain X, Y, and Z. I've done this for this amount of people. I've done this through this.
You're not at liberty. You're not at liberty because you haven't done anything, sir. And you're trying to blame it on you being younger.
So you don't think that MBE initiatives benefit Black people?
You have a job for yourself. You don't benefit.
I'm asking you a question.
You don't.
You're deflecting. You're deflecting everything.
Sir, you haven't benefited nobody but yourself. You're not at liberty to ask me, sir. Are you? What have you done for Black people?
I mean, we help Black companies get contracts all the time, literally.
So, no, that ain't your company, though. You're an employee. You're talking about a company.
I'm a consultant. I'm a contractor consultant. You don't know me. You think that you know me. You're making assumptions. What do you do to benefit Black people?
I don't.
I'm asking you a question.
You work for a white company, sir. That's a white company.
No, I don't. It's Black owned.
That's a white company, sir.
No, it's not. Michael Hopkins is a Black owner. See, you're making assumptions and you're talking out of pocket. I'm asking you a question. How do you benefit Black people? Besides just be a hate monger. All I've seen you do is just talk stuff to immigrants.
And all I see for you is just talk sassy and just babble.
You're sir. You're literally act like an auntie. Literally.
That's a projection, sir.
Nah. I saw your content.
No.
I saw your content.
Women ask what men do with their money. That's what women do.
No, I'm saying, how do you benefit Black people?
No. You
with your
ask
money, because you all I see you do is just hate monger and divide.
You know how feminine that is for a dude to ask what another man does with his money. That's very feminine.
Here you go. Here go another one of your tactics.
But
Dude, you literally are
You're
zesty,
projecting.
and you always trying to call somebody gay. How about we just focus on the topic at hand? How do you benefit Black people? How do you benefit Black American people?
More than you, and do you hear your lips?
How do you do it? I didn't say how much. How do you do it? How do you benefit? You're a content creator, bro. You create content so you can get engagement and make money off of it. You don't benefit Black people. I don't think you have intentions to benefit anybody.
More than yourself. So I'm doing better than you. So we're twins if I don't do that.
You don't know me.
You're
making assumptions again. Here you go, making more assumptions.
You're just being feminine. I've done way more.
Nah, you're making an ass out of yourself by making assumptions. You assumed I work for a white company. You assumed I was employee.
You are employed. You're an employee. You're just saying.
What do you do to benefit Black
You're just saying things. You're talking about you're a consultant. You're an employee.
Sir.
You're not consulting.
You asked me a question. I backed up everything you said. I'm asking you, what do you do to benefit Black people?
More than you. Right?
I didn't say how much. I said, what do you do to benefit Black people?
You're not qualified to ask me that.
How? I'm Black.
You're a punk. And who you done nothing.
Here you go. You want to bring, dude, you're zesty. Are you married? You like 50. Are you married?
Yeah.
You have children?
You're not.
You dye your hair black and want to get up here and talk like you all, bro. Come on now.
Now you trying to,
bro. Stop.
Now you're
this is not that. Sir, I went to HBCU. My family from.
Are you up here talking about hair now? You being a woman?
No.
Girl,
I'm saying that you want to be a woman. You
girl, those ain't your edges.
You're 50. You're not married.
Girl, those are your
You're
edges.
50 and you're not married, bro. You're not talking about sexuality.
Did you say I'm not married? Are you insane?
Are you? You still haven't answered how you've been.
Where is this punk from?
You want to go back and forth about sexuality?
Sir, this dude said I'm not married. Okay, you don't know anything. You don't know anything then. So you coming up here, not only are you assuming, you're lying. You don't know anything. You
Just
don't
like
know
you was assuming.
you don't know my background, sir. All right. You can't tell me anything that you've done. I can run down my resume. Sir, why do you think I'm the most influential Black man in the country?
Because you talk and you're sassy. That's
even the way you said
not
that.
Because
you sassy. You heard how you said that? Your bussy is whistling, sir. You sassy. You said that sassy. You projecting, sir. You're projecting. You ain't got no wife. You ain't got no woman. I have a woman. My wife is right in the house. I have a woman and kids. I have a bunch of kids, sir. And I've done more for the Black community than almost most people, sir. Do you know that?
But you're saying bussy on TikTok Live? You're a joke.
Because you're a punk.
No, you're a shock jock and you're a joke to me.
Okay, sassy girlfriend, get a pen. Let me give you my resume.
Sir, I literally have my...
Get it. Let me give you my resume. All right? Let me
my girl right here.
Your girl? Where? Let her say something.
She sleep. It's 2:40 in the morning. It's 2:40 in the morning.
If you don't stop. Now she sleep and you up here
Let
loud
me get
and
my
sassy.
girl.
You ain't got no girl. You a punk. I don't believe you have a girl. I don't believe Roland Martin is laying over there with your ass right now. You a punk, sir. And you know it.
You done with your tactics?
No.
How do you benefit Black people? You still ain't answer that question.
More than
Don't do it for me. Do it for your fans. Do it for the panel. Don't do it for me.
Sir, why do you think
Answer how do you benefit Black people? You still deflecting and ducking that question. When you answer
this, you know how punks do. They keep asking the same thing over and over. And when you try to, you keep talking over me like a woman. You just keep saying it because you don't want an answer. I can give you an answer. I've already given one, but I can give the resume. I'm very thorough. Oh, I'm very thorough, sir. Now, if you stop babbling like a biatch and write some stuff down, let's go. Let's break it down. Let me show you what I've done for the Black community. You want to go?
Go ahead.
You got your opinion? Are you going to talk over me like a little sassy thing? Now, sir, one thing I've done and produced the biggest best-selling Black history documentary series ever. Do you know
who did that benefit?
Right, clearly not.
Wait a minute. It benefited the Black community.
That benefited you more than any Black person that watched that documentary. I seen it.
I've produced 10 documentaries, sir. Every one of them were bestsellers, and they're taught in schools around the world, sir.
Did you give out any scholarships with the proceeds? With any of the proceeds?
Stop moving the goalpost. What kind of shit is this?
Bro, you talking about a
What did you give out some scholarships? Well, look, this punk, boy, they moving the goalposts because you don't want me to get down with the resume. You don't want me to get down with the damn resume. I can break the resume down, and all you're gonna do is move the goalpost. But did you feed some kids? Did you make bologna sandwiches? You just gonna move. You're just being sassy. Did you give out some scholarships for people? No. Did you give out scholarships, sir?
Nigga, you just told me about your discography. Get the fuck out of here. How do you benefit black people?
No. Did you give out scholarships to anybody? They teach my movies in schools all around the world, sir. Did they give you scholarship? Did you give out a scholarship?
I'm not answering no question.
You ain't done. You're not at liberty to ask me. Just that alone. Just my film discography. My filmography is better than anything you've done in your life, and it's more influential, sir. You haven't done anything.
50.
You haven't done anything, and your pussy is 50 inches wide, sir. And you're sitting up there working for a company. You don't do anything for nobody. You're just a sassy punk employee, sir. You walk around my office switching. All right. Yeah, you a sassy. All right, you just here to babble and talk to a man. Thank you very much. That's a punk. Yeah, I can just talk about one thing I've done. You don't want me to break down the resume. That right there trumps anything you've done. Pocket watching punk, on the clock, sassy thing. Yeah, he's flirting. Well, did you give out some scholarships? Who did that benefit? Don't move the damn goalpost. Well, sassy punk. Just want to whine to a man because you ain't done nothing. Well, the company I work for, we give contracts to the community. You're an employee, my nigga. You're an employee. You're not a consultant. That nigga's a damn janitor. He's a chambermaid. The hell out of here. That's a damn chambermaid. The hell out of here. Good Lord. A little jealous thing. No. Dude, I'm very thorough. You don't want to go resume to resume with me. You really don't want to do that. There's a reason why I am, and I say this humbly, the most influential black man in the United States. That's why I'm constantly targeted. I got way too much influence for my own good, and I don't even try. That's the thing. I don't even try. You understand? Yeah, I get things done. I'm just so thorough, and I'm just so thorough about getting things done. That has caused me to be very influential. All right? I said influential. You know, there's a difference between being influential and being notorious. All right? Let's be very clear. There's a big difference between being influential and being notorious. Family, do y'all know we raised $1 million in a month. And when I did that, boy, they sent all them alphabet agencies at me. When I raised $1 million in a month, they sent them all on me, boy. They sent alphabet folks on me so heavy. Yeah, when we start to do that, yeah, that's rare. When they see I'm telling you, you're gonna be on every agency's radar when you do some shit like that. Man. Oh, they got on me heavy when they saw that. They're like, uh-oh. When you do it from a grassroots perspective, I'm talking about you get that kind of money from the grass, you can raise that without white tea benevolence. That's very scary to the dominant society. I'm telling you, I started getting heavily attacked right after we raised that $1 million. Well, they start sending all types of folks, alphabet ass people, my way. You see? Oh, that was very, very heavy. They were like, oh, this Negro got way too much influence. and there's not a YT handler that can kind of yank the chain. And this goes back into the whole Gillum situation. This goes back to that. You see? See, the dominant society, they don't want a Black person who's influential to the point where they can just go rogue and use their platform to empower the Black grassroots collective, which is what I do. So the dominant society, they're going to elevate people who can easily be blackmailed, people who got little narcotic problems, little sexual hangups, so they can kind of yank their chain and threaten them. That's what they like. You see? See, the political system, they operate on this double standard when it comes to group economics and advocacy. See, politicians and public figures from other ethnic demographics, they are applauded, they're funded, they're encouraged when they start to secure specific legislation and funds for their community. Yet Black politicians and really Black public figures altogether, they're the only ones that's instructed to push a generalized, watered down minority people of color agenda. When Black influencers or Black political figures, when they try to get some tangible specifically for Black people, the establishment goes out of their way to try to neutralize them. It's always them trying to discredit. That's why they're always trying to discredit me, because they know I do a lot for the community, and that's the damn problem. These people ain't sending their operatives to attack me for nothing. They attack me because they know I put on for the community. They know that without any fear. They know this. Y'all remember during the whole Black Lives Matter era, man, I was out here getting people's charges dropped. We were bailing people out of jail. We were helping families. We're helping burying people because people didn't have it. It was a hard time during that time. And we were really bringing the community together and combating a lot of this systematic targeting. You understand? Let's be very clear. Who is this? Conscious moron. Okay, who is this person? Conscious moron? What you talking about, brother? All right, conscious moron, hop on in, sir, because people are just saying stuff. Conscious moron?
Yeah, I didn't know you was making baby Barack Obamas and Harris's out here with that white lady you with.
Okay. No,
congratulations. How's the FBA with a non-FBA?
Is that
interesting?
Now, you line supposed to be offensive? That's
no,
not
I'm just
offensive?
saying, do you have an
That's not
FBA
offensive.
woman?
You just said she's white. That's not offensive?
Do you have an FBA woman?
But you just said she's
You
white.
love Black people so much you got a non-FBA woman, Tariq.
Why'd you come up here? Okay, what's with these
You got a
punks?
non-FBA woman.
What's with these weird punks?
I don't want you, man. Trust me, I don't. I like women too much, bro.
No, you don't.
Stop
sir.
trying to
No-
flirt
no,
with me.
No man calls up lying about some man's wife. No heterosexual man does that, sir. No,
Your
sir,
wife.
sir. No heterosexual
Is she
man
FBA?
calls up lying about another man's wife.
So she not.
You just called up and lied and said she was white. You know how much of a punk you are, sir? Your pussy is dripping right now.
Is she Black?
Boy, you are big old. Get your sassy punk ass out of here. Okay, this Saturday night punk hour, did the punk clubs close? What's with these punks? Yeah, sir, yeah, you're not going to just call up here lying for some damn attention. You just want to talk to a man. That white woman, what color is she? You're just saying, you're not even having a real conversation. I thought you were going to have a conversation about some. You just want to talk to a man. Listen. I know a lot of. This is how punks flirt. I'm telling y'all, man.
I actually know who that is too. That was really so funny about the shit. I know exactly who that was that called in. He came on. He's come on other platforms talking that same nonsense. So he finally mustered up the courage to call Tariq, and that was the response.
This is how punks flirt with other men. They call up and act like they have some kind of political disagreement, and they just saying anything. So how do you feel about animal cruelty? I heard you got a dog. You're just saying anything. They just want to talk to a dude. I'm not going to just talk to no sassy nigga who's laying up in the bed oiled up. Yeah, he clearly a punk. And the other dude was a punk too, talking about this woman is there. Where's she at? She sleep. Yeah. Yeah, nigga. The woman is you. That's your alter ego, nigga. Yeah, nigga, you Sasha Fierce. You got a wig on your dresser that you put a wig on and you the other bitch. Oh, Sasha Fierce niggas. Yeah. Yeah. You put on drag and you the other woman. Stop it. All right. Oh, Lord. Boy, these punks. Yeah, punks, you're not going to get up here just lying and saying shit. Yeah, y'all just want to get up here, you get debunked, and you just want to say, I don't have punk conversations. You talk like a man and you get on somewhere. I ain't talking to no damn punk who's trying to flirt, just being sassy. What have you done? Well, what did you do a scholarship with all that money? Kind of goalpost moving is that? That's how women argue. That's how you argue with your lady. I ain't about to argue with no punk. I said sugar nipples. The punks usually come out heavy on Saturday nights. I noticed that. When it's Saturday nights, the punks be out because they ain't got to get up in the morning, so they be up just bussy popping and just doing shit. But understand, man, the dominant society, they like to keep a leash on certain people. And when they can't keep a leash on them, that's a problem. You understand? When they cannot keep a leash on them, that's a problem. All right, y'all raise the hands. Let me get the folks in here. HNIC, let's get, who we got? Oh, we got all the punks in here. This punk got my lady in the photograph. I bet that's Austin, though. Hold on. I bet that's Austin. Austin, is that you? I know that's Austin because that's the head punk. I bet that's Austin. Austin, is that you? Austin? Okay, Austin. Austin trying to be slick. Austin, is that you, punk? Okay, you're not saying nothing. All right. Man. All right, let me get raise those hands, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get the family in here. Let's talk about it. Yeah, that's one of them Austin pages. All right. Y'all shout out for the gift. Respect to everybody for the gift,
Hey,
ladies
Bree.
and gentlemen. All right. Man. I raise those hands. Let me get the family in here. Let's chop it up. Man. Let me see. Yeah, a punk, they always start talking crazy about women. That's punk all day.
Try a little root work. Feels good with every touch. Try a little root work. A little dab is just enough. Try a little root work. Feel that natural magic rush. Try a little root work. A little dab is just enough. Come a little closer, baby. Let me take my time. That soft and natural fragrance keeps you on my mind. There won't be no complications. Nothing artificial there. Just a little love and feeling underneath the things you wear. Feels good with every time. Try a little root work. Oh, a little dab is just enough. Oh, baby, try a little root work. Try a little root work. Ooh, feel that natural magic rush. Try a little root work.
Better and better. Lord, that was like a 90s R&B video. All right, Michael, what's your thoughts on Andrew Buster Gillum? Bond getting revoked?
Yeah, my thoughts on Andrew Bussy Gillum is that he has a lot to learn from this event, learn from his drug fiasco, and if he really wants to turn not only to turn his image around, but to be a better person and really start to do something for FBAs. I think this is the time he really should take this opportunity. And given his age already, look like he's 60s, looks like his early 60s. Yeah, he needs to stop messing with drugs, as a goddess mentioned, right?
Yeah, he's only 47, but he's looking like
47, right, but looks 60, right? Like you said earlier, like drugs can definitely make people age very quickly.
Yeah, especially meth.
Meth, you're right, meth, yeah. And I was just shocked that he did that because I knew he got in trouble before. Got caught 2018, having a relationship with a man. But I didn't expect he would get in serious trouble like this.
Yeah, it's like Tariq said, they always gonna hold something over you.
Yeah. And I say, like Andrew Gillum, I think his time is his time is up. His time is up, and he needs to pass the torch to the next generation of people who are going to run for office on reparations. I mean, obviously his image has been tarnished already because when he ran in 2018, yeah, like Tariq Nasheed said, yeah, and you said too, Jesse. Andrew Gillum came very close to win the gubernatorial race, and I know that you and I donate to his campaign. To Andrew Gillum's gubernatorial campaign.
I don't think I donated to his campaign, but I did support it at the time against the panties.
Right. I mean, for me, I donated to his campaign because I really thought he would be a great governor. He had policies that I thought really aligned with, rest of Floridians.
Yeah.
At the time. Yeah, it's too late. So I think that Andrew Gillum, he's just better just staying home, writing a book and educating the next generation of people not to make the same mistakes.
Right.
Yeah. Remember you remember the former football player who used to play for the Falcons? You remember Eugene Robinson, safety?
Vaguely, Michael.
Yeah, Eugene Robinson received the Bart Award, for being a good Christian. But then before the Super Bowl started in '99, he paid prostitutes money and then realized one of the prostitutes was a undercover cop and he got busted.
Yep. No, I do remember that. Yeah.
Yes. And so that's why Eugene Robinson is trying to tell people, doesn't matter professional football players or not, don't make the same mistakes he made. And of course, hardest thing for him was to admit, mistake to his wife.
And be a testament to what not to be.
Right. So
don't repeat Andrew Bussy Gillum's actions.
Yep.
Exactly. Here anyway, so kids ain't supposed to be watching this anyway, but if by chance kids is able to get around that age restriction, Andrew Bussy Gillum and the rest of these Democratic shills and Republican shills, for that matter, are not something to beat.
Yeah. Wait, why you say Republican sales? I understand about Democrat sales.
Look no further than Herman Cain.
Right. Herman Cain. Right. Oh, I remember. Remember Herman Cain said, "My tax plan is called 99 what something."
Yeah, it was some crazy shit. Yeah. And when he did, Trump didn't even do a funeral for him.
Mm-hmm. And Herman Cain, you remember Herman Cain did not wear a mask at Trump's rally.
Mm-hmm. I remember.
Yeah.
He was all kinds of shilling and bootlicking.
Yep. And the interesting thing is that Herman Cain graduated from HBCU. I think it's from Morehouse College.
Shit, that don't even mean nothing no more. HBCUs is full of boule.
Right. Right. I remember Herman Cain before he passed away. This was a couple years back. I'm not sure what was his stance on reparation. What I do know is that he said everybody needs to pull up themselves up by their own bootstraps. And I think he ignored the fact of how U.S. chattel slavery, created wealth for Mzungus who did not have to who did not have to work a dime, did not have to work their entire lives.
He did all the tap shoeing and bootlicking he could possibly do. And how they rewarded him was they didn't even honor him when he died.
Right, and that's so sad. Yeah, and also I heard that Herman Cain was accused of having
Oh, the peace prices. He said
Yep.
it was
999 tax plan. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, you remember Breeze? Yeah, Breeze.
Yeah,
Remember.
thank you, Breeze. Thank you. I just couldn't remember the last number because I knew it was definitely has something to do with the 99 tax plan he was trying to promote. Yeah, he did die from COVID. He did. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he died like right after Hank Aaron died.
Mm-hmm. Right. And speaking about Hank Aaron is definitely FBA, right?
Yep.
And I'm assuming that Hank Aaron supported reparations.
I don't know that much. I think he was a Republican.
Right. Yeah. And so anyways, so Herman Cain, he was also accused of having relationships outside of his marriage.
Mm-hmm.
When he was trying to run for president in 2012.
Oh my God, I forgot he tried to run for president.
Yeah, it was under CPAC. Yep. He received funds from CPAC. Yeah, CPAC stands for, Conservative Political Action Committee.
Mm-hmm. Yes, PAC. Political Action Committee. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure Herman Cain was probably against reparations.
Yeah, he was against everything that white people were against.
Yeah.
He did all that tap shoeing and they didn't even honor him when he died.
Mm-hmm.
And
he did not get. Yeah, I remember. I watched the cover. I watched the political coverage of him in 2012. He didn't even garner a single digit percentage.
Mm-mm. He thought he was gonna do everything the old master taught him to do. Told him, and he was gonna be all right. And he died from C-19 and the dump as in human shit. And when they kept him from clear, didn't even honor his memory.
Mm-hmm. Right. And I remember Donald Trump was about Herman Cain is my man. For PR and marketing.
Yeah. So that's just one example of what not to be.
Yep. It's almost like, especially worse than the Democrats. They do a good job of being undercover agents.
Yeah.
And then you find out at the end, the Democrats are the real cops.
Yep. And they're going to arrest your ass. So moving on, we got update in the chief in the Tupac murder trial. Chiefy D is going down. Here's what. So we got several clips on that. The Tupac murder mystery may finally be solved. So the first one's from Fox, and the second one is from that Stephen A. Coon Smith, Tether Smith, and Torrey. I died a non-honorary. He died.
That's history. Yeah, that he graduated looks like he was an asshole too. Yeah, Hurricane. Yeah,
doing all that goddamn shilling for the Republicans, and that was the things he got.
Yeah, when he said, I remember Hurricane said, "You can count on me because I deliver pizzas."
Yeah, $9.99.
Would you ever buy pizza from Herman Cain's establishment, Jesse, if you had to dine there?
Hell no.
It has been nearly 30 years since Tupac Shakur was killed, but on Monday, a new development happening. This coming from Fox 5 Atlanta. Dwayne Keffy D. Davis is headed to trial for his alleged role in arranging the 1996 drive-by shooting that killed rap legend Tupac Shakur. Davis is the only suspect ever formally charged in connection with the crime. Nearly 30 years after Shakur was gunned down on the Las Vegas Strip, the case is finally headed to trial. Once again, Davis, the only person ever charged in the killing, and prosecutors say that he helped orchestrate the drive-by shooting and provided the gun. Davis has pleaded not guilty. Now, after years of delay, trial proceedings get underway on Monday as jury selection starts in a Las Vegas courtroom. This trial is expected to last 4 to 5 weeks and could finally put some of the biggest questions surrounding this death in front of a jury. So here to walk us through what happens next, I want to bring into the conversation attorney Trey Lavelle. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Oh, thanks for having me.
So for somebody watching this trial who hasn't been following it for the last 30 years, what exactly did the prosecution have to prove to get this murder conviction here?
Yeah, so what the prosecution has to prove is not that Dwayne Davis did the crime, but that he helped orchestrate the crime and provided the murder weapon. And there's a specific statute in Nevada that's a murder statute where you're kind of promote and assist a gang crime. And that's where this is largely resting, you know, and he has put himself through his own discussions and own publications in the car, providing the weapon, which kind of triggered all this. So it's important. It's one count of murder, but they don't have to prove that he did it, just that he helped orchestrate the crime and provided the murder weapon.
And what's he facing if ultimately they do decide that?
He's facing life without the possibility of parole. It's a very serious crime with very serious consequences. And that's why I think, you know, because of the seriousness of the offense, that's one of the reasons I think the prosecution decided to go ahead and go after him.
So we were kind of talking about this before this interview started. Really interesting case because he did an interview with law enforcement back in 2008, and then he also wrote this essentially tell-all memoir. You know, all of this is going to be used in the trial. It almost seems like he was asking for this.
You know, that's the most shocking thing of all, because, you know, this case was essentially given up on. It happened 3 decades ago. They did an investigation. They couldn't get anywhere. And then all of a sudden comes out this book in 2019 where he's out there talking about the crime, putting himself in the car, kind of bragging about his involvement. And then more information comes out that he was a gang leader and part of the Crips and things like that. And all of a sudden it put himself on the police's radar. And those statements that were also kind of appeared in documentaries. And there was another interview with federal investigators in 2008 where he also talked about the crime, but supposedly that was supposed to be confidential. All of this stuff started to arise, and the prosecutors said, hey, you know, we got somebody. And there's been a thirst for 3 decades to try to go after and solve this crime, figure out what happened, because it was so high profile. And I think that's really the impetus for why they're going after him.
Really interesting. So how can somebody be convicted of murder if they're accused of orchestrating a killing rather than actually firing that gun?
Well, it's almost like a conspiracy and aiding and abetting type theory. But there are specific statutes that if you're, you know, helping to promote a murder with a gang activity, it's an exacerbated crime, exacerbated murder charge, which leads to one of the worst penalties you have, which is life without the possibility of parole. So that's the one statute they can go after him because they don't really have the evidence of him actually committing the crime. And much more than that. So there's a statute that allows them to pursue that. And it's really about trying to put together 3 decades of evidence to corroborate the prosecution's position that, hey, he was there, he orchestrated, he should go to jail.
Take us inside that courtroom. When that jury's selected, the trial gets underway, what should viewers be paying attention to in those opening statements?
What's so fascinating about this case is it's almost reversed from what a typical murder trial is. You know, in most murder trials, you have DNA evidence. You have, if it's a shooting, you have ballistics. You have fingerprints. You have testing, and you have maybe co-conspirators that can flip on each other and things like that. We have none of that. You know, there was no DNA at the time. There's no gun was ever recovered. They never recovered the car. They don't have fingerprints. Everybody in the car is dead. And so now they're just really relying on this confession or these admissions, which also you don't typically get in a mainstream murder trial. So it's almost backwards. They've got these confessions or these admissions they're trying to use, and they're trying to backwards corroborate that, put together the case to support those statements, which is really a challenge.
So walk us through the prosecution's case. How do they take a jury from this happened back in 1996 to the defendant is criminally responsible for this?
So what's going to lead the prosecution's case are those statements and admissions that Dwayne Davis made in his memoir and to the federal authorities, basically saying, "Hey, I was part of it. My cousin, my nephew had been beat up earlier that night at the MGM by Tupac and his gang and his group, and it was revenge. And we were driving on the strip. We saw them. I provided the gun. I was there." He made these self-serving statements, which is often the best evidence a prosecution can have. Somebody admitting to the crime is often more powerful than eyewitness testimony, sometimes even video testimony. So they're starting out with very strong evidence. But now they have to put it together and they have to back it up.
And as we're seeing that really strong evidence that you're mentioning, if you're his defense attorney, how do you explain all of these statements, the interview and all of that without essentially asking the jury to ignore his own words?
It's going to be a challenge. First of all, the defense is going to say, hey, he was sensationalizing this. This was fictionalized. He was selling a book. He was trying to profit off it. It's not true. He was just exaggerating and making it up. They're also going to say that the book was co-written by another author, and you really can't show, attribute which statements were made to which author, and maybe he didn't make those statements himself in the book. But it's going to be a challenge because whenever you're trying to refute or recant what your client has said, there's a credibility problem. And this presents the one issue to the defense that most defense lawyers don't have. Do we put him on the stand? Because the best person that can explain why he made those statements and provide a reasonable basis for why they're not true is Davis. So they're going to be really, as the trial gets going and towards the end, they're going to really have to think whether they need to put him on the stand. And that's going to depend how well they're able to chip away at the prosecution's case as it's going on.
Do you think it's going to be hard to find an unbiased jury?
No, I don't think so. I mean, people can be biased or have, certain leanings, but also be fair. Everybody's going to have an opinion on somebody. Most people are going to know who Tupac was. They're going to know about this case. So it's going to be hard to find a jury that nobody has really heard about it. But you just have to go through and really vet, can you be fair on this? Can you be open on this? This is, an old case. Do you have any, specific preferences, coming into it? Can you be, things like that. And the judge and the lawyers can do a pretty good job about vetting it. So I'm not too concerned that they can't get a fair jury. They just have to go through the steps to make sure that everybody there will have an open mind.
So let's say you're in that jury box there. You're hearing a story about a shooting that happened almost 30 years ago, with several key people now dead. How does that passage of time ultimately impact the prosecution's ability to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt?
It makes it extremely difficult. And time is the defense lawyer's best friend. Because when you have 3 decades that have passed, memories fade.
I'll catch you later, Jesse and Breeze.
All right, Michael.
Okay, Michael, what do you have to say on your?
Oh yeah, I gotta say, very interesting and definitely a lot of lessons, to be learned.
Yeah, there ain't no sexual limitation on murder. That shit eventually gonna catch up with you if you had any kind of involvement with the murder of Tupac Shakur. That shit gonna come back. And like Nobby said, that's bad karma. He wants to get yours. They saying he like from that time, so he gonna take the rap for all of that.
Right. And by the way, Tupac, he was also a guest star in A Different World back then.
Tupac.
Tupac. Sorry, Tupac. Yes. Yeah, he made a cameo.
What do you say,
appearance.
Tupac?
Tupac. Yeah, I said Tupac. I fixed it. Sorry, correction.
Tupac.
Thank you. Tupac.
Tupac Shakur.
Yes. Yeah, I remember he was in Jada Pinkett Smith in '93 in A Different World.
Yeah.
He was in a lot of shows. He was very active.
Yep.
For the short time that we had him.
Yeah, Pac was from B-More. Go to B-More. It's still niggas that look like Tupac walking around Baltimore right now. His dad was busy.
Yeah, he was.
I'll say his mama, because you most often look like your mama, so she left a bunch of Tupac babies behind.
Yeah.
All right.
But yeah.
Too.
Yeah, but I gotta head out anyway. So very quickly, yeah. So even like a goddess said that she wished that Mitch McConnell's current wife just do is leave him and get his money and move back to China.
Yeah. That's what's going to end up happening.
Yeah, she already prepared. She was in China when his ass fell out.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, the hell with Mitch McConnell.
Yeah.
Okay, Michael. Have a good night.
I will. You guys. Yep. You guys have a good night too. Yep. Good to see you, Breeze.
Have a good one, Michael.
I will. All right, goddess, everyone. All right.
That's when that nigga Tupac had to fight the Clarence is so fine nigga on on A Different World.
Yeah.
The nigga that like Jada Pinkett.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Can you hear me?
What happened so long?
I can hear you, but let me finish up this clip, Breeze.
Can you hear me, Jesse?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Jesse.
Yeah, he has to go out and come back in.
Let me
Can
go
you hear
back
me?
out and come back in because I don't think you can hear me.
Who does that? Get themselves cut the fuck up for pennies and likes. Dumb loser ass demonic fuckboy. Yep. That's it, Nabi. He was. I never saw him. Yeah, he was on there. That dude that played him in that movie literally as his twin. My God. Yep.
Can you hear me now, Jesse?
Yes, I can hear you now.
All right. Yeah, these niggas starting early. They're like, this nigga up again. Here he come.
You talking about the one that played him in Notorious, Navi? Yeah, he did look like Tupac. Okay, you back, Breeze?
Yeah, I was saying that there was a nigga that he had to fight on A Different World, the nigga named Clarence the So Fine. That was the nigga. That nigga's like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Trying to be hood and facing Tupac, and Tupac was the thug nigga on the campus.
Yep, I remember. Yep. Yeah. Oh man, R.I.P. to Tupac Shakur. All right, let me finish up this clip, Mike. Lord, Breeze.
Go ahead.
I'm getting everybody's name mixed up.
Long ago, you're going to be able, as a defense lawyer, to be able to chip away at that. So the prosecution knows that. That's why they have a 200 witness list so far, because they're gonna put together this case brick by brick by brick and build a pyramid. And that's why they have so many witnesses. It's going to take so much time because they're going to have to do it because it's so old.
And, as we could potentially have witnesses recounting events from, like we said, 3 decades ago, how might attorneys attack or defend a witness's credibility in terms of remembering what actually happened?
Well, the first thing that's going to creep in is humanity. People naturally forget things. Memories certainly fade after that time. And the defense is going to have very specific cross-examination questions. Of the area, of the perimeter, how far, where were you, what happened, what around you, who can corroborate, things like that. And it's going to be difficult for witnesses who are testifying to what they saw 3 decades ago to be able to provide that. And that's going to be one of the defense's biggest strategies, is dismantling the credibility of those witnesses. But at the same time, you have these statements the prosecution's leading with, and that the prosecution
warning people about goddamn Agent Blacc. One must get it through that thick skull. Stop going on that damn Asian platform.
Uh-huh.
Everybody
he did go on Vlad. That's right.
Everybody going Asian Blacc end up catching a case, going to jail, or
because he was on there. He was on there, right?
Yeah, he was. They're just showing a clip of him talking to Blacc.
Oh yeah, Vlad nigga got that nigga. That nigga checked a box in his fucking on his little pad. Like, yes, this nigga goes to jail tonight.
Mm-hmm. Like the one that was in Don't Be a Menace while drinking your juice in the hood.
Yeah.
In the store with the notepad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Said, yep. Oh, got him. Got another one. Like that.
I feel sorry for your mother.
Yeah. What you say about my mama?
That shit is funny as hell.
All right. So yeah, Chiefy D, you going down. Your dumbass side on Blad.
Just trying to get some damn clout. Like, nigga, y'all too old for to be doing this type of shit.
Right.
Loose lip sink ships, nigga. That's the lesson to be learned, Michael. But y'all didn't need to know. There it is, right there, nigga.
Pac literally told him that. Keep your head up.
Mm-hmm.
You can develop a narrative that a reasonable person can say, yeah, you know, I see that. You know, his nephew was beat up. He wanted to get revenge. He's in a gang. It's part of gang culture to do this. How would he know these things if he wasn't in the car? You know, why would he say this? So, you know, going into it, the prosecution has major challenges, but they got a pretty good start. It's just how the defense is going to deal with it.
Who might some of the witnesses be that we could expect to see called?
Oh, it's a lengthy list. They're going to call Suge Knight, who was in the car with Tupac and was minorly injured. So whether or not he's going to be willing to testify and what he's going to say, we don't know. They're going to call him. They're going to call the LAPD investigators that investigated the scene at the time to get their recollection, start to put the framework together.
Them niggas all like 60 years old now.
Because the charge is based on promoting gang violence. So they're going to have experts in the gang about gangs, showing how the hierarchy is and showing how the culture crept into this. They're going to have evidence that there was a rivalry between Death Row Records and Bad Boy Records. In other words, between Tupac Shakur and Dwayne Davis. And they're going to start to kind of piece together the motive, which was the revenge. You know, the fact that incident happened at the MGM, that is part of gang culture to get revenge. And they're going to circle the wagons around that, you know, with leading these statements. So they're even going to have and other experts, you know, that were there. They don't have too much in forensics. Because as I said, they don't have DNA, the murder weapon, things like that. So this is largely going to be lay witness testimony.
I'm curious, what kind of evidence might sound very compelling to us as viewers and the public, but in the courtroom, it might not be as important?
Well, I think, you know, everybody has that first question, you know, why did he talk?
Right.
And, you know, what was the impetus for him to say? Any person knows that if you're talking about being involved in a crime that was unsolved 3 decades ago with a famous person that was high profile, of course, it's going to put you in the crosshairs. So I think what we can look at is how the defense is going to explain that. Will they be able to come up with a really good reason why he said that, why it's not true? And I think that's going to be very compelling. But you got to remember, you know, in the courtroom, you know, it's all about the evidence presented. We hear things out here that are not going to be admitted, and opinions and things like that the jury will never hear. So within what's happening in the courtroom, a lot of things can happen. And, you know, a talented defense lawyers can really, you know, pick at witnesses, and a prosecution who can tell a good story can make it very compelling.
And, you know, because we are talking about Tupac here, there are obviously just those enormous emotions and decades of speculation surrounding this case, 3 decades almost to be exact. You know, how hard is it for lawyers to keep that jury focused on that evidence rather than everything they've heard about Tupac, the music industry, and even those theories about his death that have just been circulating?
Well, it's going to be very difficult, and they got to keep the jury focused on what's at issue. But I think as the public watches this, You know, what's even as important as deciding, like determining who committed the murder, is more facts about it. What actually happened? And maybe some things will come out that will help the Shakur family, will help people that were involved, you know, put this to rest. Because there are so many questions, you know, from what happened 3 decades ago, and they just didn't get very far. And a lot of those questions remain answered. Now we have somebody that was in the car, Suge Knight, who's going to be on the stand. We have somebody that they say was in the other car, orchestrating the murder, to charge him. And so now we're going to be opening up the wound, looking at all the different facts and revisiting this case, and maybe we can get some answers that otherwise we've never been able to get.
And what happens at the end of this? You know, once both sides rest, ultimately, what's the jury going to be left to decide?
The jury's going to be left to decide whether or not, you know, he was there, he provided the weapon, and he's part of a gang. And this was part of gang revenge. Those are really the elements that they have to prove. One interesting thing, too, is there's going to be a lot of appellate issues here. You know, the judge is letting in the memoir, and he's letting in the testimony, the interview that the federal investigators had with him in 2008. Now, he's claiming there was an agreement, and the reason he gave that interview was there was going to be confidentiality, and they couldn't use it against him. So if there is, if they find him guilty, and this thing's on appeal, that's going to be a heavily appealed issue, which could cause, you know, it to go back to the trial court. So there's a lot of appellate issues going into it, but it's so hard to predict because, you know, we've heard a little bit, you know, being in the public, but with those 200 witnesses, with 4 or 5 weeks of trial, with what the defense is going to come up with, it's going to be completely different after 3 or 4 weeks.
And if the jury comes back not guilty, does that mean that they just believe Davis had simply nothing to do with this killing?
Not necessarily. What it means is that the prosecution couldn't fulfill their burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt. You got to remember, sometimes if a defendant is not found to have committed the crime, it's not because he's innocent or guilty, but because the prosecution couldn't fulfill its burden. And oftentimes, cases like this, they may end up in a hung jury. Maybe some will think he did it and participated, others won't. And so there's a number of things that could happen. But you know, it's going to be an exciting trial. It has all the elements of not only a murder trial, but a murder mystery movie. And so it's going to be fun the next 3 or 4 weeks as we watch this.
Certainly. And if you could leave viewers with one thing that you're just really watching for during this, what would it be?
2 things. Will Davis testify? Will they need him to testify to really explain those statements? And, you know, and how compelling will the case be that the prosecution brings? They're going to lead with these statements, but they really have to have backup corroborating evidence that shows these statements reflect exactly what happened. And the defense is going to pick holes in that. So as we see each cross-examination, as we see each witness, as they're tested, that's going to add up as well. So, you know, I would say it's going to be certainly whether or not Davis is going to testify, and it's going to be really how that prosecution, how well they're able to tell the story, convince a jury, hey, yeah, you know, I think this did happen.
All right, Trey, thank you so much for your time breaking it all down for us. We always appreciate you on Live Now from Fox.
Oh, thanks for having me.
Of course. All right, we are going to take this opportunity to slide away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. Our coverage continuing in moments.
I don't trust no white niggas named Trey.
Right. All right, Breeze, what are your thoughts on
September 7th will mark the 30th year anniversary.
Lord. What are your thoughts on that before
of the death of Tupac
Shakur? And the other tether, Torre.
My whole thing is that how you gonna connect the gang shit when you keep saying it was his nephew? That sounds more like familial than gang tactics. You know what I'm saying? Your nephew got caught a L and he went crying to his uncle. And yeah, how do you put that all on the gang when that was between you and a family member?
Because they're gonna try to link the Southside Compton Crips to a beef with the mob.
Yeah, but that was gang shit. That wasn't gang shit. That was, you said your nephew. That was your nephew who got whooped on by Tupac. You just have to be a random gang nigga and you gave him a gun. We don't know that the gang sat around and like, hey, nigga, yeah, we gotta get this nigga Tupac. That could have been him and some of just his set. It don't necessarily include the whole gang. That's what I'm just saying. That's gonna be hard to like. That part is gonna be hard for them to like throw it together. You know, you can make all the sensationalized shit about gang politics, but
right.
This comes down to familiar to me. Like this was some family shit. Y'all, you a low ranking nigga, and y'all just like this our chance to get some clout, and then it backfired on you because y'all didn't really come up off of that shit.
Right. Yeah, I can see both sides of that, but they're definitely gonna try to tie the gang shit.
Yeah. Well, that's all they got to be able to try to push these charges, because these charges in Vegas were originally the type of charges that they put on the mafia.
Right.
So they got to create some type of like, you know, this was a network type thing, because if not, the whole case falls apart.
Exactly.
Just a nigga hobnobbing for some goddamn clout don't really necessarily mean this nigga's telling the truth. He could just be a lying, dusty nigga.
Yeah, that's also a possibility. Now I be wanting to know if they're gonna come go after Suge Knight. He's already in.
Yeah, Suge already in there, so I don't know what, you know, what they're gonna get with Suge. But like I say, who knows? Suge been doing a lot of talking since he been behind bars, so.
Yeah, they might use him as a witness.
Is I gonna get out if I tells you something?
Yeah, that's how.
Yeah, they gonna be like, please, I'll tell you everything. Just let me out, nigga.
Yeah, that was the MGM. It still exists. Yeah, it's still there.
Yeah, the old filthy MGM is still there.
Yeah, they didn't tear that down. The MGM is still there. All right, let's see what this damn tether and this other tether got to say about it.
Lord.
Cool. And obviously, because of that, his name is going to be in the minds of a lot of people because of how iconic he was, imagining what he might have been, the impact he would have had on today's culture and beyond because of how magnificent he was as a rap artist. And there's a trial that's scheduled to take place soon as well, because due to his passing, he was killed on September 7th, 1996. Somebody is being charged with his murder. And there's nobody better to talk to about that than my next guest, who is a veteran journalist, cultural critic, and host of the popular Toure Show podcast.
Oh, Lord.
He's joining me to discuss the long-awaited murder trial of Dwayne Keefe D. Davis, the sole person charged in the 1996 killing of rapper Tupac Shakur. Please welcome back to the show, Toure himself. What's going on, man? How you doing? How's everything?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing all right, man. I can't complain. I want you to talk about this
how
trial.
Are you?
And, you know what? 30 years later, reasonably, what can we expect from this trial? Could you put that in perspective, please?
Look, the subtext of the trial is the brother wouldn't stop talking. Keefe D has told us in his book, he told the police in 2008, he's told DJ Vlad and other interviewers, I was in the car. We were very upset with them for beating up my nephew Orlando. We felt we had the green light to retaliate against them. None of this would be happening if he had just followed the street code and kept his mouth shut. But you know, deep down, a lot of criminals want to tell people what they did. They want to be known for the things they did. What I believe happened, and what I believe that the prosecutors are alleging, Tupac is walking through after the MGM after the Tyson Selden fight. They run into Orlando Anderson. Suge Knight is a blood. They run into Orlando Anderson, who's a Crip. They get into a fight. They beat him up. Orlando Anderson's uncle is Keefe D, a high-ranking Crip, right? Southside Compton Crips. He's big enough to say, okay, go shoot Pac, right? Because you got to be a certain level of shot caller to call that shot, right? So he's big enough to do it. The prosecutors say he was in the car. He gave Keefe the gun. He gave his nephew Orlando Anderson the gun to do it. He gave him the okay to do it. He's on trial for being the mastermind, the orchestrator, the shot caller big enough to say, okay, you can do that. So it's just his words. There's no forensics that we're talking about here. It's just him talking about being that guy in multiple media over many years.
So basically, he's the Roger Clemens of the rap industry right now, because Roger Clemens, the folks weren't thinking about him on Capitol Hill, and this man, home and retired at a particular time, dared them to subpoena him about the whole steroids era. So they said, we'll oblige, and called them up to Capitol Hill. And that's basically what you're saying. Let me remind people, even though you just outlined a lot of what's transpiring, for those who may not be familiar or remember the facts of the Tupac Shakur case, which is now 30 years old. Let me recap. Tupac was in Las Vegas attending the heavyweight boxing match between Mike Tyson and Bruce Seldon at the MGM Grand on that evening. Correct
this goddamn teller. It'll be 30 years next month. Not this month, next month. Tupac died September 14th.
Yeah.
1996.
The tether got it wrong.
Now when he was shot 14 days prior. Yeah, it still ain't been 30 years.
Yeah.
It won't be 30 years till the end of this month, next month. Remember, he was in the hospital for 7 days, which is the 7-day theory, Don Illuminati. So yeah, this tether already fucking up.
I remember it because it's the one knockout that I saw that where a punch never landed. The man missed the punch to Bruce Seldon, and Bruce Seldon went down and stayed down, and then got up at the count of 10 and hugged Mike Tyson. That's what I remember about that. It's still one of the most embarrassing moments in boxing to my very day. But anyway, Tupac was fatally shot that night on Las Vegas Strip in a drive-by and died 6 days later. In the car with him was Death Row Records CEO Suge Knight, who was not hurt, by the way. The case
7 days, goddammit.
He's trying to say 6 days, and it's 7.
7. So this tether is fucking up.
This was one of the most high-profile cold cases until Davis explicitly stated in multiple media interviews and in his 2019 memoir, Compton Street Legend, that he obtained and provided the gun to his nephew, Orlando Anderson, a member of a rival Compton gang, the Southside Crips, who used it in the drive-by shooting. So, Tori, before I get to this question, prosecutors allege Davis orchestrated the killing, and a judge recently ruled that his past media statements can be admitted as evidence. If he's not the one who pulled the trigger, then what is the purpose of going to trial using taxpayer monies and prosecuting this guy for orchestrating the death of Tupac Shakur 30 years later?
Well, we understand that in some situations, particularly gang and mafia situations, the shooter is not the main person. There's somebody above them who actually effectuated or orchestrated the shooting to happen. And those people, we know from studying the mafia, from studying the gangs, those people are equally guilty, and they are purposely trying to create layers to where you remember Denzel in when he was playing not Nicky Barnes, before Nicky Barnes.
Nigga, you only remember
American Gangster.
Yes, American Gangster.
I don't touch the drugs. So should he not be prosecuted?
Right, that part. That part, Breeze.
Like, nigga, you can't come up with actual real law.
Right.
There's real actual legal precedent that behind some of these cases, but these niggas can only remember movies.
Yeah, it's called RICO.
Yeah.
Which was originally for the mob.
Yeah. Well, that's why he's using the mafia and gangs. He just said it. That's like the mafia and the gangs. their hierarchy. It's not set up the same way, nigga.
Right.
Gang niggas are not made men.
Right. That part.
Yeah. You can tethers, boy.
Well,
They
Lord,
just
let's hear
they
what else
just
they gotta
hire
say.
them niggas because them niggas just love gossip. All this right now is gossip to me. I'll wait to see what they got to say when there's a trial. But other than that, I don't want to hear all this gossip.
Right.
No, he effectuated the whole thing. He is the CEO of the corporation. They are trying to bring down the top guy. Keefe D was a top guy
No, he
who was
wasn't.
able to
No, he
say, but not
wasn't.
just anybody could say, go shoot Pac. They know, the gang knows you're going to have a certain amount of blowback coming back at you, right? They're going to point their guns back at you. So you have to be a big enough guy to be able to say, we can handle it with them. We'll be ready when they come back for us. So he was that level of guy. So, I mean, if you're a prosecutor in Nevada, how can you have somebody running around the country talking about, I committed that murder, I orchestrated that murder, I made that murder happen, and you don't do anything about it? Like the problem is all Keefe ran his mouth until they came and got him.
So
all he had to do was shut up.
All he had to do was shut up, didn't want to, and what have you. What do you think gets accomplished with his conviction? Assuming it happens.
Assuming he is convicted, the person who is as deeply responsible for Pac's murder as the person who pulled the trigger, that other person who okayed the murder, that person is brought to justice.
What about those who would look at this?
And let me just say one thing that you don't know about, that because when Pac was murdered, this was part of this whole East.
That's where I was going. That's where I was going.
And just the one thing, okay, we can go there. The day after Pac was shot, he had already planned to meet with Nas in Vegas and talk about how can we work together to end this East-West thing. And they were big enough to say to all the other rappers, like, okay, it's done. And then people would listen to them. So the end of the East-West thing was cut short, the potential end was cut short because of this murder. Not just the genius work that Tupac made, but the entire war was about to end because of Pac and Nas, and Keefe D gets in the way of that.
Well, refresh our memory. Why would Pac meeting with Nas as opposed to,
he say Pac
let's say,
and Nas?
Biggie, who ultimately ended up getting killed about 6 months later?
Between Pac and Nas?
Because Pac and Nas had a conversation
about the East and West beef that the media manufactured back then.
That wasn't real.
Yeah, but the media have manufactured that shit. East and West, East
Yeah,
versus West.
they used the Vibe. They used Vibe magazine for all that dumb shit, but it never was really real.
Right.
I never had no problem with no West Coast niggas, and I never knew no West Coast niggas who had problems with East Coast niggas.
Right. But the media have manufactured that whole thing. So that's what he's referring to.
Yeah, because they're the media. Them niggas themselves are the media. So of course they gotta speak on that term. They're the mouthpieces for so-called black media that they use.
Yep.
Tether A. Smith and Tether Torre. Two tethers.
Yep. Remember Torre? He used to be on MTV.
Two tethers in the tree. KISSING, nigga. Yeah, we know what y'all niggas doing.
They had a relationship and they had a conversation at the MTV Awards where they met up. And this is at a moment when things were very tense. Anytime an East Coast rapper met up with a New York, LA rapper, they were nervous, right? So and Nas told me, like, approaching Pac that night, it was like, do I have my people? Do I have a piece? Like, am I gonna, like, is something about to happen here? And they always respected each other. I think they had a relationship where they could really talk. They had happened to have that conversation a week earlier. Like, we could get together and squash it. Like, both of our names are big enough that we can end this thing. So then I'm not sure if Pac would have felt comfortable with Big at that point, because there was a lot of other layers in their problem, whereas Pac and Nas were able to talk, and they were both, as I said, big enough to say to everybody, okay, this is over, and people would listen to them.
What about the notion that this is all cover for the East Coast, West Coast whole rap battle, and the battle they were having in the rap industry, and how bad that had gotten, that playing a bigger role in the murder of Tupac Shakur, rather than what Keefe D is trying to claim?
Yeah.
What about that notion?
I don't put any stock in that idea. I think we can go to Occam's razor.
He used to do the music report. Like, he let you know, like, if the new album came out, what the review of the album was. He used to do that, like the news break stuff.
Yeah, that's all he did was those little news clips. He would come in the middle. This is Torre.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was always gay.
Yeah.
No slight on gay niggas, but I'm just saying, for niggas who play like they not gay, it's real. That's how it was. And this whole East Coast West shit, that was manufactured. It was no. I think maybe Nas spoke to him because maybe they had the Queensbridge shit where them and Mobb Deep had went at Snoop Dogg. Well, Snoop Dogg went at Queens first, and then Mobb Deep went back at goddamn Snoop. So maybe that's what they talked about.
Yeah, they lump all that in with the East West Coast.
Yeah, because you just only had two songs. You had LA, and then you had New York. So like there was only two songs really that
Wait, was LA by
LA was by Mobb Deep. New York was by Snoop Dogg.
What about Tim Dog Fuck Compton?
Hey, Tim Dog is a tether.
Obviously.
Tim Dog was a damn tether. Nobody rocked with Tim Dog. That actually ended Tim Dog's career in New York.
That penicillin on wax was trash.
That was pretty much the end of Tim Dog after that. Because niggas like, who is this nigga talking?
Right.
This nigga trying to be DMX. Tim Dog, step to me. and nobody ever stepped to him. Come on. This nigga was asking for all the smoke and nothing never happened. That's how you know that nigga was a psyop.
Right.
Yeah, he was a tether. He was a tether. I believe he might have been like Haitian or Jamaican.
Yeah.
Yeah. We ain't never rock with no goddamn Tim Dog. I remember Just Ice and all them niggas was calling Tim Dog out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Just Ice and them niggas put the clamps on that nigga, and it was the end of Tim Dog. We never saw him again.
Yeah.
Never. That nigga went and opened up a dog kennel. That nigga was like the first Roddy Ricch.
Wow.
Selling pit bulls.
Wow.
Fuck up out of here.
If you are a Crip who beats up a Blood, expect something to come back to you, right? Like, you were in a Vegas nightclub at a Vegas casino. I mean, they did what they do. They did some Tupac and Suge stuff. They saw this Crip and they beat him up. Now, of course, the Crip is going to come back and do something. Like, that's the Occam's razor explanation to me, rather than Puff wanted blah blah blah. I don't think that Puff really was trying to end people's lives. He don't come from that. Suge came from that, right? Suge came from Compton, the real street. Puff didn't come from that. That's not who he was. He wasn't even really into that until he got into the industry. Like, he wouldn't have even known people like that until he got into the industry. There was a documentary, I'm trying to remember the name of it recently, that tried to allege, like, maybe Puff had something to do with Pac getting murdered. Nah, I just don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Torre right here with Stephen A. Straight shooter with Stephen A. Torre, I want to backtrack a little bit because you covered Tupac's 1995 sexual abuse case for the Village Voice at that time, if I remember correctly. Did you ever interview him during that time?
Absolutely. I mean, the trial was in Lower Manhattan. You walk in, he would walk into it later in the trial, he would wheelchair into, but he would walk into the courtroom and we would talk to him, and it might be a one-on-one or a one-on-three or a beehive with 20 people peppering him with questions. But I mean, he was brilliant and thoughtful and compelling, and just talking to him was and he's the child of the Black Panthers.
Very much so.
So we're talking about liberation, you're talking about socialism, you're talking about activism, you're talking about real revolutionary ideas. That's what he
Tupac
was
did not
really
fuck
all
with
about.
socialism.
And yet
Black
he
Panthers
deferred
not
in some people's
socialism.
eyes. And
Try to paint all.
Did you just hear
They always
that?
try to say that dumb shit.
Yeah, they just tried to
Yeah,
paint
I
the
heard
Black
it.
Panthers as socialists. That's bullshit.
Yeah, they always try to paint the black. Listen, Marxists. I know it's bullshit, but that's
Black
what they
Panthers was for Black empowerment.
do. Right.
This whole
No
notion
word
that there was a bunch of there was no socialism. There was none of that.
Yeah, that shit irritates me every time I hear it.
Moist nigga. Then he's like, it was a 1-on-3. It was a beehive. It was all of this gay stuff. Yes, Tupac was one of us. And Tupac's a gay nigga. He like the new niggas who talk about they get so much pee that them niggas gotta go for some booty.
Oh my God, Lord.
That's the new niggas talking about, man, I get so much, nigga. I'm gonna try this pussy. What type of shit is that? No matter how much vagina I get, am I talking about, yeah, I want an asshole. I don't even want the asshole that's attached to a vagina.
Right.
The hell is wrong with y'all?
Right.
That's for stuff coming out, nigga.
Right.
I don't want that shit on my dick.
Right.
anyway, to Suge Knight, who, by the way, is currently serving a 28-year prison sentence in California for an unrelated voluntary manslaughter case and is among the 200 names on the witness list, at least from what I'm hearing. Knight previously said he would not cooperate or testify against Davis. Do you know whether or not that has changed?
I don't know. We are definitely waiting to see if Suge Knight testifies in this trial. Suge is the only other living person who was in that moment, right? And like Keefe and Suge are the only two people alive left from that moment.
This nigga stirring his coffee with his toenail.
I mean, you know, does Suge come out of prison and testify to bury Keefe one last time? Or does he like say nothing and be like, the street code is forever?
It's so gay.
Knowing Keefe's going down whether or not Suge says anything. So he could just step aside and let the prosecution get him, and Suge's image as like street man through and through is still crystal clear.
You talked about the Bloods and the Crips. If you harm one side, the other side's gonna come after you. There's always gonna be blowback.
Oh,
obviously,
God.
you know, killing Tupac Shakur was a very, very big deal. Could you highlight for us what blowback came about in the immediate aftermath of Tupac Shakur's death, as
This
you remember?
nigga don't know nothing about the streets.
The Tupac part was the famous part that we all talked about. Right? To go into the other stuff, you have to go into the mud, into the people who know about, you know, what really goes on in the street life. We know Orlando Anderson did not live that much longer after that incident. I believe there was one or two other people in the car along with Keefe. They are no longer with us also. You know that they know where you live, and they're gonna come there, and they're gonna like, you know, it's that sort of aspect of at least California culture was really, really heavy at that point. I think things have calmed down some, but I am not the LA gang expert. I know some about it from the hip hop stuff,
So
from
why
this
are you talking
situation,
about it?
this particular situation. But
Gang
to
shit
me, I
got nothing to
just
do
fall
with
back on
hip-hop
it's such a
culture.
simpler,
That's gang
clearer
shit.
explanation that, you know, people from rival sets ran into each other, got into a fight. Of course, that's going to spill out. Of course, other people are going to be involved rather than Puff is involved because the documentary I saw said he said to a room of people, I will give you $1 million if you take out Tupac. And yet nobody has ever said that. That doesn't make any sense.
One of the things that amazes me, I brought up the fact that Suge Knight is in jail serving a 28-year sentence. And I'm still looking at him like the Man of Steel because I'm like, everybody else is dead, but he's alive. How has he survived all of these years, considering the inordinate amount of bodies that have fallen by the wayside, courtesy of what transpired, you know, back in those days? The fact that he's still, even though he's in prison now and he's been in prison the last several years, the fact is he lived for quite a long time running the streets in the aftermath of Tupac Shakur's passing. How did that happen based on what you're talking about in terms of retaliation being a very, very predictable thing?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You'd have to talk to somebody who knows a little bit more about the street life than I do. I would imagine that Suge is such a high level person that you would need an equally high level person. Remember when Joe Pesci got killed in which one was that? Because
Joe Pesci.
He shot the wrong person.
About movies.
Right? You killed a made man. You can't do that, right? And I imagine the gang, I don't know the specific terminology because I'm not a gang expert, but the LA gangs have that same concept of like, he's too big to kill unless somebody equally big okays it. And I imagine nobody said, okay, you can go get Suge.
Tori right here with yours truly on Straight Shooter. You know, I'm thinking about these potential witnesses here. Former Las Vegas Mayor Oscar Goodman is a potential witness. Nevada Governor Joe Lombardo, who served in the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
Can you imagine the governor testifying against you?
I'm just saying, this is unbelievable. Former LAPD Detective Greg Kading, who claims Davis confessed to his involvement during a 2009 interview with law enforcement. Well, it makes sense that he would be a witness since he got the confession, supposedly.
Well, hold on. Let's talk about that for 1 second, because that what you're referencing there is the key situation. That Keefe was given a proffer, right? Which means you are king or queen for a day. You can say whatever you want. Tell us what you did. You won't get in trouble for it
you're gonna be brought down by
as you follow all these other rules that we're putting on you. And he told them what he did. And then I haven't fully read into it. I am not a lawyer, but somehow he violated some aspect of it. And the judge in this case is saying, we can talk about, you can bring in as evidence his 2008, 2009 interview with police and Greg Kading. And there, it's not, because Keeve's trying to say, my memoir, I said I shot Pac because I was trying to make myself seem big. You can't say that you just told the cops that you shot Pac to try to big up yourself. Like, that's going to be really devastating. This is Keefe D testifying against Keefe D. So the jury will have to choose. Has he been telling the truth all along?
Or is he telling
the truth now?
Torre, I read that Davis's defense attorney, Michael Sands, took the case pro bono. What are we to make of that?
That Keefe D has no money. So he's only in the market for lawyers who won't charge him.
Now you start
but why would a lawyer take the case for free? What would be the purpose of that?
Well, now you're getting into why lawyers have to do a certain amount of pro bono work.
Got it.
In a given year. This lawyer may see some value to his practice in getting his name known for having defended Keefe D. Perhaps he thinks that there's a market for, guys from the street who might think, oh, he'll help me out. I mean, like, He's advertising for his services.
Right.
I don't take that to mean that puts some stock in Keefe's story that he cannot pay his lawyer.
Got you. Let me ask you this. How long is the trial expected to last? Do you know?
I mean,
starts August 10th.
I think we have like 200 witnesses or something, or 100 witnesses. So I hear this could be like a 2-month trial.
As we reflect on the life of Tupac Shakur, nobody's more equipped to answer this question, in my estimation, than you. What would Tupac have been like now, considering the times that we're living in? Considering the relevancy still of a Jay-Z, of a Nas and others? One could easily surmise that Tupac would have found a way to be as effective, if not more so. What are your thoughts about what he would have been if he was still alive today?
I mean, kind of impossible to know, but perhaps like a Kendrick Lamar, in that he is very much representing, Black people with his art. He's talking about what's going on in the world politically. He's very revolutionary minded. I think about very incisive thinker, as I said, a Black Panther, revolutionary, a socialist. So I would be excited to see him talk about the political moment from a socialist, revolutionary, Black Panther perspective. I think he would be an interesting person in this moment. Now, who knows if over multiple decades you remain this pure revolutionary thinker and you come out of a 20, 30-year career as a Kendrick Lamar, or you sort of start to move in another direction and you start to become more popular. I mean, it's very difficult to say. Like, even Che Guevara becomes part of government and goes astray. But, Pac would be an extraordinary figure to be part of the current moment, especially as we see the rise of socialist ideas in America. A Black Panther like him would be like, absolutely, this is thrilling.
Torre, I appreciate the knowledge, my man. Thanks so much for taking time out of your busy schedule for joining me. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And definitely bring you back on once there's a verdict that comes down the pike, or if anything really, really compelling jumps off from the trial. I'll definitely be calling you again. Thanks a lot, man.
Thank you.
Take it easy. Torre Show podcast. Make sure you check it out. The man knows what he's talking about. And not afraid to take his positions. Trust me, I would know that from experience. No question about that. I respect the hell out of him, and I know that, from a cultural perspective, he's one of the aficionados on this kind of stuff. Tupac Shakur, I consider him, when you consider how how much of a rebel he was, how revolutionary he was and was willing to be, and you consider the bravery that comes associated with the level of brilliance that he disseminated and articulated, I would tell you that even today, in his 50s, Tupac Shakur, I can't even imagine what he would have been. We talk about Jay-Z for different reasons. We talk about Nas for some of the similar reasons, some of the lyrics he spits and what have you. But, oh my goodness, Tupac, when I find myself thinking about Tupac and Biggie and what they both could have been and would have been, and the impact they would have had. Tether. It's just something special to think about. It really, really is. I can't deny that one bit.
I don't care
really
what nobody say.
It's
That
just a
nigga
damn
Biggie
shame.
was a tether.
It's a damn shame. And then to hear Tory break down how Tupac and Nas were supposed to meet like the next day in an effort to quell and simmer down this volatility existed between the East and the West Coast in the rap game. Damn. What do you say? What do you say? The trial begins August 10th.
I say go peel off the rest of your hairline.
Hopefully this stuff can be put to bed and the truth is revealed, and Tupac can rest in peace with us knowing
That's just on the back of this nigga
without
ears
a shred
now.
of doubt. That's my hope, one way or the other.
Who gets a shape
We'll see
up
what happens.
behind their ear?
Until next time, ladies and gentlemen, this is
Nigga.
Stephen A. signing off, straight shooter style. Peace and love.
This nigga look like a Klingon. like a baby Klingon. The hell is wrong with you, nigga?
Willie D Live.
before we get to Democratic shill Willie D.
Just pussy talk. It was all gossip. Just all gossip and no pizzazz. Just a bunch of moist niggas sitting around. Ooh, Tupac in 50 years. I wonder. Ooh, I don't know for sure, but ooh, them men's. Wait, was he what type of menswear was he wearing? Ooh, that shirt Tupac had on in '96. Ooh, nigga, shut the fuck up. Y'all don't even know nothing, nigga. It's like y'all just gossiping.
Right. That's
all it is. It's a bunch of gossip. I'm sitting here like, what are y'all talking about? Let this shit go to court, nigga. If the nigga guilty, whatever, we'll see. But all this, 200 witnesses? My. I'm thinking 5 months. Nigga, they said 5 weeks, nigga, 200. That means they're not going to even really listen to all them people. They're going to bring a nigga up. Did you see him? I don't know. Well, back in this niggas is like 60 years old. You're going to be hearing biscuit stories and all types of shit. No regular nigga want to be listened to. You ever listen to your old uncles talk?
Yes.
Nigga, this shit going to be forever if we let that shit go. Gossiping and babbling. You know what you talking about no damn Tupac, nigga? What is it gonna change?
Nothing.
Yeah. Y'all over there trying to make his estate a LGBTQ estate right now, nigga. What are y'all talking about? That's what I would be asking. Like, well, why are they trying to turn Tupac gay?
Right.
Is he a gay nigga or not? Nigga, we need to know.
First you said 100, then 200.
Yeah, Torre, he don't know. Ooh. That nigga like, ooh, that nigga made this noise when it happened. Asshole was like, asshole getting whooped on. Talking this gay shit. Nigga, ain't nobody. It's just like they got gay niggas right now trying to make Michael B. Jordan gay.
Oh
like, God damn. It's like every nigga got to be gay.
Damn shame.
Oh.
Well,
Put your ass back in the box, nigga.
We'll keep y'all updated on the trial, which will start this week. I believe it starts today.
Yeah.
Yes, Amaru. So we got updated in the Nolan Wells case. One of Nolan Wells' friends, quote unquote,
alleged
incriminating posts. So Willie the Willie the Democratic shill D is gonna give us an update on that.
Thank you, Willie D. You became Willie Democrat. That D stand for Democrat.
Steer the news out of Ocean Spring. So this guy right here, Eric. This is Eric Alcantara. Eric claimed to be Nolan Wells' friend, right?
That nigga Willie D be look like he in an interrogation room.
Eric posted something along the lines of poking fun
that nigga on the first
committing
48
a crime that could get himself at least 10 years in prison.
If you tell
this is the message that he allegedly posted on
Whopper Cheese
TikTok. Now you can see, I think 1, 2, 3, the fourth post. It's hard to see it there, but I'll blow it up for you so you can read along. So he reshared this post. When your parents ask about your day out, but everything you did was illegal, deserving a minimum of 10 years in prison. So
minimum of 10 years.
He reposted this. He reposted it or reshared it, right? And then he deleted it and made his account private. That's the account right there. That's Eric Alcantara. How do you say his name? Alcantara. Yeah. So that's him. That's the account. That's the account before it went dark. before he put it on private.
Another wannabe white supremacist.
And
Ain't
that's
really
what the
white,
Trump
but
looks like now.
he's joined into it.
So
yeah, I'm like, that's a panic.
So Eric,
right.
I know you're probably watching because y'all watching everything and y'all really sensitive about people calling y'all out. I just got one question. Why? Actually, I got two questions. Why?
You always do, Willie D.
What happened to Nolan?
Right.
Go ahead and spill the beans, man. Sooner or later, somebody gonna rat everybody out. Sooner or later, somebody gonna talk. Ocean Springs ain't as tight knit as y'all would like to have people think. They always talk about how tight knit the community is when an uncivilized mutt unalives someone, when they kill somebody, or some great crime happens, somebody's severely harmed or something. They start talking about how great the community is, and they get mad when people start seeking justice. They get really, really angry when you start seeking justice. That would actually give you some type of understanding as to why so much crime is committed and why crime is so rampant. You know, they like to try to act like, and these communities like Ocean Springs, they try to like to pretend that because it's nice and pristine and people got money or whatever, at least some people got a lot of money. Even when they don't have money, they try to act like it's all good. We all good around here. Don't y'all come around here talking about no black, white stuff. You know, we like our Negroes just the way they are. Don't be coming over here putting no ideas in their heads, talking about they deserve justice or freedom or stuff. You need to let us continue to live our lives the way we live our lives and trample all over these African Americans. You know, they don't call them African Americans, they call them the N-word.
African American Willie
I know
D.
you missed
Willie D.
I studied you. I know you.
Willie fucking D.
Yeah. So
Willie fucking
I'm
D,
not
bro.
buying none of that.
You should know better than this, Willie D. Jesus fucking Christ. We ain't identified as no damn African Americans.
African Americans. Ever. So
I never resonated
Willie,
with that term.
my grandmother, my mother used to be like, don't say that goddamn word in this house. She'd be like, if your ass is African, you wouldn't want to be African. Why would my mother say that if we was African?
Right. Exactly. That part. It just never made sense.
Because my brother was heavy into Pan-Africanism, my older brother. She used to get on that nigga all the time. Like, nigga, you got all this stuff on you. Was Jamaican. She always had to check that nigga every week. Nigga, now you Jamaican, nigga? My mother would be like that every week with my brother. Like, this nigga's Jamaican now. She would be like,
hell no.
She like, we just went for the casino for a week and come home. Lord, this boy now in here talking Shabba rank.
Shabba?
That was the only Jamaican my mother knew at that time. So she was like, yeah, everything was Shabba rank.
I actually know a Haitian that was named after Shabba Ranks.
That's fucked up. They mad at my mother. Why the fuck you name me Shabba? And we like, Shabba! Mr. Lover, man. Shabba! The nigga yelling at you like, who? How you loving somebody yelling? Ting-a-ling-a-ling. School bell ring. This nigga hanging outside of schools. What type of nigga is this y'all was putting on us? Niggas in New York resisted that nigga. We were like, Shabba ranks. Niggas ain't never seen that nigga in the hood. Yeah, ugly niggas did not get no props. I'm trying to tell you in the 90s, 2000s, if you was an ugly nigga, you was fucked.
Yep.
Patra was an ugly woman. That bitch like, I want a romantic call. Waiting for my baby in a yard. Bitch, you sound like a chicken. That's how chickens live. They wait for go, bitch. Where the bitch is at? You want a romantic call? What are you talking about?
Right.
Y'all is tripping.
Right.
We was not feeling that shit. Just letting niggas know. That's why them niggas came and went.
Yep.
Y'all, everybody like to put that on New York. Nah, them niggas came and went in New York. We was like, yeah. Every nigga was named General something, General Tiger, General Lion, but the niggas had no offensive skill. Nothing. Just getting whooped on. Selling drugs. And then putting that on us. Oh, we all black, the Jamaican shower posse, all these niggas, oh, we black when it's all this crime. But then when y'all get a win, now y'all niggas ting-a-ling-a-ling, school bell ring, booyaka, booyaka, nigga. What are y'all talking about? What is booyakas? Is that gunshots, nigga? Niggas is trying to figure out. I don't know what a booyaka is, nigga, but shit, I'm getting away from that shit. Right. That shit sound loud.
If indeed it is true that Eric shared this post, or he reshared this post, what's the motivation?
We don't know, Willie.
Just playing in our faces, huh? That's what it's about, right? Just playing in our faces. They say that he.
Nah, we didn't. Nah, we ain't claim them niggas.
And then he deleted it, and then put his account on private.
That's another.
I'm surprised his account wasn't already on private. I guess they try to.
What is his damn name, Mr. Hot Stepper? Here come the Hot Stepper, murderer.
Yeah, oh, murderer. Mr. Hot Stepper, murderer.
Something. What's his name? Ozzy Kanazi or something?
Yeah, one of them niggas. Here comes the Hot Stepper, murderer.
I'm the lyrical gangster.
Yeah. Talking that shit.
The officer.
Here come the big hot stepper, Mr. Officer. You talking about Mr. Officer. Get these niggas out of here. I told y'all. I said I knew a girl named Miss Maxie. Her face is like a perfect rose. But everything I heard about Maxie was murder, she wrote. There was murder, she wrote. Ding-a-ling. Murder, she wrote. It's all about murder. No, 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 no. Shooting. This is a trouble, no man. But if you think of bomb, bomb. What?
He was cool.
The hell they talking about? God damn. We never even noticed that shit. We was just like, all right, music, nigga, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody was really thinking at that time, like, yo, what the fuck, man?
Right.
Because we was thinking, yeah, we all black.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't start paying attention. Like, why are they always throwing up these flags and shit when they do something good?
Right.
But when it's bad, it's like, hey, nigga, come on, niggas. We all in this together, nigga.
Mm-hmm.
No, we was all in this together when we was taking all the goddamn trash. Now you gotta be a damn Jamaican or a Haitian or Guyanese. Now your niggas is upset.
Yeah.
Y'all all hateful and mad now. Because why won't you niggas let us be you, nigga? We just trying to be you, nigga. No. No. We don't eat goat milk or nothing.
Right.
We don't do any types of goat milk in my house.
Right. No
I don't know what. Yeah, we not doing none of that. Bamba clot. Who ate all the papaya, nigga? Where's the mangoes?
Where's the plantains?
Yeah, niggas always falling out of a mango tree. Eating damn unripened plantains. You can't even tell when a plantain is ripe, though.
All right.
Niggas like, no, bomba clot. You're supposed to fry it when it's green, man. Some niggas like, no, nigga, let it age like a banana.
Yeah, I think they were Jamaicans too, Nobby.
Who?
Ashkenazi and
yeah, they weren't even real. They weren't even real Jamaicans. They were Guyanese.
Oh,
see, you had a lot of Guyanese perpetrating as Jamaicans.
Oh,
okay. Yeah. See, if you from New York, you know for a fact it was a lot of niggas who claimed they were Jamaicans, but they were Guyanese. A lot of them niggas.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that. Because I thought they were Jamaican.
Nah, them niggas is Guyanese. A lot of them niggas.
From French Guiana or Guyana?
Huh?
Guyana.
Yeah, French Guyana. That's Guyanese. French Guyana. That's in South America.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I used to have a professor from there. Yeah, I used to have
my homie was half Guyanese. That's the nigga that y'all be hearing me rap with. That nigga was half Guyanese. Duh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but he had an FBA side, so that's where he learned to that's why he cooked like a lot of Southern food because he had a Southern side to his family.
Yeah, I had a professor from there. Her name was Miss Dr.
Oh,
Jacqueline.
Shaka Pliers and Demons. They were Jamaicans. Shaka Pliers and Demons. They were Jamaicans.
Okay.
But Demons had a Guyanese background, so.
Oh.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Let me let Willie D finish up. Yeah, and Isaac Kanazi too.
Make some of the accounts private and others that they want to have, they want to have some type of communication. So they try to keep certain accounts open. I don't understand why he would make a post like that other than to just straight up taunt the family, if indeed he made the post. Just to taunt the family, just to rub it in the face of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Like Mississippi, I don't think y'all understand, fam. Mississippi takes pride in being backwards.
Mm-hmm.
They take pride in being uncivilized.
Yep, there was a lot of states that
they take pride in circumventing justice.
You saw the story I ended with tonight. That sister being hung.
And murdering black folks.
Yeah, that was, yeah.
And the fact
that
that
right
they
before you got on too. Yeah, that was
the fact that they needed a goddamn fire ladder to take the chick down should be enough for everybody to know that she didn't hang herself. If it took a damn fire ladder to take her down, black people ain't that friendly with the heights. Black people are scared of heights.
Right.
So ain't no nigga climbing no damn tree and hanging himself that's so high up that they need a damn extended ladder to get her down. That's not a black person thing. And my problem with that whole story is that they're not really digging in the background. What's going on? Like, did this girl meet some Nabisco on a dating app? Because that's what I believe happened.
Yeah.
Because a lot of young black people right now don't believe shit stink. That's what my mama used to say.
Mm-hmm.
You don't believe shit stink. We done told you that these people gonna unalive you, but you don't believe shit stink.
Right. You don't believe shit stinks. You don't think fat meat is greasy.
Fat meat is greasy. There you go.
Yeah, that's what I was always taught too.
Always. Yeah, you better be paying attention. We done told you. And now what can we do to protect you when we done told you and you still don't listen? It's not much you can do for a nigga like that.
Like, was it you that played the video of the mom that was going off on her son?
Yeah. I played that video with the mama going off on her son, talking crazy to him, and he like, look at how my mama talked to me. And it was just, it's just crazy. This is the world we got right now.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people have, particularly black people, have accepted some of this dumb shit. And, cause I see people who be trying to date me and shit, right? So like motherfuckers be sending me a message like, oh, yeah, I want to date you, but hey, if you got a problem with rainbows, don't message me back. And then them bitches then the bitch had the nerve to send me a message back talking about you didn't message me back. Yeah, bitch, I got a problem with rainbows.
Right.
What's wrong with that? Why would I even talk to you?
Right.
Not saying I'm actually, but when people come on that thing and be asking me dumb questions like that, you want to date me. I don't want to date nobody, but people keep always coming up. For some reason, Facebook got this thing on my thing where it just got people contacting me. And I'm like, I done got rid of it twice, but they don't stop contacting me.
Yeah, you got to report their ass.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm not trying to date nobody.
I used to get that same when I was on Facebook.
Yeah, who are these people trying to date me? That's why I asked Facebook, like, what is this?
Mm-hmm.
What am I involved in that you got people trying to date me? Because I'm not trying to date nobody. And these are weirdo people.
Right.
I don't have anything to do with none of this sickness.
It's like they send them your way just to see what your reaction is gonna be.
Yeah, like nigga, quick, sending them over here. I send them people about their business. Like, what do you want?
Right. I noticed some similar shit on TikTok too.
Yeah. Stop sending me messages. I'm about to take my phone number off of there because I be getting weird calls and shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I would definitely suggest that because
yeah. I don't answer anything with no goddamn caller ID. So don't call me now.
Right. So Facebook call me. I used to hate when motherfuckers would call me on Facebook. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, if I don't know a nigga, I'm like, nigga, why you calling me? What? I don't even know you.
Yep, extended trolling, Nobby.
Word up.
All right, let me finish up Willie D.
Go ahead, Willie.
They have zero shame. What they don't like is when they get called out. Because usually anybody on the local level call them out, they can do something about it. They can make things tough for them. But outside of Mississippi, not so much. So right now, they're trying to make that extend past the Mississippi border. And it ain't working.
Oh, that's what I was going to say about Mississippi. So Mississippi was the last state to ratify the 13th Amendment.
Yep.
And Mississippi was the last state to get rid of the Confederate flag at the state capitol.
Yeah, they just recently got rid of that. That's recent, my nigga.
Yep.
Like, nigga, like 2021 type shit.
Yeah.
Like, they held on to that shit. Ole Miss and all that.
Mm-hmm. Rural, if you don't get your ass down, what are you doing?
Who that?
Get down.
Amaru?
Yeah.
That nigga like, come on, nigga, I done give you time.
Hop up on the damn sink.
That nigga like, nigga.
He looking for Khalifa. I think he done knocked Khalifa up.
Uh-oh. Like, bitch, where you at? Where my kid?
Yeah, I think he's looking for her. Because Blacc Magic is sleep on the bed, so I think he's looking for Khalifa.
I hate motherfucking YouTube because they bury my video with my cat telling the other cat that, yo, them ain't your baby. That cat smacked the shit out the other cat. Like, bitch. I did a voiceover with two cats. The cat like, hey, look, my nigga, those ain't your kids, my nigga. And the other cat smacked the other cat right. It was like, bitch. I think it comes the way I said bitch. They don't like that. YouTube is mad. They sensitive.
Dang.
Nigga, you don't think a cat can say bitch? What's wrong with y'all?
The censorship is real.
Yeah, y'all had cats doing all types of mayhem on cartoons, but then when we show you a real cat smacking down another cat, y'all, that's too much for y'all. Y'all niggas is different.
Working everything that they're trying right now.
Oh, God.
Going after the family. going after content creators, going after journalists. It ain't gonna work. Ain't none of it gonna work. Because one thing I do know about human beings, when they feel that authoritative personalities are coming after them, when they feel that somebody's trying to make them behave a certain way,
that nigga ain't gonna be no granddad. That's nigga gonna be a cat.
They're gonna ask questions. They're gonna call it out. This is like a human reaction. Now, obviously, everybody ain't built like that. Some people just want.
We ain't doing that shit like white
I don't
people
care
do.
what you do. I know you bust me in the head. If you don't bust me in the head twice, I forget about it. I won't tell.
Imagine you a white nigga how that feel when
won't
you
call
walking
them
down the aisle
people
and a white
outside of
bitch like,
Mississippi.
well, he keeps looking at his
You just
daddy,
won't do it
his
again.
father. You the dog, you calling a dog his father. That's
I'm serious.
humiliating to me.
Some of us, we got a bad.
I ain't fucking with no
severe
white
case
bitches.
of Stockholm syndrome. It's no different than an abused.
If a white
wife
bitch
or,
call me
you
the
know,
dog
woman or
father,
whatever,
I'm gonna be looking
or
like
spouse.
that bitch. Like,
Yeah,
bitch,
right.
you had that
Like,
dog?
They think that if they can just be
What
nice,
you talking about?
if they'll just
I'm a
be
dog
nice,
owner,
if they could
bitch.
just make sure they have his food ready for him on time. If they can just make sure that, you know, they don't raise their voice.
Don't call no
they
niggas
don't
no
object to
no
anything. They
granddaddy for no damn cat.
They just cooperate. Then he won't hit them.
We cat owners, nigga.
And
don't fall
once
into that
the
white
abuse-
shit. Cat
Always
and dog
abuse.
owners,
I'm saying
nigga.
like once some dudes start beating on a certain woman. Now I'm not saying that a dude can't get over, can't get past that, but it is extremely difficult for him to do it with the same woman that he abused. And he may not never put his hands on a new woman, but that woman,
Nigga, I
particular
put
woman,
trademarks
she's
around
abusive.
your eyes, nigga.
She hasn't ever given him an incentive to not be an abusive. What I mean is that she's never held him accountable. You see? So if you reward bad behavior, meaning that if you
Sonny
with
said
it,
you
stay,
niggas be
you don't
cool.
say anything about it, you remain silent. Remember, silence is complicity, right?
Now I'm a
That means
boy.
that see something, say something. If you don't, then somebody thinks it's okay.
Oh damn, Lord have mercy.
And that means that if you don't say anything,
somebody,
then that translates into you thinking that whatever that person,
Willie.
whoever that person is, who's
hurry up, Willie,
in
goddamn
violation,
it.
never mind, you must be okay with it because you ain't saying nothing about it.
And get a polo shirt that at
And
least
that
say
goes for
Willie
all the
D
white
on
folks
it,
like
nigga.
that too.
I don't like them
If y'all
regular
ain't
polo
saying nothing
shirts.
about this case and other cases like this, if y'all not saying anything about injustice, y'all see this racism clear as day. And y'all know what it is. All of that gaslighting some of y'all do ain't never gonna work. All of that, if y'all make it about race, you know damn well it's always about race.
Always. You right,
99.9% of the time in this
Right,
country, it's
Willie.
always about race.
Always,
The
nigga.
woman,
I
Elliot,
agree with him
I
too.
can't say her
That
name,
right there. Always.
I think Jean Elliott is her name. I'm sure most of you have seen that video where she was inside of, it looks like some type of auditorium.
That nigga Willie D look like
some
Martian
type of meeting
Manhunt.
room or whatever. And she asked a group of white folks, it had to be at least 100.
Word up, they should cast
I
that
want you
nigga
to
as the
stand up.
Martian Manhunt.
If you would want for yourself, if you would want to be treated like black folks in this country are treated.
All you got to do is paint that nigga
Do
Willie
you know
Green.
it was at least
Willie D
I'm
Green.
thinking it may have been a few hundred white folks. Not one of them stood up. She said, I don't think you heard me. Let me say it again. I want you to stand up. If you would like to be treated like black
that
people in
old
this
video,
country are
Dr.
treated.
Joyce DeGroy.
Not
Yeah, he
one
talking about
stood up.
Dr. Joyce
But
DeGroy.
you better believe they were very argumentative before she made that statement. They were talking all about how racism is overrated and it ain't as bad as you. Yeah, but they didn't stand up. Not one of them stood up.
Because they know.
What
Nigga, they know.
she said, That means you know what's going on. You don't want it for yourself. Why are you so eager to see it happen to others? Why are you okay with it happening to others?
Willie.
Drop a comment. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Lord.
No more talk.
Thank God. I agree with him that 99.9% of the time it is race related.
Always. It is.
All right, what are your thoughts on that so-called friend named himself?
That the friend did what, Jesse?
The Nabisco quote unquote friend that shared that post incriminating himself.
Yeah, basically they just flaunting it in the nigga face. Like, nigga, we getting off. And I'm not even a real white person. Look at my last name. And basically, like, here in your face, niggas, I told you. See, this is a lesson for Nolan Wells' family. This is the ancestor Ida B. Wells reaching back out, telling them, like, nigga, what the fuck was y'all doing? I had to make sure the universe accepted and took one of my forebearers just so that you motherfuckers can understand that these people see color, that they see race. In 2020, 26, y'all acting like there's no seeing of color, but it's just the opposite. Everyone sees color. Only a blind man could tell you that.
Right. Well, they came out. Who was it? I don't know if you've heard, but
who suspected LGBTQ?
One of the grandkids came out and said that they weren't related to Ida B. Wells.
Yeah, no, Nolan Wells and them are related to Ida B. Wells.
No, I had seen something about one of the family members from the Ida B. Wells family said that they're not related.
They tried to say that, but it's not true.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was one of the Ida B. Wells family members that's like kind of weird.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they are related to the Ida B. Wells family.
Okay, gotcha. I suspect him of it. I said this earlier.
Suspect who of it, Navi?
The friend.
Oh, the friend. Yeah, they probably moist. Most of them are moist.
Mm-hmm.
Who that Captain Creole on the goddamn screen talking shit?
Yeah.
You niggas don't want to work, nigga. Shut the fuck up. You don't want to work for dirt wages making goddamn mud cookies, nigga.
All right.
Get it right. If you're going to tell a lie, tell the whole damn lie, nigga.
Oh, right. So this is a Haitian Trump supporter.
Yeah. Come on. Like I said in my broadcast, 98% of them niggas voted for Trump. And now y'all got your just desserts because you thought it was going to be us. Y'all thought it was going to be us. Y'all niggas thought it was going to be us.
Yeah, they did.
Get these niggas out of here. They are bad niggas. They are all over the place. The niggas in Chicago, those niggas in Baltimore. Get those niggas out of here and let us good Haitians. We will raise your grandmama. Now they will have strokes now that Haitians are not there. Why? Oh, fuck, they gonna have a stroke, nigga. Just doing all types of tether stuff.
So this Haitian Trump supporter regrets his vote.
That's right. You should. Just tell it. It took you this long. It was the Latino 6 months ago. I regret when that bitch like, I vote for Donald Trump. I vote. And then the bitch got deported. Her people start getting deported. No, I don't vote for this. You don't vote for this, bitch? Y'all had a whole song. I will vote for Donald Trump. And now y'all all getting deported. Now you're like out here crying and trying to mix it up. Like, hey, wait, nigga. Wait. Just like the tether. Hey, wait, nigga, how that nigga was crying.
Yeah.
I'm a nigga now. Now you a nigga. We told you was niggas. Y'all didn't believe us.
Right.
1804, nigga.
Yeah.
But yeah, your ass got rounded up in 1805. How does that make sense, nigga? Y'all paying reparations in 1806 to France. Not the other way around.
For 120 years.
Yeah. What are you talking about? Trying to tell us something. What are you talking about? That revolution was hogwash, nigga.
I voted for Donald Trump.
Nothing. Let him go.
So Tariq gonna give us a
let's go. Musty ass tether.
The Chef Creole restaurant in Miami's Little Haiti neighborhood is typically bustling with customers. Not today. People are scared. Owner Wilkinson Sajor says it's not just the clientele. After 34 years in business, he's lost his entire management team at 7 locations and will likely have to shut down 2 stores due to the end of temporary protected status.
The end of TPS means for me that my future in the hospitality business is almost going to be non-existent.
On Sunday, federal officers made an immigration arrest outside one of his restaurants.
What would you say to the president that you voted for? He sold to me that he is a businessman and that he will be making business decisions.
Do you regret your vote?
Let me just say
Yes,
this to Tether.
I do.
Speaking of
Let me
Trump,
just say this
speaking
to
of
Tethers
Trump,
real quick. Let me just say this to Tethers real quick. When you talk about a businessman, see, you niggas must don't realize when y'all getting fired from your jobs, getting let go, and they downsize. Nigga, that's what businessmen do, nigga.
Right.
They get rid of what's not needed. And now they see you Tethers are ineffectual in the job they gave you of suppressing the indigenous black population. They're like, well, we don't need these niggas. So they're getting rid of you. See, that's a businessman. You don't understand business then, Tether. You lying.
Right.
You're sitting out here, your business is based emotionally on a bunch of niggas that you could underpay under the table, nigga. Be honest.
Right.
That's why you can't get no Americans, which you talking about black Americans. They know white people coming in there working with all that must.
Right.
Even though they musty, y'all must take out white people must. Y'all double.
Yeah.
It's just a battle of must.
Goddamn.
Just mustiness.
Wet
all
dog.
over. Yeah, this shit, you got wet dog must with goddamn mango tree must. You up here, all y'all smelly. That's just too much in the goddamn building. Y'all know it is. Bunch of musty niggas.
So he didn't get the memo, mass deportation.
Yeah, he didn't get that memo. He's like, wait, nigga, wait, they're going to deport these niggas who are from here. Where you going to deport us, nigga? Alabama, Virginia,
Georgia,
Tennessee, nigga. South Carolina, Georgia, nigga. Where we going? Fuck is wrong with y'all?
You're next. You're next.
You niggas are next, nigga. And then when we don't get next, y'all niggas is all out here crying. You niggas are so happy that TPS passed, nigga. You niggas, wait, what you think when the white man get rid of us, what will he do next? I don't know, nigga. But he gonna be fighting us like he always been fighting from day one. I don't know what y'all gonna do, but nigga, we gonna be scrapping with him like we always been. We ain't going nowhere.
He's up on the bed now.
All these years, all these racist presidents, and they couldn't get rid of us all these years, nigga. Stop. I'm sorry, Captain Creole.
Did y'all see
that Creole
the story about the Haitian dude down in Florida? The Haitian restaurant owner, this dude,
Captain Creole.
What was his name? I forgot his name. But this dude down in Florida, he voted for Trump. He was a big Trump supporter. And now all of his Haitian workers about to get deported. I don't want to laugh, but yeah,
Laugh,
Chef
my
Frito,
nigga,
what's his son
laugh.
like that? He voted for Trump. Now ICE is getting all of his damn employees. Lord, the irony.
Yeah, that's the irony, my nigga.
So yeah, he's complaining that his employees are getting hemmed up now. Now they got a dip, and he feel he's about to lose his businesses and all that.
Oh, yeah.
Because of ICE. They're getting all of his damn Haitian employees. They're getting his people. Now he's saying he regretted supporting Trump. See, that's the thing. See, a lot of these people, family, a lot of these Caribbeans and all that, they align with right wingers now. They align with them.
Yep.
They thought, supporting that political faction, that's going to grant them some permanent proximity to whiteness. They thought, putting on a MAGA hat and all that and co-signing a lot of that stuff, that was going to get them a pass. Yeah. They wanted to distance themselves. They were like, oh, we're not like those niggas. I am an immigrant. I work hard. I just got here with $2. They tried to pull a Winston Sears. Winston, she's another Caribbean out there in Virginia. All she does is talk greasy about us and how we need to stop begging. We need to get over slavery. Her daddy came over here with $2. Y'all know, look up Winston Sears. She's real, but she's Jamaican. She's good for that. But she was up at like
we rather deal with the
Holocaust Museum. Oh, never forget. Ooh, Buck and I never forget. Ooh, never forget. But with us, we should get over slavery. So yeah, they get over here, and a lot of them try to get with the conservatives. They try to get with the right wingers against us. Mm-hmm. See, a lot of these folks, just like that Haitian cat down there in Florida. So I think a lot of these folks thought if the Republicans got in office, they were going to bring the heat towards us, towards the Black Americans.
Yep.
It's towards the foundationals. They low-key thought the block was going to be hot for us because of all the scare tactics the Democrats were saying.
Yep.
See, the Democrats are running around here. Oh, we better not get Trump now. Oh, Trump is going to be 2025. Ooh, we're going to be picking cotton again. Ooh, it's going to be 2025. We're going to be back on the plantation and Trump didn't get in office. And the tether class was like, ooh, yeah, that would be great. The tether class was like, ooh, back on the plantation, huh? Oh, that would be wonderful. Let me go out here and support Trump and them. And then I'm gonna let them know I'm not like them. I'm a hard-working immigrant now. So if y'all want to put them back on the plantation, ooh, I would love that. Then I could be the replacement. And I ain't gonna cause no trouble. Ooh, I ain't gonna cause now bitter trouble. I'm gonna be a good nigga. Oh, they thought it was gonna be on and popping. They thought we were gonna get thrown under the bus.
Yep.
Oh my goodness, man. They were letting everybody know that's why they waved them flags. Mm-hmm. They talk heavy with that accent. We love Haitians for Trump, nigga. We love Trump. We love Trump. Yeah. But boy, they underestimated the power of foundational Black American delineation.
Word up. I talked about this.
That was the reverse Uno they were not ready for, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
You see?
For
a long time, we as foundational Black Americans, we took all the political heat for everybody. We were the shield for everybody's targeting. We had to take the hits.
Yeah,
y'all gonna hold that
march, and we had to carry all the political weight. Now we delineated. We made it clear we ain't playing that role. The rules of the game has changed.
Right.
See, now we've removed ourselves from the bottom undefined cast. We are now the top brand. Now we've rebranded ourselves correctly,
right,
and we can stand on our merit, and it's time for these others to stand on theirs, and they cannot. And without us, Adam cast, they're looking real janky because now the dominant society is like, well, damn, these Negroes delineated now, so you're not really affecting them no more. We don't need y'all no more. That's what the dominant society is saying. Oh, that's why they got to have us generic Africans all the time. Now the white tea people are like, yeah, what we need you for?
See, Tethers don't
Ice truck, come on through and get him, or get this ankle monitor on him.
Supremacy is a big business.
Yeah,
they don't get it. But you're voting for a businessman.
And I'm not trying to
You
make
don't
light
understand business.
folks getting hemmed up, but man, it's a whole different vibe out here now, ladies and
See,
gentlemen.
they don't get in America.
Yeah.
Either you doing the
See,
fucking
that
or
model
somebody fucking
minority
you.
myth that's been shattered.
That's
They don't get-
America.
And all that
nigga.
you can just get model minority status by working hard, opening a business, voting for right-wing politicians. Yeah, that dude down in Miami, he thought that being a MAGA supporter, that was going to make him immune to the dominant societies flipping on him.
Hell no.
No. We tried to tell folks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Warned you, nigga.
So they got a wake-up call, majorly. And that proves why foundational Black American delineation is very necessary. See, we got to delineate because our political interests, they're just not the same.
Right.
See, a lot of these people, their interest is rooted in assimilation. Ours is not. We're focused on our lineage,
I played
restorative
that
justice,
disrespectful
concrete
ass Haitian
tangibles.
who was trying to
Yeah, we
attach
ain't really
our
trying to
history
assimilate.
theirs.
We've never cared about that. We've got our own strong culture to stand on.
Yep, you did, buddy.
You see? So it's heavy. Man.
Yeah, it's heavy for
Yeah,
them.
they don't know them like we know. We know how they get down. Yeah, they try to tell us. See, a lot of the immigrants, they come over here and they think, man, what is wrong with these Black Americans? All you have to do is kiss ass and everything will be okay. Just kiss ass real good. No, that's not it.
Right.
No, we know that don't work.
It don't work.
That don't work at all.
Nope.
And they have to learn the hard way. Yeah, that ain't gonna work.
It's
We
like,
try to
it's
tell
like
them
I
that's not
told
gonna
the
work.
Nabisco
And they
at my
trick
job.
themselves. Oh, the white man loves me because I work hard. I'm a hard worker.
Right.
I work very hard. And you're lazy. I got 4 jobs. You have 1 job. And I came
Remember,
over with
that was a
$2.
joke.
And
Let's-
look at me now,
hold on,
nigga.
pause,
It
Jesse,
is that.
Pause. Real quick. If
And
you a real
these-
foundational Black American, you know that was a joke. Niggas having 4 and 5 jobs. That was on In Living Color. We was snapping on you niggas that you couldn't even live. That's why your whole family had to work all those jobs with you. That was the only way y'all could be together. They showed us that with the Jamaican family on In Living Color. What, nigga, you only have 3 jobs? The niggas all on the airplane. That nigga's like, I'm the pilot, I'm the stewardess, and the nigga was everything. The nigga had to run outside, change the gas and the tire. Papa, the nigga ran in like, the nigga Tommy Davidson was the young nigga. He was like, Papa, hold on, I have to run this, I have to make the meals, I have to get these were jokes to us, you niggas having all these jobs.
Right.
Y'all don't get that part. These were fucking jokes.
Right.
And y'all made it real.
Yeah, they did.
Y'all niggas made it real. And now we looking at y'all like, okay. Because these were jokes to us. Just like African booty scratcher, nigga, we didn't give a damn, but now we like, fuck it. Since y'all saying we say it all the time, we saying it now all the time. Like, you niggas go right into this nigga. Yes, nigga. You said we was the bad guy. We no longer sitting here omitting being the bad guy. We're now saying, nigga, all right. As I told y'all last night in my broadcast, nigga, I'm divisive, nigga. That's right. I'm tired of being told I'm this, I'm that, and I'm a bad nigga. Who did I'm gonna be a bad nigga?
Right. We're embracing villainry. Like
we're gonna finally be the villains that y'all all said we was. And we just gonna be right there, and we gonna accept this shit because it seemed like the villain is winning.
Mm-hmm. That's why Lady Che, she's the villain.
That's right. Shout out to Lady Che. That's right. We the motherfucking villains. Y'all the ones said that about us. Y'all called us dirty niggas. Y'all said you dirty Black Americans. Y'all said all this stuff. We wasn't talking about none of y'all.
None of y'all.
We was going in on Asians and Latinos, like my good brother Maxwell said. We was focused on Asians and Latinos at first. Then you niggas came in and start centering yourselves, and then we turned to the right, and we was like, okay, you wanted to, get in the dungeon, nigga. Everybody in the dungeon.
Right.
Now you're going to figure out if you can hold your own nuts. We no longer going to be the hero class for all you niggas. Right. Y'all going to have to be the hero. And guess what? You can't produce one hero.
Not one.
You can't even produce a tank, nigga, to protect y'all from all the shit coming towards you. You can't do a goddamn thing but ride and hang on the backs of niggas like the leeches you are.
Mm-hmm. Hence why we call you tethers.
Exactly. But y'all still want to get niggas. As I said, nigga, every immigrant ain't a tether, but every tether is an immigrant.
Yep. That's the truth.
Same people who would pump their heads up because they would run this game. See, the dominant society ran game on them. They was like, look, Dudatunde, I like you. I like you, Dudatunde. You're not like Jaquan. I had a guy, this black guy from Memphis named Jaquan. He would come to work late. Oh, yes, I know how those niggas are. I know. So y'all be at the job talking all greasy about us. Oh, I know a Jaquan too. He was a lazy nigga, just like that. Oh, yeah, but you're not like that. You're just coming to work on time. You're so smart. You're so much better than those guys. I know this. I know. I say this all the time. I'm better than those Akatas. Oh, y'all sit up there soaking it up. Oh, y'all soaked it up. Now that we've delineated and we've gotten from that bottom caste, that generic brand, and we've branded ourselves correctly, and now you have to stand on your own merit. They're like, well, damn, Dudatunde. Oh, boy, look like there's an ice van outside for you, Dudatunde. What are you going to do? God, sheet. I thought I was better. Dudatunde, you're going to have to go somewhere, buddy. You're going to have to go somewhere, Dudatunde. Oh, shit. They're trying to, they put an ankle monitor on my leg. Oh, I have to run. You hear them flip-flops pattering. Dudatunde and all of his buddies is going to be running with them ankle monitors on, giving each other direction. Which way should I go, nigga? Which way should I go? Which way should I go, nigga? Run, wait, which way, nigga? To the left, to the left. Beep, beep. Where do I go, nigga? Which way? To the left, to the left. Oh, run faster, run faster. I got to run, nigga. To the left, to the left.
Yo, you killed me with this.
You're going to be running to the left, to the left. So then, that's what it is.
Because we be snapping on them. Like
that is what it is. Let me get some of the family in here.
Oh, God, they be mad.
All right, let me get the family in here, ladies and gentlemen. All right.
Yeah, y'all voted.
How many likes? Man, we almost got 200,000 likes in here. Come on, man. Y'all know we need to get 250,000 in the next 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Y'all know we got to get 250,000 in the next 5 minutes. So everybody tap that screen. You got to tap that screen, ladies and gentlemen. Tap that screen. All right.
Baptiste, nigga.
Right.
Close the door, nigga.
Let me see who we got. Let's get the family in here.
Oh, y'all niggas.
Let's get Ishmael. I'm trying to get Ishmael in here. Let's get Mark Ford. Let's get Mark.
Yeah, they don't want to see barbecue.
I'm trying to get Ishmael.
Yeah,
Ishmael.
Barbecue waiting like nigga.
Get Mark Ford. Then I'm gonna get Ishmael in here.
Nigga.
What's going on, Rick? How y'all doing? How you doing, family?
I'm good, brother Mark. What's going on with you, bro?
Man, life is good. Can't complain. Just want to touch on two things that you spoke on earlier. First thing was you talked about the tobacco companies and how they started in North and South Carolina. That is 100% true. RJ Reynolds is located in Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
Virginia.
My grandfather and all his old timer homeboys
Slim.
retired from there, and they're living off that great pension still to this day.
Hold up,
and, you know, it goes deep in the roots. And like I said, a lot of my friends,
Slims
work
made in Virginia. The tobacco, people forget Virginia and Lower Virginia. When you go to Lower Virginia, you see all them tobacco farms.
Yep.
All that was niggas. Virginia Slims used to be the #1 selling cigarette. Look that shit up. Bitches, white bitches had a long ass stick that they were attached to Virginia Slim to. They smoking looking like Cruella DeVille. That was the That's where they get the Cruella DeVille character from, out in Virginia. The dog shits where they had these dog farms, that was in Virginia.
Yep.
Where they would get the Dalmatians for the police stations. Remember, back in the 30s and 40s, every police station had a Dalmatian. Where do you think they was coming from? They was coming out of here in Virginia, Colesville, Virginia.
Okay.
Up here, the white Cruella DeVille looking bitches. Word up. This is a fact out here. I run across them bitches all the time.
Yeah.
Bitch with a long ass cigarette. You like, this bitch don't know we can't, you ain't supposed to smoke in the store, but ain't nobody stopping this hoe.
Yeah, they have the super slims too.
Yeah, the super slims, Virginia Slim. Virginia Slim is a cigarette that was made in Virginia. That's why it's named Virginia Slims.
Right.
My mama used to smoke those.
Right.
When she thought she was better than smoking Newports. I'm like, bitch, it's still a cigarette.
Right.
He wasn't listening. Let's go.
There now and all that kind of stuff. The second thing, so that's 100% true what you're talking about when it comes to talking about the tobacco.
Yeah.
The second thing you talked about is how we built pretty much bricks by hand, how our fingerprints is laid in the bricks. There's a gentleman by the name of George Henry Blacc, born 1879. He passed away in 1980. He is also from Winston-Salem, North Carolina, where I'm from. He built pretty much the entire East Winston. East Winston is the black side of Winston-Salem. So you're 100% correct on that as well. Once again, like I said, he laid the foundation of pretty much the east side of the city, literally building
go take
it
pictures
brick
of
by
the
brick. So
stones
you're
out
100%
here in
correct in that as
Virginia
well.
and
Just want to
show
touch on
y'all
those two
these
things.
stones.
I'll let my
man, respect to that.
Down in Richmond or?
No, right here where I am in Leesburg, Loudoun County, Virginia. Nigga, I'm telling you, the whole Loudoun County used to be owned by black people.
Oh yeah, I remember you did say that. Yeah.
The whole Loudoun County. When I did a show a couple of weeks ago, and I had a video that showed that majority of all this was owned by black people. But niggas were systemically lynched. Niggas were chased out of areas out here and lost their land. But majority of all this land that I live on right here in Virginia, this is why I keep telling people God ordained me to be here. Because I'm the only nigga showing up at the council meeting, producing these land ledgers and showing this shit to these people, that white people. I just had a video where a white woman from out here in Loudoun County was just talking about the black soldiers who fought in the goddamn, not Civil War, but the goddamn Revolutionary War from Virginia. I just had a white woman talk about that. We need to be recognizing all the indigenous black people from Virginia who fought in the Revolutionary War. That was a white woman. And I had brought that to that white woman. And she actually went with it to the goddamn council after reading what I showed her and finding out it was true. I found this at the Thomas Balk Library out here in Virginia. I went there. They got a whole slave roll and everything.
Okay.
So you can find out who was a freedman, who was a slave, because they got a big ass freedman roll right here in Virginia. There was lots of freedmen.
Yep.
Where I live, right now in Loudoun County. And I've been starting to talk to older black people. I've been meeting them through Facebook. And they've been telling me they like what I do. And I'm trying to get I'm out here talking to them now because I'm like, do y'all want to do a video about your heritage? Let's talk about it. Let's sit down and y'all tell the stories. Y'all bring out your pictures. That's what I'm currently behind the scenes. I never really like to talk about what I'm doing behind the scenes because I don't like to do that because I want it to be done first.
Right.
But this is what I've been, other than me working, that's why I'm not on as much as I normally would like to be, because I'm working and then because I got to work to pay for my own shit. I'm paying for my own stuff. Everything I'm doing, I'm paying for it, other than the few donations that the family make. Other than that, I'm paying for everything out of my pocket.
Right.
That's what I learned from Tariq. that if you want something on your own, you got to figure out how to pay for it and then become the master of it. And that's what I'm doing.
For sure, Breeze. Will keep us updated on that.
Yeah, we gonna have that shit popping soon. Look, I'm gonna have everything. The atmosphere shit coming real soon. Everything gonna pop. Y'all gonna see it all. I'm gonna have it all. You know how I be trying to post my videos. I'm gonna have a whole bunch of shit. Y'all gonna see it's coming. You know what I mean?
Well, I can't wait to see it. All right, so I'm gonna get back to Tariq.
Brother, let's get brother Ismail in the building. Ismail, how you doing, Ismail?
I'm vibing, man. Living good, man. Hey, so you made the point that I was literally finna make. These Democratic shills taught them the whole play.
Oh yeah,
they taught them the whole play. And it's funny, when it comes to the shills, right? It's always some bleak outlook for Black Americans. Like we never gonna overcome, and they just singing Negro spirituals, wade in the water, and the only way we gonna survive is we get Mondamni in. Or the only way we gonna survive, we get a Democrat in. That's how we gonna overcome. Yeah, that's how we gonna do it. And it's like, bruh, I noticed with you and like Black Alpha, y'all always speaking positivity into the lineage. Y'all always speaking positivity into us.
Oh yeah,
right.
Oh, yeah.
And there's something spiritual about that. And then I know it's a couple people that you kind of, you did, you had some words with in the past, and it's always bleak with them. It's never nothing good. And I liken them to Megan Kelly, right? You notice they kind of got what they want. What they wanted. Megan Kelly and them, they got what they wanted. TPS ended, the Haitians was gone, and they still miserable. And that's the same thing with the Shield. They still miserable.
Really
and they supposed to be one of
this,
the betterment of our community, but they still miserable. So I just wanted to say that right quick.
Yes, indeed, my man. Appreciate you.
But
my man, you touched on something heavy, man.
That's the
this delineation that's happening right now. We're in a renaissance right now.
Whooping ass, man.
We're having a renaissance right now. And there is a spiritual undertone to it. You understand? Because understand, us delineating is powerful because the starting point is not who do we hate. We don't hate anybody. The starting point is who are we?
Wait,
you understand that
quick,
distinction matters.
Jesse, pause real quick. I want to ask you a question.
You understand? Historically, one of the first things that oppressed populations had to reclaim was.
Jesse, I believe that we're in the third renaissance of Black America. What do you believe? Because I believe our second renaissance happened in the 90s when niggas got knowledge of self. So what do you think on that, brother?
That's a good question. Okay, so the first Renaissance was the Harlem Renaissance.
Yeah, the Harlem Renaissance. That's literally the first one where we take blackness into the essence and we make that shit like global. The second one I always feel is like during the so-called self-destruction movement, that was knowledge of self. Black people gained a lot of the knowledge of self. Then we wouldn't have the Black people like we got right now who've been saying shit, but nobody was really receptive to it all these years. But now with Tariq, with everybody coming now, delineation is the third renaissance, I feel like, for us.
This should be the third or fourth, because I would say the 60s, because you had the Black empowerment era, 60s and 70s.
Okay.
Then definitely the 90s. And now in the 20s.
Okay. But yep, you're right. The 60s had the Black empowerment. Yep, okay. And then knowledge of self arose in the 90s and shit. Yep. And now we finally had delineation. I think we could not get to delineation without knowledge of self.
Right.
I feel like we couldn't have never got here without knowledge of self.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Because knowledge of self is us purporting to understanding who we are and where we come from. And when we started deciding, hey, wait, we're not from Africa. Matter of fact, Africans don't even like us.
Right.
That's when you start knowing yourself, you start knowing who don't like you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's either a yes or a no.
Right. And once we found that out, we started delineating.
Right there.
For 7 years.
I feel like the delineation was way before. It was just it wasn't enough of us on code about the delineation. Because, you know, some of us still hanging around a bunch of Jamaicans. Now it's like niggas like waking up like, nah, you right.
Right.
We go to these Jamaican parties and watch a nigga dive off some shit and slam into a bitch crotch. We're like, what the fuck is this? We're like weirded out by it. We're not like, yeah, I want to do that.
Right. Well, shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson because he started the delineation back in 2013.
Yes, right. I remember Claude. I feel like Claude was doing it earlier. He was saying it before then.
Yeah, he was.
Because he's using Native Black Americans back in the 90s.
Like you said, most people weren't receptive to it then.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel like most people weren't receptive, but it was out there. For those that was kind of heard it, we was like, you right, we ain't African. And like I tell people, when I came in the 2000s into the DMV, that's when the Africans told me I wasn't no African. And I would try to refute them in the beginning, but eventually I was like, all right, nigga, I'm not an African. Cool. Y'all niggas not me. And then I started going in on snapping on Africans. And Africans would start getting mad, like, nigga, I used to come to your studio. You was always nice. Now you just, nigga. Because I realized you don't never pay for your studio time.
Right. Yeah.
You come by with some weed and we hang out, we may record because I'm already recording, so I don't care who might want to jump on because y'all niggas always like, let me jump on, Breeze, let me jump on. Knowing I'm not gonna release that track. Like that track's never coming out, nigga. I'm just making it. You see, I got a computer right here. I can load up whatever many tracks I want.
Right.
But you not gonna, that shit's never come out. I remember one nigga got mad at me because this nigga was like, his lyrics ended up, the only thing he heard was every day, Virginia. And that nigga was like, yo, Breeze, what happened to my lyrics? I was like, that's it right there. I was like, nigga, your song was trash, my nigga. But to respect you, I took pieces from it to try to add you in, nigga. But it was trash, bro. I can't lie to you. You know what I'm saying? He mad. He looking at my wife. Cause my wife, that was my second engineer. She was like, she looking at him. She like, yeah, we couldn't do nothing with it. Yeah, I mean, niggas be mad when a woman tell you that shit hurt. She looking at him like, yeah, nigga, that shit was trash. We just got. That's why I love my wife. I miss her ass because she could tell trash. She could tell trash music. She'd be like, oh, that shit trash. She's like, you gonna let that be a song anyway? I'm like, no. We're just gonna make a second song and then give it to him. Like, that's how I would be. Like, here, nigga. Especially if the nigga paid, like, put in $20. I'd be like, all right, nigga, here's a CD, nigga. That's you. Is it on the main thing? I gotta see, my nigga. You listen to it. I give it to the nigga. The nigga come back on their own, be like, yo, Breeze, yeah, you right. I gotta work on that shit. You be like, yeah, nigga. Because I ain't like to burn a nigga. I ain't like to tell a nigga like, nigga. See, today you can't tell a nigga trash. The nigga be like, fuck you, nigga, my followers. And you can't even say to a nigga the honest shit today. That's why you hear a lot of these old Juice WRLD songs or fucking, what's the nigga that right now? What's the nigga? Because him and Drake supposed to be. Did you, wait, hold on real quick. Did you hear Drake talking about shit about niggas who don't trick on bitches? Did you hear that?
I missed that.
Oh my God. We gonna have to talk about that probably tomorrow on the Monday mixtape because I got, oh my God. This nigga is even worse than ever. That's why I told black people, if you don't realize this nigga ain't us, then nigga, I can't help you right now. I can't help you at all.
Yeah, I remember niggas just be calling in to Reese talk about he's part of FBA.
Nah, he ain't no FBA. That nigga is far from FBA. He is not.
Right.
Let Tariq finish roasting these niggas.
Going in on
the authority to name themselves. Naming yourselves and naming things is very, very powerful. That's why when the white tea people came around, they started naming everything, plants, animals, all types of stuff.
Yeah.
People. See, when you name yourself, you're getting your power back. You're not letting people just throw a label on your ass all the time and then they can define what it is. They've been doing that to us for the longest. You see?
Right, that's self-determination right there.
Word up. Look, I'm telling people, like, that shit really made sense to me. 5 years ago, I watched the anime called That Time I Got Reincarnated by Islam. If y'all niggas got a chance to watch that anime, go watch this shit. And that nigga started naming shit. And everything that he named got power from him. And I was like, whoa, this nigga's naming creatures they ain't never had no name. And he naming them niggas. He named a dragon and got the power of a dragon.
Wow.
And he's naming niggas and start naming. Everybody he naming, they change when he name them and shit. They like change how they look. And they get a power from this nigga. And I was like, that's the shit Tariq talking about right there. When you name your shit, so and naming shit, that's power in that. That's equity.
Yep.
So when you hear that shit and then I hear people don't believe Tariq, I'm like, y'all niggas really just don't want to get in your mind because you just don't like Tariq.
Exactly that part.
Just come to terms with that, nigga. Once you get over that part, you'll realize this nigga ain't never been lying.
Right.
Just like Neely Fuller Jr. never lied. This brother ain't never lied. Because to me, Tariq is just a younger version of Neely Fuller Jr.
Yeah.
He's saying the same shit, but on a realer level.
Right.
Neely Fuller Jr. would say this shit to you, but he would try to give it to you in common talk and in a gentleman's way.
Yeah.
But sometimes he would cuss. People don't know that. I was like, you really didn't ever listen to Neely Fuller Jr. if you didn't hear him cuss.
Right. If he wasn't listening to Produce Justice.
Yeah, he would cuss once in a while. He was like, yo, you niggas ain't got no power. He would say shit like that. Where you be like, oh shit, Neely Fuller just dropped the M-bomb.
Yep.
And you be like, he must be mad today. Nigga, he didn't normally get mad too often because he controlled his motion.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, he'd be like, fuck this. I got to say it like this. Y'all niggas ain't listening.
Right.
Word up. Shout out to our elder, boy. I love that brother. I mean, shit.
May he rest in power.
Word up.
So, after slavery, we started to, we created our own churches, our mutual aid societies, our own schools. Again, public schools came from us. They came from the freedmen schools. That's what I'm saying. A lot of stuff we do, a lot of stuff that's a part of American culture came from us, ladies and gentlemen.
Facts.
I'm telling you, you look at it. The lottery, that came from us running numbers. They were getting that from us.
Big facts.
We were running them numbers and making a grip of money. They're like, oh shit, we got to do that. The state got to do that. The free lunch program, that came from the Black Panthers. There wasn't no free lunch program before the Black Panthers. You understand? All of that stuff was coming from us. The medical emergency.
That's where my great
EMT workers
in Pittsburgh.
We talked about this before. Y'all know that came from us too. The first EMT workers were foundational Black Americans out of Pittsburgh, the Freedom House Ambulance Company. That's the first in the world. They taught the world how to do EMT work. Foundational Black Americans out of Pittsburgh, PA, the Freedom House Ambulance Company. We taught people how to do that. You understand? A lot of stuff is, we got our fingerprint in everything, family. Our fingerprints all over the place. But there's a spiritual essence to it. And because it's a spiritual essence to us delineating, outsiders of the lineage, it feels aggressive because it removes their ability to define us. See, we're not attacking anybody. That's why people call up and they feel like they're being attacked. Look, like, what are you FBA doing? You have to stop this shit. When is it going to be over, nigga? When is what going to be over? We've already delineated. This has to stop. And what is the end goal, nigga? It's always, when is it going to stop? It's not. This is something that has already happened.
It's happened.
We're not doing anything.
Deaggregation now. We in the deaggregation.
That's the thing. The Renaissance has already happened. It's never going to be over. We're not. You can't put toothpaste back in a tube. You understand? It's just not going to stop. It's already happened. There was a Renaissance that happened. Renaissance, you can't do a reverse Renaissance. A Renaissance is an awakening. And we're not attacking anybody. Now we're checking people who are disrespectful. But really, the attack is basically them having a loss of interpretive control. See, people are so used to putting us into any type of interchangeable category and to siphon off of us. We said, no, history matters. This is our lineage. These are the boundaries, and nobody else can redefine us. So for many foundational Black Americans, there's an ancestral consciousness that goes with us recognizing our lineage. You understand? Because our lineage goes so deep in the soil, in the water, in the trees, in the plants. You can feel our ancestral energy here. We're all over the place. That's why every time they dig up something, they're digging up our bones somewhere. You see? There's a spiritual consciousness throughout the entire fiber of this country that comes from us. You know, that's why there's a spiritual feeling to it. And this is why critics, they keep trying to manufacture a group or a single leader because they need a human target. This is a spiritual thing. So they got to find somebody. Tariq is Tariq brainwashing people. No, it's not. If I got abducted tomorrow, people are going to still be on FBA lineage business because your lineage is still your lineage.
For sure.
You understand? So it's real heavy. This is very, very spiritual. Well, let me see. Get those hands up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get the family in here. Let's get those hands up. Let's get those hands up. Let me see who's next because we do have a lot of people in here. And y'all, let me see. We got 250 likes. I love that. Let's get it up to 500,000. Let's get it up to 500,000, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Let's get that up to 500,000, ladies and gentlemen. They said, yeah, we got more recipes of corn than the natives, right? They always talk about natives and corn. Which natives? They talk about natives and barbecue. Which natives? You don't see red Indians barbecuing. You only see us doing that or mastering it. What's up, Melanie? How you doing, Mel? I ain't seen you in a minute, beloved. Yeah, when you talk about certain plants and things, how the hell we know the agrarian culture so well? How did George Washington Carver know the agrarian culture so well? This dude had a metaphysical relationship with the plants over here.
And you know, it's so funny. We always
talk
just
to the
mention
plants
George
metaphysically.
Washington Carver.
He saved the agrarian
multiple
South.
Black people.
You understand?
Yeah. That's where they get that whole playing music.
How do we know all that? How do we know tobacco so well? How do we know that if we're foreigners? Come on now, let's think about some things. Just like I said, the tobacco industry got revolutionized by us. How do we know so much about some damn tobacco? And if we're foreigners, ain't no tobacco in Africa. How come the tobacco Indians, all of the carvings look like Black people? All those old tobacco Indian statues that they used to make back in the day, and you can go get them at thrift shops all over the country. They all look Black.
Right down here in Virginia.
Yeah. Yeah, tobacco isn't easy to grow at all, right? It's not easy to grow. And like I said, the modern cigarette industry, y'all look up Stephen Slade.
Yep.
Look up that brother. Yeah, that brother produced that yellow tobacco, and he showed that you can grow it anywhere. You can grow it on relatively poor soil, so it can grow anywhere.
Look,
so
that's why the nigga and I'm
created
gonna get
another
name
economic
was
boom.
Slade.
Yeah,
remember he was selling cigarettes.
You see?
You remember
So
that,
that's why
Jesse?
R.J. Reynolds. Somebody brought up R.J. Reynolds. That's why R.J. Reynolds got things popping right there in that same area where the brother was.
Can you hear me?
out there in North Carolina. R.J. Reynolds
I can hear you, Brace.
got that shit popping out there in North Carolina because of the Foundation of Black Americans. I raise your hand. Right, watermelon. Yeah, we were watermelon sellers, and they made watermelon negative. We talk about that in the New Hidden Colors, why watermelon is negative. Only reason it's negative is because it's associated with us. There's nothing negative about watermelon. Watermelon is one of the most healthiest fruit vegetables you can damn eat. You can literally live off watermelon.
You can eat the rind.
So many damn nutrients in a watermelon. We knew that. Yeah, we would make a lot of money selling watermelon. That's why they tried to make it into something negative and derogatory. Not only is it delicious, it's nutritious as hell.
Yes.
Yeah, we knew that. We knew the nutritional properties of it.
After we would eat up the red part,
that's a superfood.
Now go put them in the sink and wash
shame us, try to make it a negative thing.
So we used to have to wash them.
Same thing.
Yep, we used to have to wash them and then dry them off and shit. We looking like, goddamn, we ate off of that. But she take them shits and she would pickle them shits and would make good ass pickle. You ate them shits. I remember me and my brother. We could see our teeth marks in that shit from when we ate it. We used to be like, oh my God, who bit this one?
Right.
But you be looking at the teeth mark, you be like, oh, nigga, that's you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'm trying to say. People don't know that. I'm like, yeah, nigga, this is like in New York and shit. I'm going to North Carolina, but you know, my mom, I'm bringing back on the bus. I'm bringing back a whole bunch of pickled watermelon rind.
Yeah,
me and my brothers, we gotta bring this shit back.
Mm-hmm.
I used to be mad when my mother wasn't right there when we first get off the bus. Like, bitch, where you at? You got these heavy ass bags. Me and my brothers trying to walk with all this pickle. We got frozen chicken in there that she done killed and packed up for us to bring back to my mother because they like fresh frozen chickens. That's how it was going to a farm or North. Because if you was from New York, you went to the South every summer.
Yep.
Your parents would get rid of you and send y'all niggas to the South.
Mm-hmm.
You would go down there to whoever your cousins, whoever it was that they sent you to. Well, I remember we got sent to Alabama one year. But my aunt in North Carolina, she had too much going on, so she couldn't do it. So my mama sent us to Alabama. I'm like, oh my God. Me and my brothers still talk about that trip to this day.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Yep. Down there. That's how it was when you was from New York. You was from the South, so you got sent south in the summer.
Yep.
Your mom and dad trying to work. They trying to work all summer long so they can get this bread.
Mm-hmm. So they need you gone.
Go.
All right, I think Tariq's almost done.
Yeah, he's about done.
There's absolutely nothing negative about a damn watermelon.
At all.
Man.
You get vitamin A,
Let me see. Yeah, moonshine and all that shit. They got that from us.
Yep.
All that moonshining. Y'all know y'all grandparents used to moonshine. My grandparents. My dad used to do that back in the South.
Racing cars come from us. That was out
Let
here.
me get those hands up, ladies and gentlemen.
I went to the spot.
Let me get those hands up here. Fried chicken, they made that negative. Oh, yeah, it's all negative until white tea people get a hold of it.
Yeah.
Barbecue.
Yeah, it's negative. Oh, look at them Sambos eating that chicken. Boy, look at them. Just smacking them lips. Until a white man steal one of them recipes like Colonel Sanders and then go open up a restaurant and make a grip.
Yeah.
Then it's the greatest thing since sliced bread.
Yeah, like ribs. Like, what's the nigga who got the rib spot? The white nigga who got the thing that where he be selling ribs and shit all the time. I think his name start with an F or something.
The one that was working with Mr. Tenderism? Or
No. Is a nigga that Tony Roma's. Tony Roma's ribs, nigga.
Oh yeah, Tony Roma.
Them niggas run around trying to sell ribs all the time. I was reading up on the history of Tony Roma's. Them niggas didn't fuck with no ribs. It was a brother came there and was working there, and then he mastered the recipe, and he started selling them ribs through them, and that's when they became Tony Roma ribs. Now you see Tony Roma ribs everywhere. They in Costco and Giant, Target, goddamn Wegmans. You be like, yeah, nigga, that came from a black man. The goddamn Jack Daniels from a black man.
Talking about,
It's not a damn thing that we didn't fucking, even your modern asphalt that's put on the ground right now to make your fucking roads came from a black man.
Yep.
So when we talking foundation about this damn country, we talking about this shit from the ground up. Like, nigga, look at all the shit our ancestors did.
Right.
All of them.
Yep. You're right, Bree.
I've been looking at what my people did. I'm like, wow, so much these niggas is accomplishing.
You're right. Yeah, I have
and that's the weirdest shit is as my aunt been going through it, she was like, yeah, you got that music thing. Because there's a lot of music attached to my family. A lot of music shit. A lot of stuff I did not know where I got this from. And my aunt is just pulling all this shit out. Like, wow, nephew.
Yeah.
She's like, I can see all the family and all the family now. She's seeing that this shit been secular. Where so she's at that point like, damn, we come back. Yeah. Shout out to my aunt, Teresa Hewitt. She has I gotta remember what her YouTube channel is, but her name is Teresa Hewitt. You can look her up, Professor Teresa. She's a professor and all that shit. That's why when I look at black people talking about we don't have like educated people, I don't know what y'all talk about. I don't know that. In my family, everybody educated, including my nigga ass. I went to college too. Yeah. I did all that. I graduated too, nigga. But I just don't rely on that to be my only sole way of living and learning. Right. I've learned from all this shit around me because that was the one thing Neely Fuller Jr. taught me, that nigga, you could get a lesson, an education anywhere. Everything around you should be a learning point. Right. I be watching bees and shit, nigga. I be watching flies. That's why I can kill flies so easy now. People in the break room was looking at me like, damn, you killed that shit easy. I'm like, yeah, I watched this pattern. That's it. He's got a pattern to him. Yeah. And every fly don't fly the same way. You like, what? Yeah. Every fly does not fly the same way. You got the niggas who are super acrobatic. Yeah. That's a hard nigga you're gonna be able to get. You got the lackadaisical niggas, the old niggas. Yeah. Every fly ain't a young nigga. Right. Y'all think every flies can live up to 6 years, possibly longer. They don't really know. Yeah.
That's true. All right.
What nigga is studying a fly? There's some Nabisco somewhere, but like nobody gonna ever see that work. Right. It's like how they was mad when them niggas had the shrimp on a treadmill. Oh. They trying to figure out how far them niggas travel, my nigga. That's valuable information because then you could like them niggas. Shrimp don't really swim; they run on the ground. Yep. And then they swim when they get into a good enough school because they school as well.
Yeah, they're bottom feeders as well.
Yeah, when niggas got to get the shrimp from the bottom, that's why they have a lot of rocks in they shit. If you watch any of them shows they got on goddamn Discovery, you see them crackers, they be pulling up hella rocks just to get a bunch of shrimp.
Yeah, they sure do. That's true. All right, so I'm down to the last two topics, and that is black leaders who really benefited from the NAACP. Our sister Brooke gonna give us an update on that. And then we're gonna close out with black leaders who push data centers on black communities should be held accountable.
Yeah. It's everywhere.
one day I was listening to Dr. Short, and he was mentioning that there was another group of people who benefited from integration, and they also participated heavily in the NAACP. And I'm not going to say who these people are. I am going to let them tell you who they are. Okay? So we're going to play this video. So there was another group of people who gained with integration. And with integration, they achieved more than we achieved. They achieved whiteness. And like I said, I'm going to let them tell you who they are. So we're going to play this one video about who was hiding. And like I said, I'm going to let them tell you who was hiding. Okay, I'm not going to say nothing. Okay, let's get ready.
Your mom's parents were both Jewish, but she was raised as a Catholic. Do you know why?
She was raised with no religion when Hitler started.
Okay, this is Hedy Lamar's son. Hedy Lamarr was a huge old Hollywood star. She was considered to be one of the most beautiful women in Hollywood at the time. So this is her son speaking. Okay. All right.
Your mom's parents were both Jewish, but she was raised as a Catholic. Do you know why?
She was raised with no religion. When Hitler started persecuting Jews, everybody saw what was going on. And when Hedy got married to Fritz Mandl, a munitions giant in Austria, they changed their religion on the marriage certificate from Jewish to Roman Catholic.
Real quick,
so,
Jesse.
but Hedy
Stop the
didn't
lie
wait
real quick.
to
Let's
be
stop the lie.
interviewed or arrested.
Austria does not exist in 1932, 1938, 39, whenever Hitler started persecuting the Jews. They did not exist. Austria did not exist. Only Germany exists. There's no Austria.
What about Hungary?
Hungary exists at that time. But they're a small municipality at that time. But Austria does not exist. It's just Germany. It's all Germany at this time. The Germans have already annexed goddamn Austria by this point. There's no Austria. So by the time World War II, what he's talking about, all that shit doesn't exist. So I got to catch that white guy in that lie right there real quick because he tried to bring up Austria. Austria didn't exist. It was gone. It was now Germany. And Hungary was in that position too, becoming part of Germany. It was only a small municipality. Most of it had been annexed by that point. But the municipality of Hungary still existed in 1938.
Okay.
Yeah.
History lesson.
She actually escaped from their home. Actually, she put on a maid's costume and she actually sewed jewelry in the lining of her coat. And she escaped out the window and
he's talking
took
about
off.
how
I was
she
given
escaped
Eddie's
Austria.
mother's side family tree.
I believe.
And it goes way, way back a couple hundred years. And there was, Moses the tailor and Jacob the banker. So heavily Jewish. But they didn't talk about being Jewish because it was a death sentence, basically. So they just weren't religious, really.
Okay. So I just showed you who self-admittedly hid who they were because they could. We as Black people cannot hide. So integration does nothing for us. We cannot hide. We cannot blend in. We're not gonna like just, you know what I mean? Like you're not gonna be able to tell who we are anymore, you know? So, but with that group of people, all they had to do was change their names and not practice the religious portion of their identity. And
So
they
it doesn't
were
matter.
able
It doesn't
to
matter if they change their
benefit
name because they
fully
just
from integration.
That's
And
it.
I want you to keep that in mind when they say things like, you know, we fought right alongside with you.
They can assimilate into whiteness.
Yeah, that's it. That's all they had to do. They didn't have to do much of anything. So all that name shit is regardless, they could still go in and practice white supremacy, be white, get their benefits, and yeah, so all that shit's that's a misnomer. I don't give a damn about that no more. I don't talk about small hats and shit like that because it's all racism. It's all goddamn white supremacy. I put all them niggas together in the same pile. I do not separate them at all because that was our biggest mistake. Wasting time trying to separate these folks and put them in a pile instead of knowing what Muhammad Ali said all that time ago. If 100,000 snakes coming down and out of those snakes, 50,000 of them are good, how am I to separate them? They all snakes.
Right.
It's like he said that shit so long ago. I'm like, this nigga was telling the damn truth. How niggas don't get that in their head?
Right.
Now I admit if you get into a forest and you meet 3 snakes and you get to know the snakes and only 2 of them is poisonous and you can avoid their poison, nigga, and you meet the one snake that's decent, that just want to help you survive. Okay, then you made it through those 3 snakes. But nigga, it's still you had to go through 3 snakes. And even at some point, that non-poisonous snake might bite you too.
Right. Right.
And give you a damn infection.
So
and that's what's gonna happen.
Why take the chances? Kill all.
It's a damn snake, nigga. That's all you're gonna have to come to terms with in your mindset. That's it. I'm dealing with a damn snake.
Right.
So you should never turn your eyes off it. That's for all you brothers out there who loves the swirling Olympics.
Mm-hmm.
You know, shit, I'm not mad at you. Shit. You found some peace with that Nabisco lady. Some of y'all now, I'm worried about y'all because y'all just getting with bad built bitches now. Before, y'all would get a nice white chick. She had that white haircut that you knew she dated black niggas.
Mm-hmm.
She had a nice kind of body. Now y'all niggas with Oompa Loompas. Y'all just doing anything.
Right.
You can't take you and your long ass head and get with that bitch with a stumpy ass body.
Right.
That poor baby gonna be suffering.
Right. Right. All right, let's get back to Sister Brooke.
Let's go.
Well, why did you? Was it a self-serving reason or why? And maybe this is why we got what we didn't even want, but didn't get what we wanted because the goal was not our goal. It was somebody else's goal, but they was riding on our back to get their goal. All right, so I'm gonna let you watch the next video, which is going to talk about the legal aspect of the NAACP and what they were able to accomplish and what they done. Yeah, let's take a look.
We are in an institute dedicated to history. Could we just talk about what were the most important changes for America and for Jews that lawyers accomplished in the last
nothing.
What shall we say?
Nothing.
50 years.
Nothing.
I wanted, the reason I'm asking this question is that I want to walk
kept
out of
these
here
niggas in
personally
place.
was something that I hold on to. And what I want to hold on to is what was accomplished by the Jewish lawyer contribution here. And I, you know, at this point, it isn't a question of
Nothing,
Jewish
bitch.
and it's not a question of lawyer. What was done here?
Jewish and lawyer.
Well, do you want to go first? Or do you want me to take?
No, you can.
Let me.
The bitch just
Well,
told
I'm
on
going to
herself.
answer it. To some extent, it is, but I want to answer it because this is an institution about history. I want to tell you very briefly about two people, two Jewish lawyers. If you're not a lawyer, I doubt you've heard of either of them. But to me,
Good
they're
Lord.
paradigmatic of countless numbers of lawyers who at local, state, and federal level played roles in this. But it talks to the changes wrought about it. If you remember the sequence, Arthur Spingarn, Jewish lawyer, becomes the first legal director, volunteer, but legal director of the NAACP. When he dies, he crosses over with Louis Marshall, one of the founders of the American Jewish Committee, one of the great lawyers in America, very different, by the way, ideologically about the role of economic property rights. Louis Marshall was very conservative, Spingarn was very liberal on those issues, but they both believed in the concept of equal rights under law, and that had to be fought. When he dies, when Louis Marshall dies in 29, a lawyer by the name of Nathan Margold is hired by the NAACP, a Harvard-trained lawyer, to do a study.
Okay. Now, you notice I didn't have a picture of him up. Yeah, I couldn't find one. And everything like that was like, I thought I had a picture of him and it turned out to be a picture of Thurgood Marshall. And it was so interesting how they kind of slipped his picture in under his name. And I was like, well, why would you do that? I was not able to find a picture of this guy at all. And I find that very interesting. But we heard the names that he said, and I just wanted to let you know why there is no picture of that particular name. Let's keep going.
About what the legal strategies of the NAACP should be.
Okay. So now, that alone, like I said, when Dr. Short breaks it down, he goes really deep, like too deep for YouTube, too deep for Instagram, too deep. So I encourage you to look on his channel, The Angry Black Man's Book Club, and take a listen to that if they have not removed it, because a lot of things I try to go back and reference on his page and maybe remove stuff. But if you can find that was amazing. Because he could go in deeper. I'm just gonna touch the surface. I'm just gonna give him just enough for you to think about. Okay. So now he mentioned a name, and he mentioned a name that I told you that I could not find a picture of that guy, and that name was Nathan Margold, right? Hold on a second. Nathan Margold, and I couldn't find a picture of him, but I was able to get a description of what he looked like in his background. Okay? And I thought that was interesting enough. I didn't even really need a picture at that point. So just to reiterate, right, I want us to remember that the majority of Black people did not want integration. They were fine with separate, but they were not fine with the unequal. They wanted money for books, money for schools, reparations. Okay. So, but there was another group who benefited from integration, and their benefit was the ability to be who they are out in the open, because as we saw, they admittedly said that they were hiding who they were and pretending and not practicing their religion because they were hiding. And how could you hide if there are major differences? They look exactly alike, so they were able to hide. Okay. So they were hiding who they were, and now after integration, they no longer have to hide. But we did not get what we wanted. So let's take a look at some more about we saw how those very same people were very instrumental in the NAACP, an organization which I'm sure you thought, like I thought, was supposed to be about Black people, right? But let's take a look at that. Okay. So now this Nathan Margold, who drew up the blueprint for the NAACP's strategy in the Brown versus Board of Education. So he's the architect. He was born on this day, I'm assuming, July 21st. He was born on this day in history in Romania. Where? He was born in Romania. His parents immigrated to the U.S. in 1901, and he was raised in Brooklyn, New York. He attended law school at, I forgot I was supposed to be reading this off of this. Hold on. Let me make it bigger so you can read it too. Okay. Okay, there we go. Nathan, who grew up the blueprint for the NAACP strategy for versus education, was born on this day in Romania. His parents immigrated to the U.S. in 1901. He was raised in Brooklyn, New York. He attended law school at Harvard, where he served on the law review, along with Charles Hamilton Houston, the first Black member of the Harvard Law Review, and later the influential dean of Howard Law School. Did you hear me? So we went from Harvard to Howard Law School. After graduation, Margold served as a U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York. Okay. Romania. In 1927, Felix Frankfurter recruited Margold to teach criminal law at Harvard. And he taught there for a year before the law school decided that two Jewish reformers on the facility were at least one too many. So Margold returned to practice in New York. So let's review. Let's review. The architect for the blueprint for NAACP's strategy for the Brown versus the Board of Education, which we have already proven that the majority of Black people did not want. The architect was from Romania. He immigrated here. He was raised in Brooklyn. He attended law school at Harvard, and he was also the same religion as the lawyers that volunteered. Okay. So let's go on. Let's read. In 1930, both Frankfurter and Charles Houston recruited Margot to serve as special counsel to the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. Margot was hired to coordinate the NAACP's strategic litigation plan to give the Southern Negro his constitutional rights and his political and civil equality. To that end, Margot wrote a 218-page report outlining a legal strategy for desegregating public schools in the South. Again, that's not what Black people wanted, but he wrote 218 pages for a proposal that Black people didn't want in the name of Black people, though.
Where's everybody?
And I say to you, that is a very interesting beginning
I went the wrong damn direction.
to the NAACP. Okay.
On my head.
What's
my fault?
I also wanted you to keep in mind how the lawyer that was on the stage, how he said that they wanted to do a study. So even back then, they was trying to do these studies. Okay.
They chasing me that far. They coming.
I also wanted to read a little bit more about, okay, so I couldn't find a picture, right? And I'm not one to believe everything on Wikipedia.
Still on my ass.
But I just thought that this was interesting. Hold on.
Get out of here.
Make this bigger for you.
Go ahead, kill them.
Wikipedia pretty much says the same thing. This is the part. This was the part. So when I was looking, because I was like, okay, well, I was trying to see if I could find out who his mama was, who his daddy was. Like, I'm looking all over for a picture. I'm looking, and I can't find one, right? So then I looked at, is it family? So I looked at the references. Let's see. Hold on. Here we go. Let's go down. Okay, wait. Because there's a part, is the family part. Early life. Here we go. Sorry, it was right here at the top. If I can, yes, I can. Here we go, right here. Let's see. It says he was Romanian-born, American lawyer, and then he became a judge in D.C. And the author of the Margot Report to promote civil rights for African Americans through the courts, and he also was a supporter of the Native American civil rights and blah blah blah. Right? Okay. But let's go down to this. In addition to his legal career, Margot is remembered as the father of adult film pioneer William Margot. Let me tell you something. Who needs fiction when the truth is so interesting? So then I was like, okay, well, do we have a picture of the son? Because then you could kind of get an idea of what the father was looking at by what the son looks like, right? A little bit, right? Let's take a look at what he looks like.
Not really, because the son looks like the mother.
There he is.
Most of.
There he is. Here's the porn star. Can I make it any bigger? No, I guess not. There's the porn star. He looks very Caucasian. Very Caucasian. Like, could not pass for Black at all. So that leads me to believe that this Nathan was probably, you know, mixed at the very least, because they're calling him Blacc. They called him Blacc. They called him Romanian born, and they called him Jewish. So he was all those things. So you see where I'm going with this? I just found that to be interesting. And yeah. So now that we know who were some of the architects of the NAACP and bringing some of the legislation on behalf of the NAACP together, let's take a look at some of what the NAACP is doing right now.
In today's fast-paced world, taking a moment for self-care is more important than ever. Meet Ashley and Erin. These young ladies have discovered a game changer in their skincare routine. With just a few taps, they're subscribing to a monthly skincare subscription that caters to their unique needs at evenmelanin.com. Our hydrating cleanser not only removes dirt, but also nourishes your skin, helping to fade dark spots. The gel mask replenishes essential elements that your skin gradually loses over time, promoting a brighter complexion. Clarifying pore pads effectively remove any leftover makeup, ensuring your pores are clean and clear. Finally, our True Moisture formula thickens the under-eye skin and envelops your face in the silkiest, smooth hydration. Join Ashley and Erin on this journey to radiant skin and renewed confidence. When you invest in yourself, the glow is undeniable. Subscribe to our monthly skincare subscription for the best results and elevate your glow to the next level, especially on melanin-rich skin.
Hey fam, tap in with your boy. Let's get us back together, man. I know we can do it. It's your boy Omizi. Be good. My brother D out here with us. Everything.
Good place, man. It's a beautiful place. Yeah, don't worry about the Red Cross. Donate to them. And if you look at my Twitter, let's go to my Twitter at DeJuan. I have my people I want y'all to donate to. I've been posting the links all day. Go to my Twitter. I got the links up to my boy Derek, my boy Tay. These people lost their houses, they lost everything. Everything that they know, gone. Please donate to them. Please. If it ain't nothing but $5.
I don't know what the hell happened there.
The conversation regarding AI, artificial intelligence, is everywhere. You cannot escape it, as AI is in everything we do, just about, right? Well, most recently, a conversation regarding the data center that pumps out the artificial intelligence being built at an HBCU, Fisk University in Nashville, Tennessee, to be exact, is a very heated debate, because the president, Angenia Walker, is entertaining having one built, a 70,000 square foot one to be exact. Well, the students, alumni, and just people in general are like, wait a minute, residents, right? They're like, we don't think so, because if you know anything about the nature of a data center, for one, it is very loud. It is emitting things that people really don't know the dangers to humans just yet. It sucks up a lot of water and electricity. So just with that alone, that's not something you want to live next to, let alone have on a college campus where students are going to learn, right? Now think about that. Trying to learn or even sleep, and you're hearing this like all day. Okay. Now back to the president. She's thinking it's a good thing because they have this quantum leap program that they're trying to get funded. They need about $1 billion to do that. Now, this quantum leap thing is going to take care of research, technology, infrastructure, and a whole host of other things that the university needs. But again, everybody else is like, nah, we need to find a different way to make these things happen. Because if you know anything about the finances of an HBCU, usually they're very underfunded for a whole host of reasons, right? And sometimes they be stealing the money. That's a different conversation. But anyway, my problem is this. Okay, we talk about all the dangers of the data center, but we don't talk about the dangers of the people that have the power to decide whether a data center will be built, in your neighborhood or even on your school campus, right? Now, it is said that having that data center, they don't know who exactly wants to build it yet, would probably provide about $400 million to the university. Hey, that's a lot of money, but at what cost? At what cost do you want to receive $400 million? Is it at the cost and the detriment of the students, the residents, and anybody else that is near that data center that's going to be sucking up the electricity and the water and very noisy and emitting all kind of, at what cost do you receive this money? See, sometimes, not sometimes, but often, we have to look at the people who are the power players, because something tells me the president of FISC don't live on campus. Would she advocate to have a data center built in her neighborhood where she's hearing all day long? Something tells me she wouldn't appreciate that, right? She's an older lady. I'm sure she's smart, but I often wonder what's in it for her or anybody else, or whether it's a city council or anybody like that, to say, well, I don't see the problem, because we're seeing in the news residents and all kind of people are pushing back. They're showing up at these city planning and city council meetings and saying, hey, not on our watch. We don't want that thing in our neighborhood because of all the things that I mentioned. And so what's in it for these people who can make that decision to say, well, I don't see a problem? As I said, for one, are you going to live next to that thing? Because especially in Black communities, and if FISC is a Black school, right, HBCU, we know that whether it's a toxic waste site or, a freeway or whatever it is, they like to put those things in our neighborhood and don't think twice. And then years up the road, you hear, oh, it's a cancer cluster or this or that, or stuff is seeping up through the soil. And then you find out, oh, well, that used to be a toxic waste site, and they just built some low-income apartments on top of it. And then you have to fight like hell to get anybody to care. But guess what? The damage is already done. So this is the way that you can combat those things. For one, like the students and the residents, right, and the alumni are doing at FISC University, you show up and you say, hell no, right? Build it in the president's neighborhood. The president of the university or the city council, Brad, put it in their backyard. If they're really thinking this is a great thing for the community, tell them to put it where they live, right? And I'm sure she probably got a pretty big backyard with the salary she getting. See if there's room in her backyard and tell her, are you cool with having that thing in your backyard? And if she says, well, no, then say, well, we're not cool with having it on our campus, right? So push back, show up at these city council meetings and say, hey, if y'all want to build something like that in our neighborhoods, this will be your last time making a decision that affects everybody but you. You will not be on that dais next time, okay? You will be elected out. Or whether it's the president of a university, push back and say, listen, you are supposed to be here for the betterment of the students, alumni, and even the residents, right? Because you are beholden to everybody. Not just, the oligarchy, the billionaire class, or even potentially the trillionaire, right? Because we don't know who that data center belongs to. But you are here to protect the people that you serve, not special interests. Not you may be, and I don't know that she is, right? I'm just going to say allegedly, in my opinion. Usually that's what it entails. They get a little white envelope here, ma'am. What did you consider this data center? Y'all got the space. How much is she getting? I'm going to say allegedly. Well, what's in it for her to make that decision? I can't see her making it without something, going in her hand or whatever it is. So, yeah, keep pushing back. Keep letting these people the power players and the oligarchy. No, put that on your backyard. And I'm sure whether it's Elon, it's Jeff, whoever, Oracle, I'm sure they got a lot of spaces in their backyard. And the litmus test should be, well, do you have one of those in your neighborhood? Well, no, I don't. Then why you want to put it in ours? So anyway, y'all let me know what you think of that. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, The Demetra K Show, here on YouTube. Peace.
Master Toad has something to say today. Oh, yeah, ooh, we.
Do not buy 12 Tribes on Earth hair growth oil and hair elixir unless you want super healthy, gorgeous hair that grows. They have a whole line of amazing hair growth products, including hair growth leave-in conditioner spray, hair growth shampoo, hair growth spray, and hair growth butter. I'm starting to sense a theme here. They include quality natural ingredients. They smell amazing, and you can see the results for yourself. So if you're looking for healthy hair growth for your natural or relaxed hair, try 12 Tribes on Earth today.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all. Hope you're doing well. Oh boy, talk about some judgment for Europe. Europe is facing some difficult times. So we already know about the heat waves and the people that are getting unalived from the heat wave. But what you might not have known is Europe was also going through a drought. And so now you got a heat wave on top of a drought that was already bad. And this is all over Europe. Well, the rivers over there, some of them are completely dried up and some of them are damn near dried up. So the rivers are not flowing anymore. In fact, they are now coming across Nazi World War II vessels that sunk in the water. And the reason why those vessels are still there and they were underwater is because some of them had live ammo and rockets and stuff on them. So it was too dangerous for them to move those vessels. So they just let them sink and just stay in those same places. Well, it's impacting everything, not only the people, the wildlife. It is bad. Y'all, this has to be judgment. It can't be nothing else but that. You know, you think about how bad this heat wave, they've been in triple digits that have gone on for weeks. Thousands gone because of it. And now the rivers are drying up and they have nuclear facilities, like a lot of places that are right by the water, because you need the waters to cool the reactors. And without that, they got to shut down, and they already start shutting down their nuclear power plants because it's not enough water to cool down the reactors. So it's having a domino effect over there. And I was looking at several different videos yesterday. You can even see the wildlife that's used to living around the water. You know, they're just kind of wandering around, and I guess they're not understanding what's going on. But you're about to see how bad this really, truly is. Yeah, but you know what, Astarte Jones, I actually did Puerto Rico, but the thing is, Puerto Rico has been in bad shape since that last hurricane destroyed it. I think that was Hurricane Maria, and their power plant went down, and they said they're still having blackouts. So them, I'm not surprised. It seems like all of those islands are doing so poorly over there after a natural disaster. I mean, look, Jamaica didn't come all the way back from the hurricane from last year. They're not back. They're still struggling. So let me go ahead and share my screen. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. So this is in places like Germany, France, Romania. It's really all over. The drought, the water is literally drying completely up. Thank you, y'all, for the 1s.
Take a look at this. Romanian naval forces took extreme measures to cool a local nuclear reactor, carrying out a controlled explosion to redirect vital cooling water from the Danube River to the facility. Europe, now under yet another intense heat wave, and now drought conditions are making things even worse. Rivers, they're drying up. Water levels are dropping. The ripple effects are being felt in countries across the continent and taking a toll on the economy and the environment.
We're in West London right now. We're standing on the banks of the usually mighty River Thames. River runs right through the heart of the British capital. But if I get out of the way here, you may be able to see just how low the river is right now. That's because of the lack of rain here. It's because of the drought. You can see this whole bank is pretty much exposed. You can see the mud. You can smell it over here. Now, the Thames is the longest river in England, but we are seeing a similar picture playing out across the European continent. You mentioned the Danube, which runs through Central Europe. Not only has the Romanian Navy been carrying out those controlled explosions, trying to make sure that that critical water reaches one of the country's nuclear power plants where it's used to cool a reactor down there, they've also been sinking these enormous barges, these old...
Y'all, some of these rivers are so long, they run through like 10 different countries. And it's drying up all through those countries. So he's talking about what's going on in the UK. But you're about to see, because some of the footage is far worse than what you're seeing now. He said the river is low, and it actually does look low in the UK. But some of the rivers run through several countries over there. And they're admitting they're going to be in a lot of trouble if these rivers completely dry up.
Boats full of stones. And again, they're trying to create a sort of artificial path to make sure that that water gets where it needs to. Because if they don't get enough water to those coolers, they have no choice but to shut down.
Eastern Europe, too, is grappling with a weather emergency. Two of its largest rivers, the Rhine and the Danube, have seen their water levels drop to catastrophic lows. In Hungary, the Danube's water level has fallen so low that the country's sole nuclear power plant has been forced to dramatically scale down operations because there wasn't enough water to cool the reactors, and is due to be shut down entirely.
We are facing the most critical 5 days ahead. Tomorrow, the Blacc's power plant will not be generating electricity, while the hottest 43 days are ahead.
There are woolly mammoth bones that are being revealed. We haven't seen this since the Ice Age. That's the last time this woolly mammoth had been up exposed to the air. And the reason for that is because the Danube River is now at an all-time low. Ever since record-keeping began, more than 200 years ago, we're seeing the revelation of a couple hundred German boats from World War II that are coming up out of the water. They had been submerged. They'd been scuttled by the Nazi military back in 1944 when the Soviet Red Army was advancing on them. The normal height for the Danube River should be 2 to 3 times my height. I'm about 5'9". So double, triple that, and that gets you up to this is the foundation stone here, and then one layer, 2 layers, potentially up to 3 layers high. But that is why we can see this exposed sandbar. We're seeing this happen. These revelations happen up and down Europe's second longest river. And it stretches through 10 countries, and these 10 countries are all facing similar record or near record low levels, even though we're seeing the first time we're walking in the middle of the Danube, the first time we're seeing a woolly mammoth being exposed, the first time we're seeing all these German boats being exposed. This will not be the last because of climate change.
Germany's Rhine, receding water and dry banks. At the town of Kaub, the river is at its lowest on record. The river is an important inland transport route with ships carrying fuel, steel, and grain. The transport minister says climate change is having a serious impact on Germany's rivers.
Where ships would normally be carrying thousands of tons of cargo, sandbanks are now exposed. But ships can only carry a fraction of their usual cargo if they can sail at all. We're currently facing a particularly challenging situation with extremely low water levels, a real challenge for our economy and our supply chains.
And away from the riverbanks, the dry conditions are causing other concerns.
Extreme heat, dry conditions, and low water levels are affecting more than just industries here. Farmers say the conditions are affecting their crops, and that could mean smaller yields and higher food prices here, including on the German staple, the potato.
And also for grains like corn.
Here you can see the corn plants that have been directly damaged by drought and what they look like this year. You can also clearly see that there are no ears at all. The plants tried to form ears, but because of the lack of water, they were unable to. And if you look through the field, not a single plant has an ear.
Farmers say these parched fields are a sign of what's likely to become a dangerous pattern that could threaten food supply.
The fact that we virtually had no rain in our region for 2 months was catastrophic, especially for grain. We've recorded some of the worst grain yields since records began.
It's hard to find optimism here. Europe is the world's fastest warming continent, and next year is likely to bring more extreme heat and drought. Rebecca Collard, Al Jazeera, Berlin.
Okay, today the news continues after counting.
What is happening to Luxembourg's rivers after an extraordinary summer of heat and drought? Rivers across Europe are drying up. Rivers like the Rhine, the Danube, and Luxembourg's Moselle are all suffering the consequences. In Mertert, the port on the Moselle is feeling the impact, with water levels at a historical low. While the river's locks help keep water levels stable, cargo ships can currently carry around 25 to 30% of their usual load. Thanks to the port's rail and road connections, some freight can be rerouted, but if low water levels continue, supply chains could be disrupted, and the prices of certain goods, including fuel, may increase. Read the full article on rtltoday.lu.
World War II era shipwrecks are emerging as one of Europe's biggest rivers disappears. So months of heat waves have left the Danube River's water levels at critically low levels, revealing islands, animal fossils, and the remains of sunken warships. Now, the river is Europe's second longest, flowing through 10 countries and spanning 1,700 miles. But as the water levels fall, World War II era Nazi warships are emerging from the riverbed, revealing a part of history hidden beneath the water for years. Now, in Serbia, at least 20 of the 200 German ships intentionally scuttled during the war can be seen from the banks of Huva, a village located on the river. While some of the ships had been previously removed by the communist Yugoslav authorities, many remained due to the dangerous explosives on board. Now, the warships aren't the only historic relics resurfacing from the past. In Bulgaria, some residents discovered the bones of a woolly mammoth. The animals coexisted with ancient humans and were hunted for food, tusks, and bones before they went extinct.
On the drying Danube riverbed lies the historian's boon. In 1944, Nazis fleeing, the Red Army scuttled these ships, but severe drought means today it's water that's retreating, revealing this sunken fleet. Patrol boats, torpedo boats, and transport ferries abandoned in what's now modern-day Serbia and Croatia. But in nearby Bulgaria, the arid conditions have even played archaeologist, uncovering the remains of a prehistoric giant. So far, they have registered the mammoth's lower jaw, 2 tusks, and possibly a rib, this museum director says. Soon, they'll be displayed and the exact species can be determined. But record low river levels have exposed more alarming finds. Explosive disposal squads shutting down a major bridge to remove a World War II 75mm shell. While in Romania, naval forces set off modern bombs, redirecting the Danube River to better supply a nuclear power plant forcibly shut down without water, fighting the drought with each detonation. In London, Ben Downey, 7 News.
Y'all, you know how bad this is. This is going to affect trade. It's going to affect vessels coming in there with food and all types of goods. They're not going to be able to get that stuff in there. And whoever these European nations trade with, they're going to have a problem trading with the rivers just continuing to recede. So, hey, judgment is definitely here. It is definitely here. Yeah, Puerto Rico got a lot of problems, but you know what? On those islands, y'all, let's be real. They haven't done a good job in taking care of the Caribbean. None of those islands have. When you look at Cuba, Puerto Rico, Haiti, Jamaica, those islands should look way better than what they look like. Some of them probably look the same as it did 4 or 5 decades ago. They haven't done nothing to really build those islands up like they should have. And I don't care which one you look at, trash is everywhere. They keep the place all trashy and don't do anything about it. I mean, come on. These folks are over here talking about they built America. And Haiti, look at what Haiti looks like. Y'all won't even bend down and pick up the trash. But we're supposed to believe you built this nation? Come on. It's not even believable when you look at the state of each one of those islands are in. It's not believable that you built anything. So Europe, remember, Europe also had slavery, especially the UK. Not only the UK also was trading slaves and sending them over here to America. So many of those countries were involved in the slave trade. So, hey, I guess they thought it was never going to come back on them. They were never going to see the judgment come back. It is here. It is real. And They are scared over what they're seeing between the heat wave and the drying rivers. Yeah, they are scared. And the drought they're going through. Yes. Yes. Thaddeus Peterson, thank you for the super chat. Miss Lisa, research Euphrates River and profit. Oh yeah, I've been saw that years ago, but thank you for your support for my channel. Oh yeah, I saw the Euphrates drying up years ago, y'all. Lisa Parker, thank you for the 25-month membership. I deeply appreciate it. Thank you for being the great inspiration. You truly are, Queen. Thank you so much for your support for my channel. I deeply appreciate it. So y'all, you know, I know we have people that live over there, so I hope that the Most High will take care of our people that are over there so they're not struggling through these final days that the Gentiles are definitely struggling through. You know, look, they can't control what's going on. They can't. You know, they can't threaten the weather with their guns, their arsenals they got at home. They can't threaten the river with it. They can't threaten the drought. You know, it's easy. The Most High knows what to do. He'll put things on them that their weapons are rendered useless against a drought, against a heat wave. You know what I mean? They can't use their weapons on it. So yeah, you may be packing an arsenal, but it sure can't get you out of your situation, can it? Robert Jones, thank you so much for the 200 joules. Jammin', thank you so much for your support. Thank you. You know, so y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Be on the lookout for my upcoming lives. There are a couple of things I'm working on right now. So you will see, you should see that coming up in the next few hours. Shalom, family. And don't forget to pick up your hair products.
Listen.
If you do not understand white supremacy, what it is, and how it works, everything else that you understand will only confuse you. Now, sometimes people say, well, you mean everything that I understand will confuse me if I don't understand racism? Yes, because racism is the dominant political and religious motivating force among the people of the planet in all 9 areas of activity: economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. That covers just about everything that any person, minute by minute, might be doing or engaged in any time of day or night, anywhere on the planet. What's wrong with variety? What's wrong with diversity? Diverting from one thing to another. Well, maybe nothing, but let's examine it. Examine it for what? To see if it is an improvement over what you already had. And if so, justify it by showing, by example, where's the improvement? Which one of these? See, when you start talking about homosexuality or lesbianism, these are not just abstract words. These are talking about you have to do certain things to qualify. So what are these things that you do? And which one of them is an improvement over what has been done? That's just like a person might come around and say, well, hey, you know, I used to kind of be attracted to people, you know, I've had several wives and all like that. Even had a little incest, I mean, every now and then, I mean, you know, and But I finally came to the conclusion that people ain't where it's at all. I'm in the bear. You know, you say, what do you mean you in the bear? I'm into bear. I go out in the woods and I chase me down a bear. The bear ain't chasing me no more. I'm chasing them. I have found that that's a wonderful alternative. I mean, after all, man, I mean, let's face it. Look at these marriages and divorces and whatnot. I don't have no trouble with the bears. I mean, I used to didn't think of anything about bears except just going to the ball game, you know. But I found out that, man, if you really snuggle up to a bear, you'll never want to go back doing nothing else. Now, where'd you get that idea? Well, it just came to me one night. Tired of these women. In fact, people was telling me, well, if you don't like women, get you a man. Well, I'm tired of them too. So I'm in the bear. See, now you might laugh, but it's going to come to that if it ain't already. Because there are some people into that. Yeah, they call it, what do they call it? Bestiality?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, see, I mean, that might be a wholesale thing. In about another 10 years, they say, well, hey, well, you know, this gay and lesbian thing about played out, man, ain't where it's at. You know, man, everybody's trying to preserve the bears now. You know, I'm trying to get me a panda. You know? Now, what is the point that I'm making? It's a lots of things that the mind can do. The mind is extremely inventive and extremely flexible. But the basic question is this type of activity an improvement? And if so, why? Otherwise, why are you coming around asking black people who don't even have a roof over their head that this is what they should be pushing now? They don't even have a decent school, a decent job. But now you want them to join the gay rights movement. And that should be their priority. We should drop everything else and make that a priority. I don't see the justification at all. They have some white people who came around years ago and started calling it the rainbow. You know, kind of, you might excuse the pun, tailgating Jesse Jackson's rainbow push for civil rights. And then they got to saying, well, what is this all about? And when the question was asked, they answered by saying, well, it's another division of civil rights. Yeah. Yeah. It's all the same thing. Discriminating against gays is the same as discriminating against blacks. And a lot of black people say, wait a minute, it may sound like the same thing, but it ain't the same thing. But they were able to shout all of that down. It is the same thing. Why is it the same thing? Because I said so. White supremacy in action again. Always, because I said so. See, but, you know, but that don't, you know, it sounds like it could be right, but it's something that still don't add up. It ain't the same thing. It is the same thing. Trust me. No different. Discrimination is discrimination, which is another word that people should pay attention to. Everybody discriminates every day. You discriminate when you decide to ride the bicycle to work rather than catch the bus. Now, does that say that you're discriminating against the bus riders? You know, so that word discrimination, I don't even use it because everybody discriminates. It just means choosing. But what is the key? The key is it a choice that's constructive? When you start talking about black people's plight now, see, that's a different thing altogether. Is it constructive or is it non-constructive? Because it's got to be one or the other. Is it an improvement? Now, we already have a mess with the male-female thing, but you would have that anyway under any system that's unjust. But now, are you making a bigger mess or are you straightening out all the mess that ever was? I have no reason to believe that this is helping to straighten out anything. It's helping to make it worse, particularly when you start doing it right down to the grade school level. Start saying that this is something that this is just what you children need. It's 7 years old, and this is what I need.
I don't even know what sex is yet. Now you're telling me about alternatives to sex. Well, let's start out so that your mind will get straight. Now, Jane has 2 mommies, thinking about getting 3. Now, what benefit is this to Jane? Well, she learns diversity at an early age, diverting from what to what in order to do what. Oh, well, we'll know when we get there. Don't ask so many questions. Oh, no, I got a lot of questions. Show me how this is a what? Improvement. Which one of these acts? See? Well, being gay. Don't you understand what being gay used to mean? Being happy. I mean, but that ain't what it means, I don't think, when you say it. So you're talking about acts. Show me by demonstration the very act that you're talking about that's going to be an improvement. And then show me, tell me in words how this is a great improvement. Tell me, First, do the act with me looking at you. And then after you finish the act, you'll say, now that's act 1 of being gay. You ain't gay unless you do this. See, there's several things you can do to qualify for being gay. So you got to have qualifications. Otherwise, what's the difference between you and everybody else? If you don't do something different. So you got to do something. So whatever that difference is, you do it. Then you get before, come to the blackboard with the pointer and whatnot, and you say, now, number 1, this is an improvement over whatever it is you all are doing out there. It's not just an alternative. And I'm telling you this because you should be on board for supporting act number 1, which I just demonstrated to you. This is what you actually ask people to do. See, in other words, stop just talking in circles and whatnot and talking in innuendo. Get the crowd there to come and take their seats respectfully, and then march down the aisle and come up to the podium and have your bed up there or whatever it is you're supposed to have, and do what it is that you say that everybody should be taking an interest in and supporting. And then as you do it, you can turn around and face the crowd every now and then. Just take a little break. Say, now you saw what we just did. Now, this is an improvement over what has been because of, and then enumerate the improvements and ask for questions and answers. Because if I'm in the audience, I'm going to say, now, how is that an improvement? I just saw what you did from start to finish. I sat here and watched it for 15 minutes until you completed it. Didn't say a word. Now I want you to tell me how that's an improvement over what? I think that what I'll hear is silence. But I don't know. See, because they never get that far. They just go around and say, support us. And if you don't support us, oh, you're some kind of demon. You're some kind of anti-something. No, just explain what you're doing. I mean, like the chief. I don't know about that fire water. How is that going to improve me? How is that going to be an improvement over water? Say, well, didn't you get a little buzz when you, yeah, I got the little buzz and all like that, but is it an improvement? Say, well, didn't the mountains look like you saw 2 of them instead of 1? Wouldn't you like to have an extra mountain? Well, an extra mountain might help, but that's not really what I was looking at. I thought I was. Well, Chief, that's what whiskey does. It makes you drunk. Well, is being drunk an improvement over being sober? Well, if you work at it, see how they talk? And they do the same thing with sex. Now, some people have said they've seen some cartoons of my work on the internet that have been presented, and that it pretty well embellishes what I have been trying to say in my textbooks. And to the extent that it does that, well, that has been, from what I understand, some people reported to me, a plus. Because they didn't understand what I had written very well, but when they saw those cartoons that just repeated what I was saying, and attaching my name to it, and came right out of the book. The material did. They say that they better understood it. And I can understand that because people are kind of visual, particularly in the year 2021 now, more visual than ever.